the Appropriations Committee to order. I'd like to welcome everyone to today's meeting. Today we'll be marking up our financial services and general government appropriations measure for fiscal year 2026. As with our previous markup, it's my intention to complete all of our work on this bill today. While we'll need to take a recess for floor votes as needed, we will otherwise be here today until our work is completed. And with that, we'll begin the markup. Again, our only order of business today is consideration of the financial services and general government appropriation for fiscal year 26. I will now recognize, where is the Chairman Joyce? He got up and walked out. Well, we will be in temporary recess until. Yeah, no kidding. When he comes in, give him a hard time. Yeah, it's over. We thought without strong leadership, we just accepted every Democratic amendment and moved on. Amen. Is somebody like emailing him or calling him? Well, you have to begin these things with a laugh. So Joyce is certainly doing his part. It might carry. Hey! Oh! Hey! Hey! Well, you don't need to apologize to me. There's a whole committee here you can apologize to. So to repeat my last line uttered several minutes ago, I'll now recognize Chairman Joyce to present the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Cole, and I apologize for running a little bit tardy there. I made the mistake of going down to my office and ran into some new friends. I guess they are in the hallway. Anyhow, I'm pleased to be here to present the fiscal year 2026 Financial Service and General Government Appropriations Bill for the full committee's consideration and appeal. I'd like to thank Chairman Cole and Ranking Member DeLauro, and of course, I'd like to thank Ranking Member Hoyer. I value his insights on and off of this subcommittee. I'm proud of the bill we're marking up today. It reflects the hard work of the subcommittee since March. Counting our member day, we've had 9 hearings on top of the additional briefings to inform our work. As all of you know, the Financial Services and General Government, or FSGG bill, covers a broad swath of federal government, including the Department of Treasury, the Executive Office of the President, the Federal Judiciary, and more than 20 independent commissions, departments, and agencies. The FSGG top-line funding level for fiscal year 2026 is $23.341 billion, $410 million less than last fiscal year 2025 allocation. This number includes the disaster funding we provide the Small and Business Administration. In drafting the fiscal year 2026 bill, I focused on 3 priorities: ensuring fiscal responsibility, leveraging new technology, and strengthening national security. These are priorities of which members on both sides of the aisle should agree and support. Title I funds the Department of the Treasury at $11.3 billion. This is a 20.4% lower than the fiscal year 2025 enacted levels and 5.8% less than the bill we reported out of the full committee last year. Within the Department of Treasury, the bill funds the Committee on Foreign Investment of the United States at $21 million, the Office of Terrorism and Financial Intelligence at $230.5 million, and the Community Development Financial Institutions Fund at $276.6 million. Title II funds the Executive Office of the President, or EOP. Funding the EOP is cut by 3.6% from fiscal year 2025 enacted levels to $828 million. Within the EOP, the bill funds the Office of Management and Budget at $129 million, OMB, as a reminder, received $100 million in the reconciliation bill. The Information Technology Oversight Account and Reform Account, ITOR, at $10 million, which is the administration's request. The High-Intensity Drug Trafficking Area, or HIDA, program within the Office of the National Drug Control Policy, or ONDCP, at $299 million, and the Drug-Free Communities Program at $136 million. Title III of the bill funds the federal judiciary. Like members of Congress, we need to ensure the security of our Supreme Court justices, our federal judges, and the people that work in our federal court system. The bill provides $18 million for the Supreme Court justices' personal security. The bill funds court security at $892 million. We ensure the Administrative Office of the United States Court has the funding it needs to strengthen their cybersecurity and IT modernization efforts. Title IV sets out the federal payments to the District of Columbia, which are cut by 4.6% from the fiscal year 2025 enacted levels to $823 million. To support the President's efforts to make D.C. safer, we fund the emergency planning and security costs in D.C. account at $70 million to ensure the District of Columbia has sufficient federal funding for public events in the nation's capital during the fiscal year 2026. This includes securing events like our country's 250th anniversary celebration. Title V funds our independent agencies. This includes the SEC, the FTC, the FCC, GSA, USPS, SBA, and other smaller agencies. Total funding for the Title V is approximately $1.5 billion, which is 34.4% reduction from the fiscal year 2025 enacted. Finally, this bill continues the important policies that apply across the federal government and the District of Columbia in Titles 6, 7, and 8. Most of these provisions are legacy riders which have been around for years, if not decades. These provisions reaffirm important pro-life protections, defund the disastrous climate rule, stop the Biden-era divisive social policies, prohibit mask and vaccine mandates, protect traditional marriage, codify the REINS Act, and other critical executive orders issued by President Trump, including eliminating waste and saving taxpayers' dollars by consolidating procurement, restoring common sense to federal office space management, modernizing payments to and from America's bank account, and protecting America's bank account from waste, fraud, and abuse. As I said at the beginning, I'm proud of the work the subcommittee has accomplished to date. I would close by encouraging my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this important bill, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'd now like to recognize my good friend, Mr. Hoyer of Maryland, for remarks on the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to, at the outset, thank Chairman Joyce. On the record, I'll thank Mr. Joyce for his fairness and for his listening to some of my suggestions and even pursuing some of them. We had a number of hearings, as he said, including the 9th, which was the Members' Day, but we had 8 substantive hearings on the issues before this committee. They were good hearings, and I want to thank him for scheduling some, but not all of the people that I think we should have heard from about the consequences of the actions that we're going to take today. But I want to thank the staff, in particular Matt Smith and Phil Tizani, my own staff as well, and the committee staff, Kim Betts, James Gilkonski, Alex Yost, Mike Patterson, Paulus Toma, and others. And I want to thank the staff in my office as well for their help. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill is not going to see the light of day in the United States Senate. Mr. Chairman the chairman of the big committee, full chairman, has observed that this was a start. We are starting 27 days before the end of the fiscal year. That's not a good start. In part, we're not starting because, as the chairman told us, we were unable, and subcommittee chairmen have told me, we were unable to get information from OMB. Contrary to the law and contrary to past practice. But I want to thank Chairman Joyce and all the staff that I have mentioned, Quinn Hirsch on my staff has been terrific. I know they share many of my frustrations about the sorry state of our appropriations process. They did their best to make the most of our subcommittee's meager allocation. And by the way, we are one of the last committees to be funded. And we did not adopt all of our 302Bs at the same time, and therefore did not know what money would be left over at the end of the process. The bill before us is severely cuts funding for the FSGG by $3.2 billion, or 12% below the fiscal year 2025, which of course was the fiscal year 24 enacted, put together by an administration then in office in December 23. That cut is debilitating, but it's not surprising. This bill is a product of the same policy that the Republicans have been pursuing for decades, in my view. And that policy is, you're on your own. We're not here to help you. We're not here to reach out and lift you up. We're not here to assist you in the challenges that may be facing you. You're on your own. You're particularly on your own if you live in the District of Columbia. Republicans continue to withhold the $1 billion. The chairman mentioned that the $70 million for D.C. to assure safety. What he didn't say was we cut $1 billion out and we're doing 70 back. That's a pretty bad trade. That $1 billion took from the city government earlier this year, money that the district collected from its own citizens, not federal money, D.C. tax money, revenues. That is tantamount, my friends, to defunding, in part, the Metropolitan Police Department. Republicans also slipped poison pills into this bill that make it harder for D.C. to enforce traffic laws, that make it easier to carry concealed weapons in the district and on the metro. Everyone in this room wants to make the nation's capital safe and safer. That is happening, by the way, if you look at the statistics, very substantially down from recent years. What Trump is doing in the district is not about safety, however. It's a show of force against his political opponents and a loyalty test for his coalition. We don't need mass federal agents from a dozen different agencies swarming the streets without a coherent strategy. We don't need to take thousands of National Guardsmen away from their families to patrol the district. There was no emergency. Are there crimes? Yes. Should we do everything we can to eliminate crime, period? Yes. But it is a bad policy to start using our armed forces to accomplish that objective. And defunding the Metropolitan Police was not a way to get to our objective. We could have used them on January 6th, by the way, our National Guard, to stop Trump's insurrectionists from maiming our Capitol Police. But Trump told us for hours, members of the Congress of the United States, the institution of the Constitution, you're on your own. Even as Speaker McCarthy implored him to stop the mob, no National Guard were called out immediately. Later, he told the insurrectionists, the criminals, those who pled guilty to crimes, you're pardoned. Is that tough on crime? The consequences of this administration's actions in this bill extend far beyond D.C. The bill's major offense is to undermine the goal of reducing our deficit. We all ought to condemn this $2.79 billion or 23% cut below the 25 level of the Internal Revenue Service. The agencies whose work makes all the other activities of our government possible. That includes a more than $2.4 billion or 45% cut below the fiscal year 25 enacted for IRS enforcement. $2.4 billion from $5.4 billion, leaving $3 billion. That's a very, very substantial cut. That will make it easier for millionaires, billionaires, and corporations to avoid paying what they owe. IRS data suggests that every $1 invested in enforcement yields 7 in revenue return. Crucially, research from Harvard and the Treasury Department itself found that when targeted at the top 10% of earners, $1 invested in IRS enforcement yields $12 in revenue. So this $2.4 billion cut results in $29 billion in lost revenue this year. Is that fiscally responsible? Hardworking Americans who dutifully pay their taxes each year will have to pick up the tab for the hundreds of billions of dollars in lost revenue from this bill over the years. Those same folks will also have harder time filing their taxes because of this legislation cuts to IRS customer service. The president asked for $853 million more than this bill appropriates for IRS services. No phones are going to be answered. No people are going to be at the offices to help people as they come in. And of course, direct file has been eliminated as well. This bill reduces funding for the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, the Office of Terrorism and Financial Intelligence, and other agencies tasked with going after criminals and keeping the Americans safe. Maybe the National Guard will do it. Under this administration, you're certainly on your own if you're a federal worker. Worse than that, Trump, Vogt, and their Doge co-conspirators think federal workers are all villains and they ought to be put in trauma. Sadly, Mr. Chairman, this legislation maintains the pay freeze the Trump administration imposed. They've now come back with 1%. I'll be offering an amendment later. They ought to receive 3.8% cost of living adjustment, maintaining pay parity with our military service members, which the president proposed. Even the agencies that were left largely intact, thanks to the efforts of Chairman Joyce, and I thank him for that, still aren't safe, not when this administration is willing to impound, rescind, and redirect funding directed by the Congress and signed into law by the president. I will say once again, Mr. Vogt and this administration believe that what we do here today and what the Senate does and we pass and the president signs is a suggestion, not a law. It won't matter how much we give the agencies if Russell Vogt illegally withholds, impounds, and redirects that funding as he sees fit. Back in July, Vogt said the appropriations process has to be less bipartisan. As it is less bipartisan, it becomes less passable, and there's more likelihood we'll do some sort of omnibus or maybe even next year some CR. Frankly, it doesn't sound like he wants an appropriation process to exist at all. Indeed, he has acted over the last 7 to 8 months as if the appropriation process is irrelevant and without consequence. That's something we all ought to stand against in support of this institution and this committee. If the people's representatives are irrelevant, our democracy is dead. Don't leave the American people on their own. Vote no.
Thank the gentleman. I now recognize myself for remarks on the bill. I want to thank you, Chairman Joyce, and thank you, Ranking Member Hoyer, Ranking Member of the Full Committee DeLaura, and all the members of the subcommittee. Today, we continue our work on fiscal year 2026 Financial Services and General Government Appropriations Bill. This legislation impacts every American and the good governance of our constituents expect. From our economy and the branches of the United States government, including the Executive Office of the President and the federal judiciary, to financial agencies, the scope of this bill is vast. Taxpayers expect us to meet the most pressing needs while cutting waste and ending policies that don't work. This bill does just that. It reduces spending below last year's level, ensuring dollars are directed where they matter the most. Fiscal responsibility does not mean pulling back on essential services. It means focusing on investments that protect freedom and strengthen our country. We show how to make necessary choices that reflect the priorities of the American people. Importantly, this measure advances President Trump's America First agenda. It blocks harmful Biden-era rules, reins in wasteful programs, and ensures government works smarter, faster, and more efficiently for the people. This includes critical investments in cybersecurity and IT modernization, protecting our financial systems from bad actors, safeguarding hardworking Americans from IRS overreach, and strengthening efforts to stop fentanyl and other deadly drugs from pouring into our communities. The measure also codifies several important executive orders to protect taxpayers from waste, fraud, and abuse and prevent improper payments. All in all, it supports hardworking Americans and small businesses by protecting consumer freedom, upholding our financial and judicial systems, and driving economic growth. I thank Chairman Joyce for his work, and I look forward to consideration of this bill by the full committee today. And with that, I yield back. I now recognize Ranking Member DeLore for her opening remarks on the legislation.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to you and to Chairman Joyce for your work together and your friendships, and as we try to move forward with the financial services and general government full committee markup. I also want to just say a thank you and welcome back, everyone. I hope it was a good August recess, and I'm sure everybody was working, but as well as enjoying family and friends for a while before we get back to what we're doing here. And I often quote Betty Davis's comment from the movie All About Eve: "Fasten your seatbelts; it's going to be a bumpy ride." So as we move forward, let me just acknowledge two things before I make my remarks, and that is I just want to welcome the Free DC advocates who are here today, and Mr. Hoyer has addressed the issues, the $1 billion that is out there, and actually to allow DC government to do what is in the best interest of DC residents, but continue your advocacy. The other issue I do want to mention, Mr. Chairman, because you and I have been down this road many times. On the record, I want to say on the record that while our committee rules technically allow our full committee to mark up a bill, while there is a different appropriations bill on the floor, our longstanding practice had been to avoid it. And I know what the rules are. It says no subcommittee shall sit while the House is reading an appropriation measure for amendment under the 5-minute rule or while the committee is in session. And yes, in fact, this is a full committee, not a subcommittee. But nevertheless, that is a technicality. And today, there's the energy and water bill that's on the floor. People have an interest in the energy and water bill, both in wanting to speak or what it means for their constituents. And members are put in a position to either miss the debate on the floor or miss it in committee. And I hope that, maybe after today, and we can have a discussion, we will revert to our longstanding tradition of avoiding the conflicts when one of our bills is on the House floor. The work that we do here and the work of appropriations on the floor is critical. It should not be undermined with regard to a technicality. And I have a feeling that that is broad-based on the full committee. Democrats and Republicans feel exactly the same way about this. So I thank you for listening to me on that. Also want to say a thanks to our subcommittee staff, both sides of the aisle. Let me shout out in particular Matt Smith and Philip Tizzani. Goes without saying, I oppose this bill. It ignores the growing cost of living crisis. It provides cover for billionaires, the biggest corporations, to continue hoarding and stealing wealth while gutting protections that make the economy work for the middle class and for the working class. Americans are struggling with rising costs of everyday necessities. They struggle every day. They live paycheck to paycheck, but the president and House Republicans are not laser focused on the cost of living crisis. In fact, they are making it worse. Since taking office, President Trump's administration has stolen resources that Democrats and Republicans appropriated for programs and services across the federal government, including many funded in this bill that make the economy work and keep the playing field level for everyday Americans and that keep products safe for our children. Office of Management and Budget Director Russ Vought has orchestrated a lawless upheaval of the entire federal government based on his deluded and debunked views of government and of the law. He has decided that his views, his priorities are superior to the priorities, the directives, and the lawful decisions of the Democratic and Republican representatives in the United States Congress. That is the fundamental issue. Vogt does not care about the law. The latest example of this disregard came on Friday with his illegal pocket rescissions request. Vogt doesn't care about the Congress. He wants to upend the bipartisan appropriations process. And he certainly does not concern himself with the plight of the American people. He wants to govern by illegal impoundments, by reconciliation, rescissions, thereby getting around or eliminating the role of the Appropriations Committee, the nerve center of the government, and as is set out in the Constitution. Grover Norquist, founder of the Americans for Tax Reform, said in 2001 he wanted to shrink the government to the size that you can, quote, drown it in a bathtub, end quote. Russ Vought is pursuing Norquist's vision. While he eliminates agencies, fires civil servants, steals funding from the American people, Russ Vought is concentrating power and resources in his agency, determined to give himself unchecked control over the entire federal government. At the same time, Republicans' big ugly bill hands massive tax breaks to billionaires and to corporations. It also provides Russ Vought's Office of Management and Budget with an unprecedented, unwarranted, and unjustified $100 million windfall, while he shutters and dismantles agencies that are delivering services the American people rely on. He also is looking at $129 million in this bill. $229 million. Our job is to say no to his budget request. And unfortunately, the bill the House Republicans have put before us goes even further to ensure that the economy works for no one but the wealthiest billionaires and largest corporations. This bill says to billionaires and to price gouging corporations, your taxes, we're looking the other way. Your consumer products, we take your word that they are safe. Your scams and junk fees, those are none of our business. Market manipulation, insider trading, go right ahead. What does this bill say to the middle class or working class families? You're on your own. On the heels of a massive $4.5 trillion giveaway to billionaires and corporations in the big ugly bill, this bill guts the Internal Revenue Service. An underfunded IRS means slower processing of Americans' tax returns, delays to crucial benefits like the child tax credit, but it also means that those with the most resources, like billionaires, powerful corporations, can escape scrutiny and avoid paying taxes when the IRS cannot afford to ensure they are meeting their obligations. On average audits, each dollar of IRS spending yields just over $2. But for the wealthiest tenth of 1%, audits produce nearly triple the return, with each dollar yielding over $6 in revenue. 2021, at least 55 of the largest corporations in America, in a year when they took in over $40 billion in pre-tax income, paid no federal corporate income taxes. Zero. Nike, Hewlett-Packard, Dish Network paid zero federal income taxes, profiting on the backs of honest American families. After Republicans already gave billionaires more tax breaks, now they are kneecapping the IRS, thwarting enforcement of the tax code. This bill cuts the Federal Trade Commission and the Security and Exchange Commission, which means scam peddling, price gouging, and market manipulating corporations get a green light. Families try to avoid groceries and save for their retirement only get empty promises. These cuts are not just numbers on a page. They have severe consequences for all American people. In April, the Consumer Product Safety Commission recalled several products that posed a danger to toddlers in Connecticut and across the country. The children's ride-on Tonka dump trucks were recalled due to burn risks. Wooden-shaped sorter car toys sold on Amazon were recalled due to a choking hazard. No one in my district told me they voted for more dangerous toys for their children. Yet the following month, DOGE began weakening the Consumer Product Safety Commission, firing commissions as the administration seeks the dismantling of the Consumer Product Safety Commission. This bill furthers their goal by cutting the commission's funding, putting children at risk, enabling corporations to sell dangerous products. And while Republicans claim they are concerned with election security, they are taking steps to make elections easier to steal. They're cutting funding for the Election Assistance Commission by 40%, gutting the independent bipartisan commission that helps keep elections fair and secure. Connecticut's Secretary of State, Stephanie Thomas, reached out to me. She expressed her concern for the ramifications of such a cut to the EAC, warning, and I quote, "At a time when this administration is putting increased pressure on local election workers, they are removing the tools that help states run safe, secure, and accessible elections. By cutting the EAC's budget, they are taking away the support our cities and towns rely on to serve voters and ensure that our election equipment is secure. Congress needs to understand that you get what you pay for," end quote. Weaker consumer protections, weaker election security. Do you really believe that the American people asked for any of this? Republicans have put forward yet another bill that favors billionaires and corporations, yet another bill that does not fight waste, fraud, and abuse, but embraces it. I cannot support this bill. I thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady for her comments. Before we move on, I want to address very quickly a point my good friend made that I agree with. Gentlelady's correct about the challenges of having a bill on the floor and a bill in committee at the same time. It's not a practice that I did lightly or enjoy doing at all, and I would agree with your remarks. We did it largely because, frankly, we had a week taken away from us that shouldn't have been, in my view, and believe me, my leadership heard about my view on that ad infinitum. And that cost us two bills in, and then we left for what I would consider too long an August break. And that cost us yet another bill. So we're in a timeline crunch, and I know my friend wants to get to a resolution, and the best thing we can do are get bills out of here. We're not going to agree on the bills at this point. We never do, and that's fine. But I know we need to get them out so we can sit down and begin to hammer out the differences. So I regret very much the inconvenience this causes to lots of members, not the least the members that are on the floor itself, two of our best members, Ranking Member Capter and, of course, Chairman Fleischman. But it was just unavoidable to, keep things moving. And we will try to minimize that in the future.
I thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I
know
thank
where
you for
are
making
on
the
this.
point,
I
because
wanted
it's
to-
a fair point, and it's the right point to have made. And I would even agree a little bit with my friend from Maryland. We got the presidential budget much later than required, and we did not get all the information we needed, and that's been another problem in scheduling. I will tell you this, though, that was true of almost every administration I've ever seen in their first year. Nobody ever gets it. I mean, we require a budget with no penalty by February the 15th. The President of the United States was inaugurated January the 19th. Nobody makes that bill or that deadline. But we did have some difficulty in getting the information we needed in a timely fashion. We have enough to proceed now, but the gentleman made a fair point, and I want to acknowledge that as well. Having said that, again, best thing we can do is proceed and try and get our work done and move into the next phase of the process. So with that, are there any other members wishing to make general comments on the bill? Gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Bishop, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Chairman Cole, and thank you, Ranking Member DeLauro. Thank you, Chairman Joyce, and Ranking Member Hoyer. I wish I could stand here today in support of this bill, but I can't. Not in good conscience. I can't vote yes to pass it out of committee as it's currently written. The Financial Services and General Government Bill for FY26 is deeply flawed, and I'm disappointed in the direction that it takes. Let's call it what it is. It's a gift to the powerful, and it's a slap in the face to working people. The bill guts the IRS's enforcement budget yet again, and we know exactly whom that helps: billionaires and big corporations that can afford to use dubious accounting tricks and sometimes outright fraud, while everyone else gets stuck footing the bill. If there's a problem with the tax code, we should change it through legislation. The majority had the opportunity to do that just a couple of months ago. It simply does not make sense that the majority lacks such faith in the tax bill that it passes. And it doesn't make sense to exacerbate the problems that already burden the IRS because of chronic underfunding, leading to delays and confusion that make it harder for everyday folks to file their taxes. But it doesn't stop there. The bill also slashes funding for the Federal Trade Commission, our nation's watchdog for unfair business practices, right after President Trump fired 2 commissioners. It rewards that abuse of power, and it undercuts an agency that protects people from scams, price gouging, and junk fees. It's the same story with the Consumer Product Safety Commission. 3 commissioners fired illegally without cause. And again, silence in this bill. Instead, the agency sees a funding cut, which only makes it harder to keep dangerous products off store shelves. Working families and honest businesses ultimately pay the price when watchdogs get defanged. By slashing support for the Small Business Administration, the bill cuts programs that help small business owners lower energy costs and stay competitive. On top of all that, the bill is stuffed with more than 60 extreme policy riders. It attacks reproductive rights, DC self-governance, and clean energy programs. My colleagues across the aisle would rather force through a dangerous political agenda than sensibly fund our government. And even with election threats growing by the day, this bill pays lip service to election security. If my colleagues truly cared about protecting our elections from foreign interference, they'd put the resources behind it. But instead, we get empty rhetoric and zero urgency while they put the right to vote at risk. Election security grants providing funding for critical equipment upgrades and hardening security against our global adversaries. It is imperative that we not bury our hands in the sand when it comes to the constant threat international actors pose to our election security and our election integrity. This bill weakens the agencies and the programs that protect consumers, support small businesses, and safeguard our democracy. I oppose this legislation as it stands, and I encourage my colleagues to importantly incorporate truly bipartisan priorities and bring Congress back to its position as co-equal branch of government. I cannot support the bill in its present form, and I urge a no vote. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. McCollum, is recognized for opening remarks on the bill.
For yielding. I rise in opposition to fiscal year 2026 financial services and general government appropriations bill. I'm disappointed, and I'm going to keep it to just to one area, to see that this bill fails to provide a safe harbor for banks, credit unions, and other financial institutions that provide services to hemp, state-sanctioned cannabis businesses. Without this common sense legislation, which has been included in past bills, this bill fails to ensure that all businesses have access to financial services. But for now, as I said, I'm going to really limit my conversation and focus on hemp and hemp farming. There are many states that have passed state laws working on hemp farming. I started working on this in 1992 when I was a member of the Minnesota State Legislature. For right now, California, Colorado, Florida, Kentucky, Arkansas, Arizona, Hawaii, Illinois, Indiana, Connecticut, Michigan, Delaware, Idaho, Kansas, Maine, Minnesota, Oregon, Virginia, Louisiana, Maryland, Nebraska, Tennessee, New York, and Georgia all are working with their farmers to produce hemp. Now, the hemp in the past 6 years and across the country in Minnesota have rebuilt a domestic supply chain of hemp and hemp products that are authorized under the 2018 Farm Bill. And I was trying to get a hold of Dr. Harris to make sure I support what he has put in the Farm Bill for some of his legislation language on that. These farmers provide feedstock for the hemp extraction market, which is valued over $28 billion and has created over 300,000 agricultural and retail jobs. Hemp is used in a variety of projects: textiles, paper, cardboard alternatives, construction of concrete, insulation, drywall, lotions, oils for therapeutic and medical purposes. Hemp businesses are legal. Banks serving hemp businesses must file suspicious activity reports with the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network. Many banks are, find this heavy compliance burdensome, and they live in fear of federal penalties. As a result, many hemp businesses operate primarily in cash, jeopardizing the safety of their employees, their customers, or they seek the few banks who are willing to accept the risk. Until we do something to regulate this common sense hemp and cannabis policy, and as we get it implemented, we won't be able to ensure that all businesses have access to the financial services they need to operate with their hemp or farm businesses. I'd like to thank my friend, and I don't say this very often, and the good chair, Chairman Joyce, for being a leader on this issue. I look forward to continuing to work with you. And if we could do something just for hemp farms, working with what's in the Farm Bill with Chairman Harris, I think it would be a big boon for the 20 states that I listed, for farmers, for our agriculture here in the United States. And with that, Mr. Chair, I thank you for the time, and I yield back a lot of time.
Did. The gentlelady has set an admirable example. I hope others follow. So I thank the gentlelady. I now recognize my good friend, the gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Kapner, for opening remarks on the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your comments earlier about trying to find a way to allow me both to handle a bill tonight on the floor and be allowed to work in committee. So Chairman Cole, Ranking Member DeLauro, Chairman Joyce, and Ranking Member Hoyer, I am very honored to speak on this legislation before us today. Yet again, we are gathered to go over a bill which puts billionaires first while slashing resources for our nation's families and households. This Financial Services and General Government Appropriations Bill puts billionaires first by limiting the Internal Revenue Service's ability to make sure the ultra-wealthy and big corporations pay their fair share of taxes. We all know the Internal Revenue Service is 20,000 persons short to do that, and those at the very top of the income scale are let free to skate wherever they wish. We also know that this bill hurts our economy by decimating the Small Business Administration. I come from a small business family. We know this bill forces Americans to pay more for the mandatory act of filing their taxes. And the bill puts our citizenry and children at risk by cutting the Consumer Product Safety Commission. How backwards is that? And this bill continues to jeopardize core functions of our constitutionally mandated United States Postal Service, a beloved government service dating back 250 years, for which I used to carry all over my community. So I don't see how these efforts align with my Republican colleagues' constant refrain of America first and families first. Really? Let me turn to my home state of Ohio, where there are almost 1 million small businesses. These businesses cover a wide variety of industries and employ over 2.25 million Ohioans. When I visit small businesses across my district, I see Ohioans supporting their community and creating our culture through their work as local pharmacists, bakers, producers, mechanics, farmers, growers, and too many professions to list. Yet this proposed bill cuts, are you ready, $324 million, a third of $1 billion, from the United States Small Business Administration, threatening the more than 62 million Americans who work in or own a small business or need a loan or refinancing a loan. This cut won't just limit the SBA's crucial support for American businesses that make and grow what makes and grows America, but will also jeopardize our local, state, regional, and national economies. Over 97% of exporters are small businesses who contribute to the overall $1.8 trillion in exported goods from the United States each year, and we sure need to export more than we import. This bill also makes it harder for small businesses and their employees to file their taxes by eliminating the free Internal Revenue Service direct file program. As a pilot program, this system saved 140,000 Americans across 12 states an estimated $5.6 million in tax preparation fees last year. So this is just a small glimpse of the tremendous savings we could give to all taxpayers if this program was implemented in all 50 states. The pilot programs were an overwhelming success, and this bill throws the baby out with the bathwater by unfairly terminating the entire direct file program. That's taking American business backwards. This shows how House Republicans are clearly choosing greedy tax filing corporations over helping American taxpayers in the small business realm. They don't care about helping you to save money. They care about their H&R Block and TurboTax lining their pockets with your hard-earned money. The choice to put corporations ahead of working Americans does not end there. For over 50 years, the Consumer Product Safety Commission has helped keep the American public safe. They are responsible for a nearly 50% decline in fire deaths. They've almost certainly eliminated child deaths by refrigerator or garage doors. And they've contributed to the 80% decrease in childhood poisonings. Even though the Consumer Product Safety Commission has repeatedly shown that they are efficient and successful with the funds they are given, this bill advocates for deep, severe, harmful cuts. Slashing the Consumer Product Safety Commission only benefits, guess who? Big corporations. As one constituent said to me the other day, Marcy, America doesn't belong to us anymore. It's gone corporate. And we can sort of see the current majority party will continue to put billionaires ahead of the people of our country and their families. Your priority is seen again in your efforts to diminish and break down the Postal Service so privatization becomes the path. The Postal Service was created in our Constitution. It is not like any other organization. It has a noble and legal obligation as the nation's largest non-military government service. It serves every household. It serves every business. And it's still the most affordable rate for mail pieces and for boxes. So I urge my colleagues to reflect on their intentions for this bill and the long-term implications were to become law. Unless this bill is heavily amended, I'll be voting no, and I urge my colleagues to do the same, to vote for the American people, not just the billionaire class. I thank you, and I yield back.
Thank gentlelady. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, is recognized for opening remarks on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today, as I have the past 9 appropriations bills this committee has considered this year, to express my deep concern with terribly low funding levels and rampant partisan riders. While I have deep respect for both my friends, Chairman Joyce, and a true mentor, Ranking Member Hoyer, I am unable to support this bill. One of the most vital agencies this bill funds is the Consumer Product Safety Commission, which, among other critical public safety responsibilities, funds drowning prevention through the Virginia Graham-Baker Act, or VGB. The VGB program directly reduces injuries and deaths at pools and spas through a grant and education and national awareness campaign. Drowning is the #1 cause of preventable death for children younger than 5 in this country. I know a lot of people aren't aware of that, but that is fact. And sadly, prevention efforts at the federal level are nearly non-existent. This is a passion of mine throughout my entire legislative career, and this is the bill where I have the opportunity to help raise people's awareness and ensure that we can all commit ourselves to trying to prevent young children from needlessly dying. I do truly appreciate that this bill continues to recognize that drowning is a public health issue by including $2.5 million for the VGB grant program. This continues providing assistance to states, local governments, and Indian tribes for education, training, and enforcement of pool safety requirements. But I'm hopeful that for America's leading cause of preventable death for our youngest, most vulnerable children, that we can do more over time, because we must commit ourselves to end this scourge of preventable deaths. I'm hopeful that for America's leading cause of preventable death for our youngest, most vulnerable children, that we can at least commit to that. I'm equally troubled by the recent assaults against the CPSC and its independence, where only the 3 Democratic, large D, commissioners were fired without cause. Every day, the CPSC stops unforeseen tragedies in homes across America. It's an agency that needs more independence and funding, not interference and elimination. If Trump succeeds in taking a wrecking ball to it, more dangerous toys, cribs, and electronics will end up in American homes, endangering families everywhere. I plead with each of you on this committee to do all we can to ensure it remains well-funded and nonpartisan in its work. Another critical agency that this subcommittee delivers much-needed oversight to is the United States Postal Service. The hardworking men and women of the Postal Service sounded the alarm bell for over 6 years now, but time and again, the USPS's previous leadership dismissed those concerns and Congress's role to conduct lawful and effective oversight. Whether it's closing post offices, assigning accurate zip codes, disrupted distribution facilities, or missing or stolen mail, the USPS's leadership needs a more involved Congress, and thankfully this bill begins to meet that challenge. We've rallied together as a committee to hold the USPS accountable, and I'm glad that this bill continues to move in that direction. While I appreciate those provisions, the overall bill is unacceptable, especially so when you take into consideration the reckless cuts and the awful partisan policy riders attached to this bill. Just like our previous appropriations bills, the majority and this president are focused on anything but making life more affordable for the American people. While shielding corporate greed, promoting more price gouging, and gutting protections for children and families, this bill and the president's budget request walk away from Republicans' commitment to lower costs, securing our elections, and promoting competition in our economy. Look at some of the president's commitments and what this bill does. President Trump said he would fight drug addiction and an illicit drug trade that destroys so many families. Yet the Office of the National Drug Control Policy sees a cut under this bill and was underfunded in the president's budget request by over $433 million. This includes the Drug-Free Communities program, which Trump tried to cut to zero, but thankfully Chairman Joyce and Ranking Member Hoyer knew better and saved the program's funding. The president and his administration time and again said they would restore our foreign policy leadership and national security, but they cut the National Security Council and the Office of the National Cyber Director. Worst of all, this funding bill and the president's budget makes clear that American families, children, and vulnerable communities will lose out, all so that greed and those who skirt the law for a quick buck can win. The Federal Trade Commission, the Consumer Product Safety Commission, and the SEC all see cuts. We all know this makes it harder to keep our families safe, our economy strong, and our markets competitive. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that you tried to insulate some of the damage of the president's budget request, but it's clear to me and to my constituents that this bill leaves working Americans in the dust, and it does it all to lift up the privileged few who play inside Trump's golf clubs. It could have been worse, but I cannot support a bill that leaves so many Americans behind and makes life more dangerous for our children and busy working families. Children, especially, cannot ensure their own safety. We have laws that need a robust CPSC to do that when those responsible fail them. With a heavy heart, I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Bocan, is recognized for opening remarks on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today we are considering a bill that does nothing to lower costs for families and only leaves them less protected by having scammers and predatory fees go rampant and ultimately costing them more. This bill only benefits billionaires and big corporations because of the cuts to the Federal Trade Commission, the Consumer Product Safety Commission, and the IRS only allow this behavior to run even more rampant. Oh, sorry, someone's coming through here. All right. Our constituents have been telling us that the cost of living is too high, and this bill fails to do anything to help them. But don't take it from me. Look at the Republican summary for the bill. It has no mention of lowering costs for families. Instead, the closest you can get is it protects consumer freedom in kitchen appliances. That's not exactly what people are asking for. This subcommittee has important jurisdiction. If we want to lower costs, we could fund and empower the Federal Trade Commission, for example, that goes after rising costs. When they're properly funded and empowered to work for the people, we have seen them bring down the price of inhalers, ban junk fees, and go after price fixing in the rental housing market. If you want to actually bring down the national debt, how about funding the IRS? Study after study finds that when we fund the IRS and have them go after the wealthiest tax cheats, we bring in far more than we spend. This bill proposes that we cut the IRS enforcement nearly in half, 44%. And it's such a large cut that it makes up for 80% of all the cuts in this bill. A study that I know Mr. Hoyer mentioned as well found that every dollar we invest in auditing the wealthy yields $12 in revenue for the federal government. The most recent projections from the IRS estimate the tax gap is over $600 billion a year. That's money that's owed to the government that we're unable to collect because we don't have the staff to go and enforce the existing laws. But who are we cutting? Well, we're cutting money for the Small Business Administration, a 9% cut. I don't believe I have small business owners calling my office asking for less support. But you know who doesn't get a cut in this bill? DOGE. DOGE gets a $2 million increase despite no transparency or any idea of what's going on in that office. Do we even know who's working there? We never have had a budget hearing with them, and surely we can find better places to send those funds. Unfortunately, we're considering a bill that has no chance of becoming law as written. However, we are continuing a process that ultimately hurts this institution. We are a co-equal branch of government, not a subservient branch of government, yet we're acting like it when the president does rescissions of the very funds that we all, in a bipartisan way, have approved. It's going to be something that's going to have a longer term impact than us right now. When I was home over the August break, I was mentioning a former elected official from Wisconsin to some people from a couple decades ago, and no one knew who the person was. Look, people aren't really going to remember most of us down the road in a couple decades, but the actions we do right now will linger, and they can linger in a stenchy way, or they can linger in a good way. Unfortunately, by not standing up to another branch of government that's taking away our Article I powers from the Constitution, we are diminishing this institution. So it's not just this bill, Mr. Chairman, that's diminishing the institution. It's this process. And I am sad. You know, one thing about going back home is you get maybe a little chance to get grounded again. And this place is anything but grounded, Washington, D.C. But what we're doing matters, and what we're doing is really hurtful to the institution. We survived the last Trump presidency by working together on this committee and getting things done. And for your sake, you've survived the Biden administration by doing the same. But right now, we don't need to be simps for the president. And unfortunately, too many of our actions are like that. And I would hope that we would find a way to stand up. It's hard to trust each other when rescissions are occurring of our funds. And you know, I know you have a tight margin. That's going to make things tough between now and September 30th, but it's also the actions really that are making this the toughest, and it's what makes me the saddest when I come back to Washington knowing that we don't have enough respect for ourselves to do the right thing, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. Watson Coleman, is recognized for remarks on the bill.
Have not because you asked not. So could I ask that the temperature in this room be elevated just 2 degrees so that I'm not freezing from my nose to my toes? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the Financial Services and Government Appropriations Bill before you needs my attention. Because the bill before us today is more than just a spending bill. It is a statement of priorities. Unfortunately, these priorities are deeply skewed. This bill is written to benefit billionaires and big corporations, to weaken protections for ordinary consumers, and to override the democratic choices of the people of the District of Columbia. Let me start with how this bill benefits billionaires and the wealthy. The single biggest example is the way it guts the IRS. Enforcement funding is slashed, audits of high-income taxpayers will plummet, and complex cases involving partnerships and multinational corporations will be untouched. We know what that means in practice. Billionaires who hire teams of accountants and lawyers will find it even easier to avoid paying their fair share. Meanwhile, everyday taxpayers, people who get a W-2 and a standard refund, we will have no choice but to make up the difference. On top of that, the bill blocks the IRS from expanding its free direct file program, a simple online tool that would let ordinary Americans file their taxes without paying private companies. Who benefits from killing the direct file? Well, that would be the big tax prep corporations and their wealthy investors. Who loses? 10 millions of people, taxpayers, who will be forced to keep paying these fees just to fulfill a civic duty. This bill also handcuffs the SEC and the FTC, two agencies whose job is to protect markets and consumers. The SEC is prevented from enforcing full rules that would make large corporations disclose cybersecurity risks and provide clearer tax transparency. So that means more megas go unchecked. More monopolistic practices are tolerated, and small businesses, well, they get squeezed out. Consumers end up paying higher prices, and workers lose bargaining power, all so that a few massive corporations and the billionaires who own them can consolidate even more wealth and power, not unlike what the president is trying to do with our government. So when the supporters of this bill say it's about fiscal restraint, let's be clear, it is not. It is about stacking the deck for the wealthy and the powerful. Now let me turn to how this bill harms consumers. The cuts to the FTC and the SEC and the other regulatory agencies mean fewer investigators, fewer enforcement actions, and fewer safeguards. That leaves consumers more exposed to scams, fraud, deceptive advertising, and financial abuse. Families trying to save for retirement will have less protection against risky Wall Street practices. Small businesses will be left more vulnerable to predatory behavior by their larger corporations. Even the Election Assistance Commission is slashed by nearly 40%, weakening our democracy at a time when voters deserve confidence that our elections are well run. When you hollow out agencies like these, the costs don't disappear. They are simply passed along to ordinary Americans in the form of higher prices, greater risks, and fewer protections. And finally, let's talk about the District of Columbia. Buried in this bill are riders that override the choices of D.C. residents. One of the most troubling is the effort to impose open carry in Washington, D.C. Let's be very clear. The people of the district, through their elected officials, have chosen to maintain strong gun safety laws. These laws reflect the reality that this city is home not just to residents, but also to embassies, federal buildings, schools, and millions of visitors each year. For Congress to step in and dictate gun policy, forcing open carry on a city that has rejected it, it is not only dangerous, it is a profound violation of home rule and democracy. Residents of D.C. deserve the same right to govern themselves as residents of any other state. Instead, this bill undermines their voice and makes their city less safe. So let's step back. What we have here is a bill that protects billionaires from oversight and accountability, leaves consumers exposed to fraud and abuse, strips the power of the District of Columbia of their democratic right to decide their own public safety laws. That is not fiscal responsibility. That is not good governance. That is government that is captured by the wealthy few at the direct expense of the American people. We should reject this bill and demand an appropriation process that reflects the values of fairness, accountability, and democracy. And with that, I yield back and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, gentlelady. Gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli, is recognized for comments on the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. There are a number of deeply troubling aspects of this spending bill, including the insertion of policy riders that are so partisan that they are designed, I think, to make it all but certain that this bill cannot and will not garner bipartisan support. With such a highly partisan legislative strategy, it's no wonder we are currently operating under a full year continuing resolution and staring down a funding abyss at the end of this month. This is not a serious exercise, and I do hope the majority adjusts its strategy before it's too late. I would continue with general observation about the bill, but as the ranking member of the Committee on House Administration, I'd like to spend a few minutes talking about the importance of funding for our elections. Voting is the foundation of our democracy. It is our responsibility to see that every eligible American citizen can cast their ballot and that every vote is counted. The revolutionary idea upon which this country was built is the people govern themselves. There are no kings in America. But the fulfillment of the promise of that vibrant democracy requires people to participate and exercise the right to vote. House Democrats have and will continue tirelessly to work to protect that franchise, and we will continue to press this issue. The effort presents a stark contrast to the Republican agenda, which is constantly focused on restricting access to the ballot and limiting the ability of the people to participate in that vibrant democracy. The bill before us today provides a mere $15 million for election security grants. And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, along with the president, often claim to care about election security. Yet once again, it is deeply disappointing that the refusal to treat funding for our elections with the seriousness that it demands. Over and over again, I hear from state and local election officials across the country doing the work on the ground that one of the most significant needs in election administration is robust and consistent funding. I recall making these same exact points in previous years where this committee attempted to zero out funding for election security grants. Thankfully, those bills were unable to even pass the House floor. And while the bill does include $15 million for election security, that is merely a drop in the bucket for what is necessary. And I'm very grateful to my colleague, Mr. Bishop, for his amendment to quadruple the amount of election funding, which is still less than is necessary. But I will support that amendment and continue to work to assist our state and local election officials, particularly in this environment of increased threats and intimidation to election officials around the country. These public servants are on the front lines of upholding our democracy, ensuring our elections remain accessible, accurate, and transparent, and seeing to it, again, that every eligible American has equitable access to the ballot and their ballot is counted. Under the United States Constitution, both the states and the Congress have a responsibility for regulating our elections. The Elections Clause of the Constitution, Article 1, Section 4, Clause 1 states that the times, places, and manner of holding elections for senators and representatives shall be prescribed in each state by the legislature thereof, but the Congress may at any time by law make or alter such regulations. I would be remiss, colleagues, if I didn't point out there is no mention of the President of the United States' authority to unilaterally eliminate mail-in voting by executive order, contrary to the President's unhinged rants on Truth Social. Such a proposal is unconstitutional, it's unlawful, and it's unserious, and House Democrats are going to vigorously oppose it every single step of the way. During a time when the president is attempting to distract or outright cheat his way through the next election, it's crucial for Congress to both do its job and give state and local election officials the resources they need to do their jobs. Without these resources, we are consciously undermining the very foundation of American democracy. I urge defeat of the bill, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The other gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat, is recognized for opening remarks on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to this bill, which is full of harmful provisions and cuts, which will stunt economic growth by hurting small business owners, opening Americans up to scams, and stopping tax enforcement for large corporations. The bill underfunds small business development centers and minority-led small business owner programs. With nearly 8,000 small businesses within my district, I am concerned that the inadequate allocation of resources will hurt them and their ability to help grow the economy and create more jobs. Small businesses continue to be the biggest employers in our nation, not the big box stores, not the big corporations, but small mom and pop businesses, and they need our help. they need Congress to be an advocate for them. By dismantling and underfunding agencies like the FTC and the Securities and Exchange Commission, this legislation benefits those that seek to scam hardworking Americans. It does nothing to curb OMB's attempt to needlessly withhold funding from programs, and it erases the autonomy that DC has enjoyed for decades and deserves. It continues to enable plainclothes federal law enforcement in unmarked cars to literally kidnap people off the street. For these reasons, I oppose this legislation, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank the gentleman, and the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Underwood, is recognized for remarks on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly oppose the fiscal year 2026 Financial Services and Government Appropriations Bill that we are considering today. As Donald Trump continues his assault on the rule of law, this bill gives him more of the tools he needs to further dismantle our democracy. Once again, Republicans in Congress are prioritizing billionaires and corporate special interests, turning their backs on working families, children, and small businesses. This bill will raise costs for families, harm small businesses, compromise public health, and help the wealthiest more than it helps working people. It helps Donald Trump continue his attack on our system of checks and balances, like his recent illegal attempt to fire Federal Reserve Board Governor Lisa Cook. This bill undermines the stability of our economy and the security of our future. And it makes it easier for criminals inside and outside of this administration to keep breaking the law. Incredibly, this bill gives the IRS less funding in 2025 than when I first came to Congress in 2019. Why? Is it because this majority wants to weaken the IRS's ability to make the president's billionaire buddies pay their fair share? We may disagree about tax policy, but this is not about tax policy. It's about whether the rules apply to everyone. This bill is built for Wall Street executives and white-collar criminals, not working Americans. It makes it easier to cheat and harder to get caught. Friends, when you cut the IRS and make it slower and less effective, you're not somehow lowering taxes. You're just protecting tax cheats and making regular services worse for those who pay their fair share. Cutting the IRS means that billionaires and fraudsters get out of paying theirs, money that could be invested in Medicare, in Social Security, in rural hospitals, in schools, or to pave the roads and bridges our communities depend on. It's shameless. And after passing massive tax cuts for the wealthy that are already sending healthcare costs for working Americans skyrocketing, Republicans in Congress are cutting even more. We should all want an IRS that answers the phone when taxpayers need help, and a high-quality, efficient taxpayer advocate service that helps the caseworkers in all of our offices better serve our constituents. We should all want direct file services so that filing taxes is as easy and cheap as possible. But Republicans are making services like these worse and more expensive. It's a lose-lose. And this bill doesn't stop there. It guts the FTC, the agency that keeps oil and gas companies, grocery mega chains, and online retailers from price gouging families, defrauding consumers, and crushing rural grocers and other small businesses. Why would Republicans weaken the watchdogs that fight against monopoly power? Because these corporations are their friends. They bankroll their campaigns, they fund their inauguration parties, and cash in on Republican tax cuts. Finally, this bill continues the illegal, unnecessary, and expensive occupation of the District of Columbia. President Trump's excuse for his wasteful military occupation of D.C. was supposedly to stop violent crime. But now Republicans are using this bill to overturn D.C.'s own gun laws and allow anyone to carry a concealed gun on the streets of the district, allowing hidden guns in front of the White House, the Capitol, and our nation's monuments while sending our National Guard to patrol the streets is a recipe for disaster. If Republicans really cared about public safety in D.C., they'd release the $1 billion that they gutted from the district's local budget. That's not even federal funding. That's local funding that DC taxpayers have already paid, that Congress won't let them spend because DC is not a state. Those funds could be used to train police officers, improve emergency response, and strengthen community safety. Instead, this Republican Congress is imposing extremist policies, overriding local voices, and undermining the safety they claim to protect. So let's not pretend. Republicans are not serious about lowering costs. They're serious about cutting and privatizing the agencies that protect families, then pointing to underperformance as an excuse to cut them further. The American people want fairness. The data shows working families are paying taxes while the wealthiest do not pay their fair share. The people we represent deserve better. They deserve a functioning IRS that enforces the laws equally. They deserve protection from monopoly abuse, and they deserve to know that their retirement savings are managed responsibly. This bill is the perfect summary of the Republican agenda. Help Donald Trump and their wealthy donors break the law while working people get left behind. I urge my colleagues to oppose it, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Levin, for remarks, but before he makes them, the chair wants to observe, as promised, the chocolate that you distributed from your district was indeed very good. So thank you very much.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. If
Gentleman
anybody,
is recognized, may even get extra time. Who knows?
if anybody wants more
But
chocolates,
don't count
right
on
over here.
that second
Maybe we
one.
could pass those down. Thank you. Those are from my district. Enjoy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank Ranking Member DeLauro as well. Unfortunately, I can't support the bill as written. The bill has some problems that have been discussed, but I think at its core, it fails to hold the administration accountable for ignoring the very appropriations laws passed by this committee. You know, in past markups, I've talked about OMB Director Vogt and specifically how he wants to end the bipartisan appropriations process that I sincerely believe that everyone in this room is committed to. Our constituents expect every one of us to work in good faith across the aisle to deliver results for the communities that we serve. But the work that we do together means nothing if the executive branch destroys the checks and balances our founders created. Mr. Chairman, I'm so pleased to see that plaque is still there on the dais. No money shall be drawn from the Treasury, but in consequence of appropriations made by law, Article 1, Section 9, Clause 7. We all know what that plaque says and what it means. And we also know that there have been presidents throughout history who have tried to expand the power of the executive branch. That's not something new. But I would offer that what this administration is doing really is unprecedented. The Government Accountability Office, again, that's the nonpartisan watchdog. They have said it plainly that the so-called pocket rescissions being considered by the OMB are illegal. They are illegal. They violate the Impoundment Control Act. When the executive branch decides on its own not to spend funds that we appropriated as the Congress, that is illegal. When it substitutes its judgment for Congress's, that also is illegal. And we have to be clear about where this leads. Today, the target of a pocket rescission might be something that you oppose. But tomorrow, it inevitably will be something that you support. If Congress debates it, if Congress passes it, if the president then signs it into law, then that's the law of the land. And what I don't respect and what, frankly, none of us should tolerate is the idea that a president, any president, can turn around and simply refuse, without the consent of Congress, without the appropriate process being followed, just refuse to spend the money required by law because the president doesn't like the policy outcome. That's not his power. That's our power. If we allow a president to pick and choose which laws to enforce and which dollars to spend, then, my friends, we have shredded Article 1 of the Constitution and handed over the very authority that the framers entrusted to us. We are the appropriators. Our job is to defend this institution's constitutional role. And if we don't, we will set a precedent that will weaken Congress for generations or perhaps even permanently. We cannot allow the executive branch to hollow out our power of the purse through illegal pocket rescissions. And of course, beyond this constitutional issue, there are a number of troubling funding changes. First, I'm concerned the bill decimates enforcement funding for the IRS. This is how we go after the tax cheats and the fraudsters. That shouldn't be controversial. At the same time, the bill underfunds taxpayer services at the IRS. the very department that helps to make filing your taxes easier. And all of us, we work for our constituents. We have casework with the IRS, and we want that casework to go smoothly, and we want the IRS to have the funds to be able to respond effectively. We shouldn't be making it harder for everyday Americans to file their taxes while making it easier for some to cheat the system. That's just wrong. I'm also disappointed that the bill cuts funding for the Small Business Administration. Look, small businesses in each of our districts are facing unprecedented challenges with rising costs. We should be offering more support to the mom and pop businesses in our district, not less. Well, I appreciate the hard work of my colleagues in drafting this bill. For those reasons and others, I cannot support it as written. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean, is recognized for remarks on the bill.
I thank the chairman. Unfortunately, I rise in opposition to this bill, but I thank you, Chairman Cole, Chairman Joyce, Ranking Member DeLauro, Ranking Member Hoyer. This is not the bill that American families, my constituents, deserve. It benefits billionaires, big corporations, while raising the cost of living on Americans. We've already heard some of the high-level concerns and smaller concerns from many of my colleagues. So I'm going to focus on just a few items that will particularly harm my constituents in Pennsylvania's 4th Congressional District. First, not only does this bill cut funding for IRS, hamstringing its enforcement capabilities, which we know we enhanced to the increase of our coffers, this bill makes it more expensive for Americans to file their taxes by eliminating the IRS Direct File pilot program. More than 2 million Pennsylvanians were eligible for Direct File, an online tool that allowed taxpayers to file their federal and state tax returns for free. This program was a huge success, saving taxpayers money and receiving rave reviews. Why would we eliminate this? Next, this bill cuts funding for CDFIs, Community Development Financial Institutions. This comes after a recent OMB document revealed that as much as 75% of the FY25 CDFI funding remains unobligated. Of course, it was a continuing resolution that did this. Pennsylvania CDFI network, which has 17 PA-based CDFIs, is essential for ensuring access to underserved communities in my state. In 2024, network members received $21.5 million in awards, and every $1 of CDFI financial assistance typically unlocks $8 in private capital, turning a $250 million federal investment into as much as $2 billion of financing for small businesses, homeowners, and community projects. The CDFI fund is one of the most cost-effective ways to facilitate access to capital for those who need it most. Why are we not continuing to support it in a strong bipartisan way? Again, we are facing a cost of living crisis. This administration came in saying they would reduce the cost of living on day one. Well, unfortunately, through the policies of immigration and chaotic tariffs, we are in an inflationary cycle with costs going up. The bill fails to meet this moment. From bananas to baby seats to building materials, costs are going up, and my constituents are noticing it. This bill is upside down on so many areas. It puts our children and families at risk, more vulnerable to scams and predatory junk fees. It makes it more difficult for Americans to vote, weakens election security by cutting funding for the Election Assistance Commission. Who would ever want to weaken our election system, especially folks in this room? I urge my colleagues to vote no, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Mavan, is recognized for comments on the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Cole and Ranking Member DeLauro, Chairman Joyce, Ranking Member Hoyer, for the opportunity to speak on the fiscal year, fiscal services, and general government appropriations bill. First, I'm grateful that this bill continues a longstanding bipartisan support for the Office of National Drug Control Policy Programs, including the HIDA and Drug-Free Communities Program. In Indiana's 1st Congressional District, the HIDA program provides Lake Porter and LaPorte counties with essential support to combat drug trafficking and address emerging threats. The Drug Free Communities program also helps communities across my district prevent youth substance abuse and reduce addiction. I know firsthand life-saving resources these programs provide, and I applaud the committee for recognizing the importance of these successful initiatives. However, I cannot support the overreaching legislation because it does nothing to lower the cost of living and benefits the wealthy over the working families. Specifically, the bill harms economic development through severe funding cuts to the community development financial institution, reducing their capability to provide financial services, loans, and affordable housing in low-income communities. It also slashes funds for the Small Business Administration, harming our ability to support small businesses, entrepreneurs that are striving to create work and wealth. The legislation further attacks American consumers by doubling down on efforts to weaken Consumer Finance Protection Bureau and limiting the Federal Trade Commission's capacity to increase competition and address fraud. Additionally, by gutting the funding of the IRS tax enforcement activities, the bill destroys efforts to ensure the wealthy and the corporations pay their fair share. Combined with the tax breaks for the wealthy in the Republican Reconciliation Bill, these IRS cuts continue the majority's assault on American working families. The bill also poses risks to our democratic institutions by endangering our election security, failing to protect the federal workforce, and allowing DOGE and the Office of Management and Budget to continue to run unchecked. For example, cutting funding for the Election Assistant Commission when we face increasing election security threat diminishes voting rights access across the country. Indiana has utilized election security grants to help upgrade our state's election infrastructure. Instead of building on these critical investments, the bill decimates resources for the commission and underfunds these necessary grants. The bill fails to address the administration's ongoing attacks on the federal workforce, which have impacted countless civil servants in Indiana's 1st Congressional District. It further fails to impose need checks and balances on DOGE and OMB, as the agencies continue to violate our legal principles and freeze appropriated funds. The Financial Services and General Government Bill is intended to promote economic development, support our democratic institutions, and strengthen our federal government. Unfortunately, this bill fails to achieve these objectives and instead only makes the cost of living crisis worse. I urge my colleagues to reject this misguided legislation and work in a bipartisan manner to build an economy that works for all Americans. And I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Are there any other members wishing to make general comments about the bill? Gentlelady from Washington is recognized for general comments on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2 years ago, I had a mayor from one of my small towns come to me, Mayor Rob Gordon. He was looking for assistance to buy a fire truck. And if you look at the data, 25 years ago, you could get a pretty nice rig for $250K. Today, it's over $1 million. And he was not able to do that on his own. He was looking for help in pursuing that funding. And he had been a volunteer firefighter since he was 15 years old, and unfortunately died of stomach cancer before the fire truck could be delivered. The consolidation that has happened in the fire truck and emergency vehicle apparatus industry is profound. It is, you'll see like parts that used to be interchangeable are no longer interchangeable. So you have to get a part delivered specially. Sometimes the shipping is more expensive than the part itself. And we can't ignore the elephant in the room. We need to look at the invisible junkyard that's been created that has precipitated. It's estimated that 65 to 75% of the emergency vehicle industry has been consolidated by just 3 companies. And that means that our taxpayers, our emergency responders are left footing the bill on this. And so I'm very grateful for the inclusion in the manager's amendment to direct the FT to understand and begin to look at what has led to the consolidation, whether we're talking about the regulatory environment that has made it so difficult for small businesses to stand up, or the consolidation broadly. So thank you. And with that, I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to make additional comments about the bill or initial comment? Seeing no other members wishing to make opening remarks, I'd like to recognize Chairman Joyce to offer a manager's amendment.
Thank you, Chairman Cole. I have an amendment at the desk. I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the amendment.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman's recognized for comments on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to offer this managed amendment to the FY2026 FSGG bill. But before I describe the amendment, I want to first thank Ranking Member Hoyer and DeLauro for working with us on this. I appreciate their commitment to ensuring that we have the best product available. This manager's amendment includes provisions that direct the judiciary to implement workplace processes and procedures, reiterate the importance of national campaign on pool safety, direct OPM to brief Congress on federal civilian workforce, and to ensure USPS is reopening temporarily closed facilities, among other issues. I keep my remarks brief and ensure those with provisions in this amendment have some time to speak. I would like to think that the time they had in the opening statement had wore them out. But to that end, I've supplied some lunch, which, I made sure we have a good lunch, a solid lunch that'll hopefully make you sleepy. But if in fact we get stuck with dinner and I have to provide dinner, we're going to gruel. But I would like to thank my colleagues for their hard work and yield back my time.
Well, I thank the gentleman for his efforts, but let me tell you, based on long experience, it ain't gonna work. With that, I recognize my good friend, the gentleman from Maryland, to address the manager's amendment. Thank the gentleman very much. Are there other members seeking recognition to speak on the amendment?
It's very expensive.
Seeing none, I recognize Chairman Joyce for 1 minute to close.
I urge unanimous support of the manager's amendment.
Thank you, gentlemen. The question is now on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. I now recognize the gentlelady, the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Laurel from Connecticut, for an amendment. Gentlelady from, okay, that's quite all right.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that the reading of the amendment be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Mr. Chair and my colleagues, this amendment would ensure transparency and accountability of taxpayer dollars by creating and funding an independent office of Inspector General for the Office of Management and Budget, OMB. My amendment does not increase spending, and it funds the Office of Inspector General with existing resources. Given OMB's influence, an Inspector General would be a powerful force for preventing waste, fraud, and abuse, and building public trust that American taxpayers' dollars are being safeguarded. This is exactly the purpose for which Inspectors General were established in 1978 by the Inspector General Act. Congress recognized the importance of maintaining public trust in crucial agencies and institutions, and there are now 72 dedicated Inspector General roles across the federal government, keeping an eye out for waste, for fraud, and abuse. That brings us to OMB, which is one of the most powerful agencies in government, the so-called nerve center of federal spending. It plays a central role in shaping federal budgets and regulatory policy, yet it lacks a dedicated watchdog. OMB is not subject to the same independent oversight that applies to the rest of government, including agencies with far narrower missions and far less influence. And that is not just my opinion. It was Representative Virginia Fox, chair of the Rules Committee, and she has supported this idea, sponsored legislation to implement an OMB Inspector General in the past. In 2022, for the 2023 bill, it is roll call, so if you want to look it up, roll call 334. It would include provisions that passed the House twice in the 117th Congress. Many of you, including Representatives Amadei, Carter, Diaz, Ballard, Gonzalez, Newhouse, Reschenthaler, Simpson, Valadeo, and leaders of this subcommittee and full committee, Chairman Joyce and Chairman Cole, have voted in support of these provisions. Because in America, no one is above the law. That should include President Trump and Russ Vought. Their unlawful stealing of funds promised to communities across the country is hurting working class, middle class, and vulnerable Americans. OMB, regardless of which political party controls the White House, must play by the same rules as everyone else. And Congress must reaffirm its commitment to the idea and purpose of inspectors general as nonpartisan watchdogs. The president began his administration by firing 17 inspectors general across agencies, including the Department of Defense, State, Housing and Urban Development, Veterans Affairs, Energy and Transportation. Since then, 8 of those fired IGs, who together oversaw $5 trillion in appropriated funds and 3.5 million federal employees, sued the administration. And the president's own lawyers have admitted in court that they did not follow the law in firing them. Regardless of which party is in power, no administration should be able to fire watchdogs and avoid accountability. And an agency like OMB, with access to controlling every dollar that the federal government spends, cannot be allowed to go with less oversight than nearly every other agency in the executive branch. This amendment is an opportunity for my Republican colleagues to once again vote for this common sense, good government measure. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Gentleman, the chairman of the full of the subcommittee, Mr. Joyce, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose this amendment. OMB is part of the Executive Office of the President, the EOP. The EOP, including OMB, are charged with implementing the President's policies. The only officers within an agency that have a specific Inspector General are the Internal Revenue Service, the National Reconnaissance Office, and the National Security Agency. The IRS has a budget of a little less than $12 billion and 100,000 employees. NSA, while classified, is estimated at $11 billion and 35,000 employees. OMB has a budget of $129 million and 500 employees. If we're serious, we should work with our authorizers to amend the IG Act of 1978. The Department of Justice Office of Special Counsel already has responsibility for investigating and prosecuting individuals at agencies such as OMB, and for these reasons, I encourage my colleagues to oppose this amendment.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoy, is recognized for remarks on the amendment.
I rise in strong support of this amendment. Mr. Vought doesn't believe that he has to follow the law. We've heard a lot of talk about waste, fraud, and abuse. This is an agency whose leader says the constitutional law as found by the Supreme Court is not correct, and I'm not going to follow it. And we don't want an inspector general saying, Mr. Director, what you're doing is illegal, unconstitutional, and undermining of the separation of powers. Is the vote going to be, we don't want an inspector general determining whether the director of OMB, one of the most powerful people in our government, can without consequence break the law? Is that what your no vote is going to say with respect to this amendment? If so, again, as I said in my opening statement, our democracy is in trouble. Because to simply mouth the words, we need to get rid of waste, fraud, and abuse, with which all of us agree, and then to turn down an overseer for somebody who has some of the greatest power to hurt people and, yes, to help people in our country, is unfathomable. Vote yes on this check, which all of you, if this were a Democratic administration, would have said, well, of course. But luckily, in the last administration, we had an OMB director who respected the Congress, who believed the Congress was, in fact, the passer of laws, of statutes that needed to be followed, not voluntarily, but because they were the law. Vote yes on this amendment.
Thank you, gentlemen. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's interesting to note that there are 74 agencies that have inspectors general. And we're now looking at an agency that has an oversized role in the spending of federal dollars. It's also, I think, important to know that when we, and I say we, I say I, and in a bipartisan way, just a few years ago, required the transparency and accountability of apportionments as how and when the money is, taxpayers' dollars is being spent. That passed. Mr. Vogt eradicated that effort until the court said that he had to go back and deal with posting the information and telling us what was being spent, not being spent, and being accountable and transparent. And now that they have to put that website back up. This is, as I said in my remarks, an agency that has control over every single dollar that the federal government is spending, and it has no watchdog. That makes no sense at all. And to add to that, this has been bipartisan legislation introduced by a Republican member, a senior Republican member, Congresswoman Virginia Foxx, and so many, including the ranking, the chair of the subcommittee and the chair of the full committee, voted for an IG for OMB. This is not gotcha. This is not anything else but transparency and not the opaqueness in which Mr. Vogt tries to deal today, but OMB needs to have a watchdog, and I'm proud to propose this amendment. I really am. I voted to create an OMB Inspector General when Democrats controlled the House. I did apportionment when Democrats were heading the administration, etc. Please join in moving this policy forward again today. I urge my colleagues to support it. I thank you.
Thank you, gentlelady. The questions now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Connecticut. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Recorded.
Roll call has been requested. Sufficient number of hands have been raised. Recorded vote for a recorded vote. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no. Mrs. Bice. Mr. Bishop. Aye. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Carter. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Ms. DeLauro.
Aye.
Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. No. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, No. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder? Aye. Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris? No. Mrs. Henson? Mr. Hoyer? Mr. Hoyer? Aye. Mr. Ivy? Mr. Ivy? Aye. Mr. Joyce?
No.
Mr. Joyce? No. Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter? Aye. Mr. Lalota? Mr. Lalota? No. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee? Aye. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow? No. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin? Aye. Ms. Malloy? Ms. Malloy? No. Ms. McCullum? Ms. McCullum? Aye. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming? Aye. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar? No. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore? No. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli? Aye. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse? No. Ms. Perez? Ms. Perez? Aye. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree? Aye. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan? Aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley? Aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers? No. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford? No. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson? No. Mr. Strong? Mr. Strong? No. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres? Aye. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood? Aye. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo? No. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman? Aye. Mr. Womack? Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke? No.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Florida?
Mr. Franklin? No.
Gentleman from California?
Mr. Calvert? No.
Gentleman from Georgia?
Mr. Clyde? No.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania?
Mr. Reschenthaler? No.
Gentleman from Arkansas?
Mr. Womack? No.
Gentleman from Missouri?
Mr. Alford? No.
Gentlelady from Oklahoma?
Mrs. Bice? No.
Gentleman from Texas?
Mr. Carter? No.
Gentlelady from Florida?
Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Aye.
Gentleman from Indiana?
Mr. Mervan? Aye.
Are there others wishing to change or record their vote? Clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 32, and the amendment is not adopted. Now recognize Chairman Joyce to offer Republican en-bloc amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the amendment.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment adds several new provisions that strengthen the FY2026 bill and report, including supporting the Opportunity Scholarship Program, prohibiting funds in the act from being used to support sister city activities between the District of Columbia and any city in China, directing the GAO to study the procurement of federally procured vehicles under the Buy American Trade and Trade Agreements Act, codifying several executive orders issued by President in August, including cracking down on crime in D.C., as well as ensuring all Americans have access to banking services in the United States. Codifying the President's executive orders is critical. As Mayor Bowser said just last week, the presence of officers in the district has enhanced what the MPD has been able to do with the city. In fact, the mayor reported last week the carjackings are down 87% over the year, in addition to homicides down 38% and robberies down 68%. I think we can all agree that less crime in our nation's capital is a good thing. In addition, I talked to many of you in July about the concerns I've had with the debanking of lawful activities. The President signed an executive order on August 7th that prohibits politicized or unlawful debanking. This amendment codifies that EO. In addition, the amendment includes several priorities from Republican members, including preventing D.C. from being able to use funds to support sister city events with China, preventing funds from procuring vehicles by manufacturers owned by the PRC or by manufacturers that have a relationship with entities on one or more of the sanctioned lists. The en-bloc also considers the administration is focused on modernizing technology and prioritizing cybersecurity. Finally, the amendment ensures the ESG does not play a role in any type of investing or credit ratings. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, is recognized for remarks on the amendment.
Other manager's amendment. We haven't done any work on this, and I rise in opposition, not because we haven't done any work on it, but because our side opposes a number of provisions that are in Mr. Joyce's partisan amendment. Therefore, I rise in opposition and urge members to vote no. The amendment interferes with D.C. home rule. One more time, adding executive orders on D.C. to a bill even blocks the city from engaging in sister city relationships. Obviously, that is their judgment, even if I might agree with the judgment as to what city they have a relationship with. It overrides longstanding authorizing language that evenly allocates support for D.C. schools among public schools, public charter schools, and private school vouchers. Obviously, what this amendment does, it takes money away from public schools and gives it to voucher programs for private schools. The bill interferes with D.C.'s laws as well, protecting individuals who receive or perform services for pregnancy, use of contraceptions, and LGBT residents. Obviously, that is a very controversial issue among us. It should not be in such an amendment. SEC language is included on climate change and its use in evaluating credit rating and bond marketing, which many oppose. It includes 2 executive orders, one of which would potentially make it more difficult to combat money laundering and white-collar crime. Another, they would make it more difficult for states to carry out bail reform, meaning poor, nonviolent individuals could be locked up for longer times of trial, before trial. For these reasons, I must oppose the gentleman's amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Do any other members seek recognition to speak to the en-bloc amendment? Gentleman from West Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank Chairman Joyce for including my amendments, specifically on ESG in this en-bloc amendment, which 2 of my amendments are included in this. And these provisions would require Security and Exchange Commission to report to the committee on how credit rating agencies incorporate ESG criteria into bond evaluations, credit rating methodologies, and their effect on the public market. So why this is so important to me, I was previously the state treasurer of West Virginia, and we were facing a downgrade in our bond rating due to factors such as the industries that we undertake, oil and gas, coal, demographics, and then flooding, which just so happens to happen when it rains sometimes because we got tall mountains and hills and hollers, and at the bottom of the holler, when it rains, it floods. And so all these things were affecting our bond rating, but specifically around coal, oil, and gas. These aren't things that we can necessarily change overnight, but it's a bit of an extortion racket because we're not able to go out into the free market and go find other rating agencies to do our bond rating. There's only a couple of them that you can deal with, Moody's, S&P, that are going to do the bond ratings for the state, like West Virginia, which I was the state treasurer of and the chief financial officer. So we were caught in between a rock and a hard place on this, and I think this is why it's so important for the states, because if we don't comply, with the rating agencies and what they're asking us to do in terms of the industries that are so critical to a state like West Virginia, which we reap easily $1 billion, a quarter of our budget is from coal, oil, and gas severance taxes, it's going to cost us more money to build roads, hospitals, and schools, which we have to bond out. But then we're going to be taken from the other side of our pocket, which pays for things like schools and all these other types of issues that support the state government of West Virginia and many states, not just West Virginia. But I think at the end of the day, the rating agencies just need to look at the fiscal health of states and institutions and otherwise, and just look at those factors instead of trying to force us into some political position to score political points, and just do what they're meant to be doing in terms of rating the fiscal health of the state like West Virginia or any other type of entity. So thank you very much for including my 2 amendments on ESG on this, and I will be a yes and urge my colleagues to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. Are there any additional members wishing to make comments on the amendment? Seeing none, I recognize Chairman Joyce for 1 minute to close. I'm sorry, I missed the gentleman from Georgia. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized to make comments on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of this Republican en-bloc amendment. I want to thank Chairman Joyce for including my amendment in this en-bloc that would prohibit funds for the District of Columbia to be expended to carry out Title I or Title II of the D.C. law entitled Human Rights Sanctuary Amendment Act of 2022. As we all know, mifepristone is the chemical abortion drug used to starve an unborn baby of the necessary nutrients to live. In 2023 alone, it is estimated that mifepristone accounted for 63% of abortions, resulting in approximately 642,000 unborn babies losing their lives in 2023. In the wake of the Dobbs decision, pro-abortion advocates have been creatively exploring ways to expand abortion access and ultimately undermine strong pro-life state legislation, like the laws we have in my home state of Georgia. First, the Biden administration removed the requirement for a woman to receive mifepristone in person from a healthcare provider. This in-person requirement allowed providers to determine gestational age, rule out life-threatening ectopic pregnancies, or identify signs of abuse before dispensing mifepristone. This change not only possesses serious medical risks to a woman, but also bypasses the pro-life state laws by permitting the interstate shipment of abortion pills. Second, to defend abortion providers from prosecution, liberal states have drafted shield laws, which allow abortion providers to perform abortions or prescribe abortion medication to individuals in states where life is protected without legal repercussions. Currently, 23 states and Washington, D.C. have similar shield laws. While these shield laws remain under litigation in several states, we have the opportunity and should repeal this unjust law, starting here in D.C., and that's why I'm proud of my amendment to prohibit enforcement of D.C.'s shield laws. My amendment would prohibit funds to the District of Columbia from being used to carry out Title I and Title II of the Human Rights Sanctuary Amendment Act, which seeks to protect individuals and providers in D.C. from being held legally accountable for engaging in or providing abortion and abortion pills, such as mifepristone, across state lines. The D.C. Act goes even further to protect gender transition and hormone pill treatment, among other things. Specifically, Title I prohibits D.C. officials from cooperating with out-of-state investigations or legal actions targeting these activities and allows individuals, including providers, to sue for damages if they are targeted by such out-of-state lawsuits. Title II requires that any out-of-state subpoena seeking information or testimony must include a sworn statement confirming it is not related to these protected bodily anomaly activities before it can be enforced in D.C. In practice, this means that D.C. providers who prescribe abortion pills or hormone therapy, even to those residing in states where these actions are restricted or illegal, they are shielded from legal consequences under D.C. law. This hits home in my own district in Georgia, where as a test case, a pro-life crisis pregnancy center was able to easily order abortion drugs online with no confirmation of age of the patient or the state of the pregnancy, both of which were in direct opposition to Georgia law. These drugs were shipped to them in an ominous brown envelope with a return address labeled Jane Smith. And this is the envelope right here. The envelope contained 3 small bags of white pills labeled 1, 2, and 3, but with no further instructions, and with no explanation or warning of the consequences of ingesting the contents. This deadly package was shipped out of D.C. right here, as evidenced by the postmark from our nation's capital. And you know what the return address was? The West End Library. These purveyors of death are desperate to remain anonymous. Every innocent life lost to abortion is a tragedy. However, there are basic interstate legal respects that are in place for nearly every issue except this bizarre shield law to spread a woke ideology across the country where it isn't wanted. Our nation's capital should be protecting life and respecting state autonomy, not bypassing the law to continue a culture of death across this country. You know, the birth certificate of our nation, the Declaration of Independence, says that life is the #1 thing that must be protected, and governments are instituted among men to protect these things. I believe these shield laws across the nation are dangerous as they empower providers to prescribe drugs which cause irreversible harm and perpetuate abuse with no accountability. These laws must be litigated and removed, but we must start by repealing DC's provision. So I urge all my colleagues to support this common sense Republican en bloc, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, recognize Chairman Joyce for 1 minute to close.
Thank you. I urge support of the amendment.
That was an eloquent statement. Question is on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor raise their hand. A sufficient number in support. Recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Aye. Mr. Adderholt, aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, aye. Mr. Amade. Mr. Amade, aye. Mrs. Bice. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, no. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, aye. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, aye. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, no. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, aye. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, no. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, no. Mr. Loro.
No.
Mr. Loro, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, aye. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Elzey. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, no. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, no. Mr. Fleischman. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, no. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, aye. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, aye. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, aye. Mrs. Hinson. Mr. Hoyer.
No.
Mr. Hoyer, no. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, no. Mr. Joyce.
Aye.
Mr. Joyce, aye. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, no. Mr. Lalota. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, aye. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, no. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, no. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, aye. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, aye. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, aye. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, no. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, no. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, aye. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, aye. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, aye. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, no. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, no. Mr. Womack. Mr. Zinke. Yes. Mr. Zinke, aye.
Are there members wishing to record or change their vote? Gentlelady from Utah?
Recorded as a no.
Gentlelady's recorded as a no.
Off no on aye for Ms. Malloy.
Gentlelady from Oklahoma?
Mrs. Bice, aye.
Gentleman from Tennessee?
Mr. Fleischman, aye.
Gentleman from North Carolina?
Mr. Edwards, aye.
Gentleman from New York?
Mr. Lalota, aye.
Gentleman from California?
Mr. Aguilar, no.
I don't know. What, does the gentleman need a little more time? Gentlelady from Florida. That's always a good thing.
No.
No. Okay, do we have, I'm sorry, gentleman from Indiana? Are there
Mr. Mervan, no.
other members wishing to record or change their vote? Seeing none, oh, excuse me. Gentleman from Arkansas?
Mr. Womack, aye.
Again, are there other members wishing to change or record their votes? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 32, the noes are 28, and the amendment is adopted. The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Would the
I
gentleman
have
like-
an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that the reading thereof be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman's recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I offer an amendment which incorporates this premise of parity of raises, of COLA adjustments, of cost of living adjustments between the military and the civilian employees of the federal government. The military obviously has additional compensation beyond their salaries, but we do not relate to that. We don't address that at all. This would provide a 3.3% raise for federal employees and a 0.5% adjustment for cost of living in whatever jurisdiction the federal employee is employed. And as you know, 80% of those are employed in places other than Washington, D.C. or its suburban areas. The average pay COLA adjustment over the years has been somewhere in the neighborhood of 3%. The president, again, proposed in his budget 3.8% adjustment for the military personnel. Now, I want you to all think about two people who are doing exactly the same thing in the Pentagon. One is a military and one is a civilian. Both comparable ability and comparable workload, and they will be paid disparately. One of the things that we heard a lot of talk about is inflation. Big issue in the campaign, big issue in campaigns before that. Obviously, inflation affected everybody across the board, and you said it was way too high and people were struggling. I think that was true. This follows the assertion by Russell Vogt of this. He said, we want the bureaucrats to be traumatically affected. When they wake up in the morning, we want them to not want to go to work because they are increasingly viewed as the villains. We want to put them in trauma. Now, ladies and gentlemen, some of you have been employers, maybe all of us at some point in time have been employers. And you want a workplace that reflects an environment which people want to work in. If we make it so that federal employees don't want to work, if we reduced, as we have, and the objective is hundreds of thousands of reductions in federal employees, and then what has happened in almost every agency, they've turned around and they need to hire back. There are a number of programs that people took voluntarily. Some felt it was not voluntary. They were going to get either ripped or they were going to take an early out. But I offer this amendment to provide civilian employees a 3.8%, actually it's 3.3%, as adjusted by a half a point for location. That increase would maintain the long-standing principle of pay parity between federal, military, and civilian employees. I mention that because obviously that is what the president concluded was a reasonable adjustment for cost of living. Well, civilian employees are not exempt from that inflation. Donald Trump and Russell Vogt instituted a pay freeze when they came in. These are hardworking, patriotic professionals who often forego more lucrative opportunities in the private sector because they want to serve the American people, no matter who is president. There was a statute that was passed under George H.W. Bush, which set up a commission to determine what the raise ought to be, or the COLA adjustment ought to be. That commission has always reported under Republican and Democratic commissions a substantially higher adjustment in pay than has been given. That is because they determined to be comparable, not more than, not less than, but comparable to their private sector responsibilities, people who have equal responsibilities, that the raise should be X. It has never been adhered to. And it has constantly grown till it's now well close to 30% of an adjustment to make comparable the pay of public sector, federal employees with their private sector counterparts. As I said, they're often working side by side with military service members who are under the president's proposal. He is now adjusted, by the way, as you know, in August, consistent with law, to a 1% COLA adjustment for federal employees. Now, none of you believe that inflation is just at 1%. You said you were going to bring it down, but it hasn't gotten to 1% for sure. Federal employees ought to be compensated fairly for their work, not shortchanged, not demeaned by how Vogt is doing it, and insulted. The real villains are those who serve their own interests and not the public interests. I don't mean the private sector interests, but I mean public employees or elected officials who serve their own interests, who are getting very wealthy doing that. Who the very wealthy in America who got a big tax cut. These folks didn't get a big tax cut. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment so that we can recruit and retain absolutely essential people to make sure that our government is operating efficiently, effectively, and will make America great. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Chairman Joyce is recognized to respond to the amendment.
I oppose the gentleman's amendment.
Do other members seek recognition to speak to the amendment? Gentleman from Maryland, the other gentleman from Maryland is recognized to respond to the amendment.
There's even more gentlemen from Maryland, but not in the room right now. But thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the amendment, and want to thank the gentleman for offering the amendment and his leadership on this issue. I'll keep it short, but because we're going to talk about this on some of these other amendments during the day too. But one of the points I want to make for us to understand is that we have a lot of outstanding people working in the federal government that are being pushed out of the work right now, and the challenge is making sure that we have a strong enough staff in the federal government to do the work and do it the right way. And so one of the things that we might want to do as sort of a mental test is ask each other as members of Congress, would we treat our employees the same way that we're treating the federal government employees right now? And one of the points I want to make there is that when I first became a staffer on the Hill in 1987, almost 40 years, I know I look younger than that, but I made $25,000 a year. And, if salaries hadn't increased to keep pace, you wouldn't have the fantastic staff that you have right now. And one of the other pieces to that, too, is that we have to understand that there's competition that comes from with the private sector. A lot of the staff that you have right now could leave you right now and make more money in the private sector. But they choose to stay in part because they love what they do, they love the public service, but we're also paying them enough so they can stay. One of the reasons I left the first time was I got married and started having kids, so I had to go. I had 6, but that really had to go to the private sector for that. But the point I'm trying to make is that we're not going to maintain the talent that we need to get the work done. And that's especially true when we get to the science and tech side. And I think, frankly, the Trump administration's attack on science and tech within the government, whether it's NIH or the CDC or whatever, NASA and some of these other agencies, is really going to be damaging to the United States in the long run, especially in our competition with China. And as AI rolls out and some of these other, quantum computing and the like, we need to make sure we've got people in the government who know what that is and how to work with it. 2 years ago, before I thought we were going to end up at a place like this, I was calling for us to create a special agency where we could develop the science and tech talent because we were already having trouble attracting it to the federal government. Whereas our competition with China, they don't have any trouble attracting the talent. They just push it into there, and they're outdoing us by tenfold easily. Exponentially more people, more talent that they're pushing into these positions than the United States is. We're not going to be able to maintain this and keep pace with China if we keep pushing the talent away. The Chicago Bulls were great because they had Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen. We're cutting them right now from the team based on what we're doing. Last point on this front, and I do hope we'll consider this. Some of the things that we're cutting people from doing, for example, my father died from Alzheimer's. I'm a cancer survivor. We're cutting people who are doing the research to find cures for these kind of illnesses. This sort of increase would help to keep those people on board, although we pushed many of them out already. The new problem we're going to have is, how do we go to young people now and say, you ought to come work for the federal government? We could fire you at an instant, even if you're doing an outstanding work. We could fire you even though you're in the middle of potentially life-saving research that's making a difference or could make a difference to the American people in a way that we might not even know or understand yet. And we're going to say when we fire you that you were doing a bad job and you deserve to get fired, no matter what a great job you were doing. We need to reconsider the track that we're on. This amendment is a good first step in that direction. I urge my colleagues to support it.
Thank you, gentlemen. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Ladies and gentlemen of this committee, your purchasing power of your salary is now 40% less than it was in 2009. We run because we want this job, we like this job, we think it's doing something for our country. That will not be guaranteed on the vacancies that we are creating and the people that we need. I would urge you to understand this is not a raise. This is keeping the purchasing power of our employees even, just as it would be for us. That is good fiscal policy, it is good personnel policy, and it's good policy not only for this institution, but also for those who work to make America a better place. Vote for this. Do the right thing for the people who serve our country.
Thank the gentleman. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Maryland. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Thank you. Sufficient number of in support. A recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no. Mrs. Bice. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Mr. Loro. Aye. Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. No. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Elzey. Ms. Escobar. Mr. Espaillat. Yes. Oh, Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Fleischman. No. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Yes. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Guest. No. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Aye. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Mrs. Henson. Mr. Hoyer. Aye. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Aye. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. No. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Lalota. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Aye. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. No. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Aye. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Aye. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. No. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Aye. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. No. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. No. Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Gentleman from New York? I don't think the gentleman is recorded.
Mr. Espaillat, aye.
Gentleman from Texas?
Mr. Cloud, no.
Gentleman from Hawaii?
Mr. Case, aye.
Gentlelady from Oklahoma?
Mrs. Bice, no.
Gentleman from Alabama?
Mr. Adderholt, no.
Gentleman from North Carolina?
Mr. Edwards, no.
Gentleman from Texas?
Mr. Gonzalez, no.
Gentleman from Maryland?
Dr. Harris, no.
Did we got the gentleman from
Mr.
New York?
No.
Mr. Loda?
Mr. Lalota, no.
Are there others wishing to record or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 33. The amendment is not adopted. Okay. Gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, is recognized for an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have a pedestrian amendment. On this sheet, I have number 3. I'm going to skip the second one so that we can do that when we have full time to debate.
Certainly.
Thank you. So I'd offer number 3.
Okay, and gentleman asks that the reading be dispensed with.
Yes, I ask unanimous consent.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment dispensed with. The gentleman's recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Ladies and gentlemen, the United States has long had one of, if not the best, civil service in the world. One of the least political, most talented people hired on merit. This amendment ensures that that will continue. This amendment ensures that the Trump administration cannot use any funds in this bill to reclassify federal workers as at will or subject to being fired for no reason. That includes the Schedule G category, a backdoor way to not only hire more political appointees, but also to pay them higher wages, which is ironic in light of the vote that we just had on the COLA adjustment for federal employees. OMB director, as I've said so many times, has said that he wants the bureaucrats, and by that he uses bureaucrats as an epithet, not as a descriptor, will not want to come to work. This administration has fired hundreds of thousands of federal workers. Now, they've called it early out, taking leave for some 6 months with pay, and then retiring. There are all sorts of ways that they have been both induced and forced to retire. They've also been subjected to political loyalty tests. A number of employees were let go because they were inconsistent with the administration's views. Is that the kind of civil service you want? We're going to win the presidency one day. If you look at the history in the last 75 years, it's gone back and forth. Every 12 years or 8 years or 4 years. So if we create a civil service that can be removed at will, we will have the spoils system reinstated in the federal government. This committee has no business aiding Trump and Voight in that illegal effort to vilify federal workers and dismantle our merit-based civil service. Now, the president and others have proposed some reforms. I think we need reform. It takes us too long to hire people. It's very difficult to get rid of non-performing employees. We ought to make sure that the American public is convinced and committed to removing people who are not earning their pay. But those who are earning their pay ought to be protected from arbitrary, capricious, and partisan removal. I therefore ask each of you to support this. I don't think you will, probably, on your side, on the Republican side of the aisle. But if you don't, it will undermine a civil service system that, frankly, is the envy of the world. Please vote yes on this amendment and keep the civil service system a non-political, merit-based system.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Joyce, recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. I oppose this amendment from the ranking member.
Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivey, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. I do want to ask my Republican colleagues, though, what the vision is going forward. I mean, are we really going to have the massive turnover every 4 to 8 years of the civil service? Because if you do it that way, there's going to be enormous disruption. There's going to be an enormous loss of talent every 4 years. There's going to be politicization that gets injected into this in a way that we don't want to have. And especially in certain types of policy positions. I know there's concern that, President Trump had voiced previously about, the civil service not supporting his agenda and the like. I'll set that to the side for the moment. I've got my views about it, but at the end of the day, I think we want to make sure we have people there who are talented, capable, and experienced and have institutional knowledge. We don't want to turn it over every 4 years, but that's the system you're creating. Back to the analogy about what we would want for ourselves. When you lose the majority here in the House, your committee you don't lose your entire committee staff. You don't. You get to keep some of them. You have to reduce the total number that you've got, but you get to keep some people there. And the reason you want to keep some people there is they have talent, they have knowledge, they have institutional history, and can help continue to move things moving forward in the kind of way that we need. Give you continuity and allow us to do the work that we need to get done in the right way. And the relationships that get built are important too. You're throwing that out the window with the Schedule F move. It really is enormously damaging to an extraordinary system that we set up. And, Congressman Hoyer mentioned this too, but I've had a chance to go visit some countries in other parts of the world, and we are the envy of the world with respect to this type of civil service. Places where they have corruption, they keep fighting to figure out how to get rid of it, and they can't do it. They have a lack of talent. They keep trying to find ways to bring the talent in, and they can't do it. We've got all of those things in place right now. And I know there are some adjustments that the Trump administration wanted to make, but the meat axe is not the way to go. The chainsaw definitely is not the right way to go. Let's make sure we keep a system in place that allows the government to do good work that the people need to get done because they have the talent, the commitment, and the expertise to do it. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I said, if we want to return to the spoils system, we can do that. But as the gentleman from Maryland said, that will mean every 4 years or every 8 years. Whether it's even of the same party, you're going to have a political turmoil. You're going to have a loss of memory, and you're going to have employees who are not going to tell their bosses, I don't think that works. They're going to salute, as so many are doing today. Yes, sir. I may not agree with you, but you're the President of the United States. Yes, sir. Very frankly, I want my staff to give me their honest opinion, not a yes, sir. And frankly, if they disagree with me and I disagree with them, I'm going to prevail because I'm elected. That's the difference between us. The federal employee is not elected. They are selected on a merit basis. If you don't think it's a merit basis, make sure it is merit-based. I'm for that. but don't subject our civil service to the politicization that will be inevitable if we don't adopt this amendment.
Thank the gentleman. The question's now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Maryland. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Recorded vote has been requested. Sufficient support has been shown. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amadei. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce.
No.
Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Lalota. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there members wishing to record or change their vote? Gentleman from Nevada.
Mr. Amadei, no.
Gentleman,
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt. On the
oh, gentleman from Alabama.
Mr. Adderholt, no. He is recorded.
He is?
He is.
Okay, gentlelady from Oklahoma,
She is
been recorded. Okay, gentleman from Georgia.
He's there.
If you've been recorded, please sit down. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Elzey, no.
Gentleman from New York.
Mr. Lalota, no.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Cuellar, aye.
Gentleman from Indiana.
Mr. Mervan, aye.
A gentlelady from the state of Washington.
Ms. Perez, aye.
A gentleman from Hawaii.
Mr. Case, aye.
Are there others wishing to vote or change their vote? Seeing none, clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 33, and the amendment is not adopted. We will hold at this point. Obviously, votes are underway, and I think the next debate or two may be relatively lengthy, so don't want to have to get into it and then pull back from it. So I would just ask you, after the vote series, please return as quickly as possible, and as soon as we have a quorum, we'll try and begin. Thank you. And gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment,
Would the gentleman like the reading dispensed with?
I ask unanimous consent that the reading of the amendment be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman's recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Thank you very much. This amendment adds back the money that was cut from IRS, which means it's a $2.4 billion addition to IRS. And one might say, that's absurd. Where do we get $2.4 billion? That's a good question. And the answer to that question lay in the 302B allocations made to all the subcommittees. And I suggest it was made without a recognition of the adverse impact that shortchanging this subcommittee would have on its ability to fund IRS, in light of the fact that IRS, and particularly enforcement, is approximately 80% of this bill. So the option I have is to offer an amendment and try to argue as to why we need not cut IRS. I dare say there is nobody in this room who understands the consequences of cutting $2.4 billion or 44% of the IRS budget. Their personnel has already been substantially reduced. I've got a couple of charts here. You may be interested. Some of them are a little complicated, but I want to show them to you. First of all, Marcy, can I? Well, you don't have to help me. I just don't want to block you, but I did. What this shows is three things. First of all, it shows the number of returns filed. The number of returns filed since 2010 has increased some 40 million to over 260 million, so to 270 from 236. The budget in real numbers, adjusted for inflation, has decreased almost every year. I see you're riveted. The number of tax returns is represented by the blue, which means that the tax returns have spiked, going to 270 million. The budget, in real terms, has been reduced, and the budget adjusted for inflation has been reduced even further. A reporter who covers this for a financial enterprise said this is the largest cut in IRS since 2001. For any of us in this room to expect that the IRS can do its job with this kind of cut is irrational, period. Not subject to argument. So that what will inevitably happen, and what some folks have opined, that we will lose somewhere in the neighborhood over the next decade $2 trillion. It's an interesting figure because we're going to also lose trillions of dollars as a result of the big, irresponsible bill that we passed without funding. I would remind you that when we passed the Affordable Care Act, it was all paid for. All paid for. Let me show you the next one. These are staffing cuts. It shows that as this represents a 50% staff cut, or one way or another, voluntary leaving through some of the programs that we had, Vera and others, or being RIFed. That was the new employees that were hired under the IRA, or some other way of removing employees. We've had a 50% reduction one way or another, or we will have. It's 25,000 now, and that's a fourth, and the objective is to reach 50%. Now, any of you who have run an enterprise where you've got people and you've hired people and you put them on to accomplish an objective, you know that if you've done right, cutting 50% will simply reduce the ability of them to perform their job. Now, I told you last year, and I won't show you that chart again, we've gone from auditing the most difficult accounts, and obviously they're the people who have the most money and most complicated returns, some of which are thousands of pages. We've gone from 9.4% down to 0.6% in checking. Why? It takes a lot of time. They don't have the personnel to do it, and there we are. Now, none of you are interested in what I have to say. I can tell that. But this is not partisan. This is a critically component for every one of you that sits on any subcommittee in this room. You increased defense spending substantially by $150 billion. You did that because you thought it was necessary to do the job of securing our country. I suggest to you that this amendment is no less important in securing the security of our country. The reduction of our debt and the reduction of our deficit, and making sure that the average guy or gal doesn't have to pay so much because the wealthiest of us, whether we be individuals or corporate, are not paying their fair share. You're all going to vote no, I can tell that. And Mr. Chairman, I will tell you, it's really frustrating. This is a very serious issue. I talked to 4 commissioners. 2 worked, one for George H.W. Bush, one for Trump, Rettig, in his first term, one for Obama and Biden, and one worked for Clinton, I believe. All 4 of them said, this is not possible. All 4. Republicans, Democrats, every Secretary of Treasury has opined that this is not possible. This, of course, is not going to happen because the majority of us at some point in time will conclude that it is not possible. I regret seriously that we don't really address these issues in any other than a partisan sense. With all of you committed to voting no on something that you know as men and women who have to manage your own budgets is impossible to implement consistent with the interests of the United States of America. It's sad that we've fallen to this point.
Yes, sir.
With that, I'll withdraw the amendment.
Okay. In that case, thank the gentleman. And the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, is recognized for an amendment.
Thankfully, this is the last amendment I'm going to offer that will be rejected, because I'm not going to offer any more. I'm also sad about that.
Would the gentleman like the,
I ask unanimous consent that the reading of the amendment be dispensed.
without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman's recognized for remarks on his amendment.
I urge my colleagues to support this amendment for now and for the future. This amendment will require all federal law enforcement officers and members of the National Guard deployed in Washington, D.C. to wear a body camera to keep their faces uncovered and to display their name, agency, and badge number if that is relevant. Police departments across the country maintain those practices, including the Metropolitan Police. If federal agents are to do the Metropolitan Police Department's job with the Metropolitan Police, they need to follow its policies. Instead, over the past weeks, we have seen videos of federal agents wearing masks, refusing to identify themselves, and using excessive force while making arrests. I want D.C. to be safer. I want all our cities to be safer. We all do. The president has exercised a power that I don't believe any president outside of the civil rights activity has exercised. Eisenhower did, obviously, in the 50s and 60s. This is a culmination of years of Republican attacks, not only on home rule, but the residents of the nation's capital themselves, and they deserve better. Mr. Chairman, this amendment deals with a situation reminiscent, frankly, of Chile, when Pinochet was the dictator. And we saw people picked up off the streets and taken away, as we did at Tufts University some months ago, in unmarked cars with unidentified forces, and a dangerous implication for our country and our values. Again, this is a serious issue that we're confronting in terms of not just short-term, what's happening today, but long-term policy as to how the military of the United States of America is going to be used. Is it going to be turned into a law enforcement agency, or is it going to continue to serve the interests of the American people in confronting threats from abroad or from enemies? Again, I referenced January 6th, where there was a great hesitancy to use the National Guard by the President of the United States, even after the urging of the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Mr. McCarthy. He and I were together along with Mitch McConnell, and we were all asking that the insurrection that was underway would be confronted. It was not. Now, briefly, crime in the District of Columbia is the lowest point it's been in 30 years. It's down 35%. Homicides down 32%. Robberies down 39%. Armed carjackings down 53%. Armed assault down 27%. So, if there was no emergency yesterday or the day before, there's certainly no emergency today. Should we get to crime? Should we have given that $1 billion to D.C. to invest in crime fighting? Yes, we should have. Should we increase law enforcement? Yes, we should have. Not a Democrat in this committee, I think, maybe I speak too broadly, is for defunding the police, as you allege all the time. But I pointed out FinCEN and other areas where law enforcement has been cut, not only in this bill, but in other bills. So, Mr. Chairman, I urge the passage of this amendment so that the citizens of the District of Columbia and the visitors to the District of Columbia will know who is confronting them, who is trying to put them under arrest, and can identify them as Americans expect to be able to do so and have their law enforcement act responsibly and with transparency. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman. The chairman of the subcommittee, Mr. Joyce, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would oppose the ranking member's amendment, but I would offer that I'm uncertain why we continue to let protesters wear masks, but our law enforcement cannot. Why is protecting the identity of those who want to destroy our cities and infrastructure more important than to protect those Americans who want to preserve law and order in our communities?
Are there other members wishing to express? The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivey, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I know the amendment's going to pass, but I ask my colleagues to keep a few things in mind as this bill goes forward, because there are some dangerous implications that can spin out of this, depending on how it goes. A couple of the things that concern me are National Guard troops aren't trained to be law enforcement officers on the street. So what that means is, for example, they're not trained with respect to chain of custody. So if they seize evidence in some circumstance, they're not supposed to be doing this under posse comitatus, but we just saw from the LA judge that they actually have been doing this. So breaking the chain of custody means there's a piece of evidence that doesn't come in, the case could get thrown out. Could be a serious case, could be a rape or a murder. Second version of that is Miranda. If they're stopping people, and they're not trained on Miranda, because as a soldier, you don't have to do that. But if they mess that up, a confession could get thrown out. A damaging statement could get thrown out in a homicide or a rape or a murder case or an armed robbery case. These are serious issues that we need to think about. One of the other ones I'd urge you to think through as this goes forward is the use of force. The force continuum is something that police officers are trained in. In other words, incident doesn't go straight from 0 to lethal force right off the bat. You move through and you use less dangerous, non-lethal methods, if you can, to diffuse the situation. So police officers carry pepper spray, for example. Tasers is another one. All police departments have that. DC has that. The guys I've seen on the street with the National Guard do not have that. It's 0 or 100. They've got M4s. By the way, with the M4, just keep this in mind, because I saw these guys. I was out with my wife having dinner at the wharf, and there were about 30 of them in different groups moving around. And they didn't all have M4. Some of them had 9mm handguns. But many of them had this weapon that's great on the battlefield, but not so great in this context, because on the wharf, there were a lot of people strolling around. It was a nice day. And my first thought was the through-and-through shot. If they had to shoot somebody, even for a legitimate reason, the bullet goes right through a human body and keeps going. And anybody standing behind that is going to get taken out. And they keep moving fast enough that they can take out other people. But they're not really trained to use it in that way, because they're not trained to work on a civil street context in a restaurant. They're supposed to be using this in a different context. Those are a couple of the things I have concerns about. The amendment talks about wearing body cameras. We implemented that when I was the state's attorney in Prince George's County. It turned out to be enormously successful and useful. Same thing with respect to the cameras not having faces covered. It ended up being a great management tool for the police, because they could see what officers were doing. You could praise them if they were doing it right. If they weren't doing it right, you could retrain them, or in some instances, fire them. We don't have that ability here with some of these law enforcement officers who are wearing masks and no identifying information on their shirts. In fact, if they come up to you and say, I'm going to arrest you, you don't even know if they're actually law enforcement. So the one I saw that really bothered me, it was a woman who was picked up. I think she was a student at Tufts. They get out of the van, 4 guys surround her. They're in black, faces covered, no identifying information, and they force her into a van. How did she know or any of the people on the street know that that wasn't a gang rape about to happen. Let's at least get basic things like identifying information on the clothing that they're wearing so we can avoid scenarios like that. Last point on this. I know that there's a lot of arguments about making these streets safer. Any crime is bad. We always want to lower it to the extent we can. But if to the extent this is an honest effort to do that, here's my request. Don't do something for 30 or 60 days, because you're not going to fix crime, whether it's DC or Memphis or in a city in a red state. It's not going to happen. We've had it since Cain and Abel. We're going to continue to have it. If you really want to do something, though, get permanent law enforcement on the staff. Hire the cops. DC had $1.1 billion that we're still holding that they want to use to hire cops. Give them the money. Having these guys on the streets costs $1 million a day. Use that money to hire cops. I sponsored a bill, Wesley Hunt and I, last year. It's called Recruit and Retain. Takes the money, puts it in so they can hire more cops. So whether it's DC or whatever city can hire more and get them on the streets. Right now, they're doing that with ICE, $50,000 signing bonus. Can we do that with regular cops? Can we do that with people who are going to be on our streets making them safer? Let's just be careful about how we go about this. I know there's a lot of political heat in the moment, but there's long-term consequences to how we do this. And if we do it right, we can really continue to push crime down. If we do it wrong, it's going to lead to bad situations. And with that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Quigley, is recognized for remarks on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to add to the remarks of my seatmate and colleague, Mr. Ivey. When it comes to Chicago, I don't know when anyone says everything's fine, we don't need to do anything. But if we're serious about this, let's recognize a few points. First of all, in terms of actual crime rates and violent crime, there are red states and red cities that have higher crime rates. Why aren't we even talking about those in terms of, oh, we have to go help out? Second, when it comes to those numbers, the amount of money it took to deploy in Los Angeles, Chicago could hire 2,000 police officers. We used to spend money on cop grants here, right? Under President Clinton and Republican administrations, we passed appropriations for cop grants. You want to have a serious talk about crime in Chicago, I will meet you at State and Madison because we need help, right? The state's attorney would be glad to get the assistance we're talking about. She's doing a lot of very unique things. Also, the former Secretary of Education, Arnie Duncan, runs Chicago Cred. It has anti-violence programs that act as interceptors, those that get in between potential acts of violence because they know people. They're from the neighborhoods, and they have proven to reduce crime in those areas. So, look, I want to get serious about this. There's a way to do it that's not so extreme. It's not so temporary. There's no way you could afford to have the National Guard out there as long as we're talking about. But to have National Guards being sent from red states, and in some cases red cities with higher crime rates, and send them to my city, I don't take it as a serious effort to address the issue. If you want to do that, we're more than ready.
Thanks, gentlemen. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close.
I think Mr. Ivey well stated the consequences of this action and of this precedent. There are 5 of you who are members who represent the states who have sent National Guard troops to D.C. I ask you to think about what you would think if a blue state like Maryland sent National Guard to West Virginia, to Ohio, to Louisiana, to Mississippi, or to Tennessee. I would like you to think about the precedent that this sets for how the military is to be used, contrary to the desires of the overwhelming majority of military leaders in this country. Because they know, as Mr. Ivey pointed out, they're not trained to do this, and they realize there is trouble in doing things that they are not trained to do. So in that context, I would hope you would at least put some caution to this effort by making this transparency a reality. I urge a yes vote on the amendment.
Thank you, gentlemen. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Maryland. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And the amendment is not accepted. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Bishop, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of it.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
I'm offering an amendment that would increase federal funding to strengthen the security and integrity of our election systems, and investments that it's not just necessary, but is urgent. Election security grants are not partisan, and they should be apolitical, since Republicans and Democrats benefit alike when everyone can trust that their vote was counted fairly and freely. My amendment would restore this critical funding by increasing the mark for election security grants from $15 million to $75 million, with the pay for coming from the Office of Management and Budget, which recently received $100 million in the reconciliation bill. This means that even upon adoption of my amendment, the agency would not see a decrease in funds this year. We all know that there can be and that there are vulnerabilities in the technologies, the infrastructure, and the processes that we rely on to administer our elections. And we need to keep adapting as hackers and other malign actors utilize this new technology and new strategies. We have taken bipartisan steps in the past to support state and local efforts to secure our democratic institutions, and we need to revive this. Congress appropriated $425 million for election security funding as recently as FY2020. However, that figure has dropped to a paltry $15 million in the full-year continuing appropriations bill that we passed earlier this year and is repeated in this bill. Federal funding plays a pivotal role in supporting the health and resilience of our nation's election systems, which are run by local governments in everyone's district. These funds would allow jurisdictions that are already strapped for cash to replace aging voting machines with secure, voter-verifiable systems to conduct robust post-election audits to ensure accuracy, to strengthen cybersecurity measures, to train election officials and poll workers, and implement best practices to guard against interference from outside threats. Upgrading election infrastructure is not a one-time fix, but it's an ongoing necessity. The average lifespan of electronic voting machines is 10 to 20 years. And in many jurisdictions, they have even older systems than that. As of 2024, 28 states were using voting equipment that's 10 years old or older. Alarmingly, this includes discontinued and unsupported equipment in 12 of those states. Outdated machines often rely on obsolete software that's difficult to maintain and far more vulnerable to cyber attacks. Without sustained funding, counties, especially in rural communities, struggle to replace this aging equipment. We must secure every jurisdiction, regardless of size, regardless of budget. We've got to assure that they have the tools needed to protect the vote. By adopting this amendment, we will send a clear message that Congress takes seriously our responsibility to protect the integrity of our elections. So I ask this committee to please support my amendment, and with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. The chairman of the subcommittee, Mr. Joyce, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose the amendment.
Gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, is recognized to address the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I support this amendment. The federal government paid nothing for federal elections, that is, our elections, members of the United States Senate, or presidential elections until we passed the Election Assistance Commission in 2002. Bob Ney from Ohio was a Republican from Ohio, sponsored that bill, and I co-sponsored that bill. It was the first time the federal government had participated in helping local election boards and states to fund elections. We then sent grants to the state in the amount of $3.2 billion. That was signed by President Bush. It was signed because he wanted to see the election system run properly and believed that we had a responsibility to participate in that. I would urge us to support this amendment, given the fact that we, if needed, could backfill. As Mr. Bishop pointed out, the Appropriations Committee was bypassed and $100 million was given to the OMB in the reconciliation bill. So it's not as if they don't have resources, they do. After this amendment, they'll have $50 million left. Added to the 100 gives them 150, which is some 30 million over what they have this year. So this is not an amendment which will either kill OMB or break the bank. The figure that has been provided by this committee will provide some $30,000 to 50 states. If you took it even. Obviously, that won't happen, which will mean that some small states will get pennies. While we lament the fact that the election system is not as well run, as open, as transparent as we would like it. So that I would just simply suggest to you that what the gentleman's amendment does is to ensure that the federal government pays its part of running elections in this country.
Thank the gentleman. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will keep my closing short and sweet. Elections are the foundation of our democracy, and now is not the time to be complacent in the face of external threats that have not disappeared and are in fact evolving. Please support my amendment to restore election security grants funding to a much more reasonable level that is in line with fiscal years 2022 and 2023. With that, I ask support for the amendment and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient support being shown, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade. Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Siskamani. Mr. Siskamani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Ms. DeLauro. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Miss Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson. Mr. Hoyer.
Yes.
Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce.
No.
Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke.
Are there any members wishing to record or change their vote? Gentlelady from Connecticut? The gentlelady is not recorded.
Ms. DeLauro, aye.
Are there any other members wishing to record or change their vote? The gentleman is not recorded.
Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there any other members wishing to record or change their vote? The gentleman from California wish to record a vote? No.
Mr. Valadeo, no.
Gentleman from Hawaii?
Mr. Case, aye.
Crew seems to be straggling in on this vote. Are there any others? I don't want to close it too soon. Gentleman from Alabama? And the gentleman
Mr.
from...
Adderholt, no.
Gentleman from Nevada, is he recorded?
Yes.
Okay. All right, seeing no other members wishing to record or change their vote, the clerks will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 27, the noes are 33. The amendment is not adopted. Are there further amendments and discussions? I see there are. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cuellar, is recognized for an amendment.
And I have an amendment at the desk, and I respectfully ask that we dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Chairman, this is the amendment that I'll offer and withdraw, but let me first say that under Article 1, Section 9, Clause 7 of the Constitution, Congress has the power of the appropriations. We appropriate, but we also have the power to provide oversight once we provide those dollars. I would venture to say that if you look at the websites that every agency has, and I took out some of the websites that talk about performance measures, that I would say that under the 2010 law that we passed, where it calls for a performance plan, where it calls for measures, that none of us have looked at that. This is something that I did a little bit after the 2010 law that we passed. But after that, we don't get to see the performance measures. And I can say that even in the subcommittees, none of us, well, I shouldn't say none, but I would say most of us have not seen those performance measures. So if we are going to do our job by providing oversight, that is, if you provide $1, how do we know that that $1 is getting the best bang for that dollar that we provided? What this amendment does is basically looks at those measures to make sure that we have the right measurements, make sure performance measure, it looks at any outdated, duplicative rules and regulations, looks for cost savings, and doesn't have any got you type of language. It's very straightforward what our responsibility as members of Congress. If you look at some of the measures that we have here, the agencies are the only ones that put those measures before. So think about it. They're actually measuring themselves. So do they provide any performance that looks at the results? A lot of them are measurements of activities. If you look at some of them specifically, and I don't want to call any of the agencies out, but if you look at it, the measures, the quote key measures that they have is how much money that they put in a program. Seriously, that's a line item. That is not a measurement. How much money they spend on a program is not a performance measure. They're not measuring activity. I mean, they're not measuring results. They're just putting line items and say, yeah, we met 100% of that amount that we put in. So again, members, I would ask us that somewhere down the line, and I'm going to offer and withdraw this amendment, but somewhere down the line, we have to go back to Article 1, Section 9, Clause 7, and say we appropriate, but we also provide the oversight, which is our job. A lot of times when we look at what we provide oversight is what comes out in the newspaper and the media, or there's a problem over here, then we focus on that. But we're not doing the systematic performance measurement of results like we should be doing. All we're asking is that those measures are provided to us periodically so we can look at them and then decide if that's the right measure and how much of a level of a measurement we should have. With that, Mr. Chairman, I offer and withdraw my amendment.
I thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Pocan, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk. I would ask that it be considered.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman's recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I have an amendment that would restore collective bargaining rights for some federal workers that have lost it under this administration's illegal actions against those workers. I think many of us on Monday spent Labor Day either visiting something that was celebrating workers or a labor festival in our districts. And this is at the core of workers' rights, is the ability to collectively bargain, the rights to bargain for your salary, for your benefits, for your safety conditions, and other aspects of work. And this has been integral to the workplaces that we have in federal government and the progress that we have in having those services offered for our constituents. Unfortunately, with this administration taking right out of Project 2025, they illegally, unilaterally got rid of collective bargaining rights for many thousands and thousands of federal employees. Union representation is essential to ensure that there's fair treatment, workplace safety, and due process for federal workers, of which, by the way, a third of federal workers are also veterans. This is something that we're directly attacking veterans and their ability to have a wage to support their family when the president does something like this that's illegal. This would simply make sure that we have real collaboration between management and employees like we have always had, that has worked well. But any further attacks on employees' rights really accelerates the hollowing out of our vital public institutions. And these federal employees have dedicated their lives to public service. So this amendment simply restores those rights. If you went to a labor festival and you meant it, you vote yes. Because we need to make sure those workers have their rights again. But regardless, this is something that I think we all know has worked well within federal government. This change has been disruptive, and it would make the best sense, I think, Mr. Chairman, to have us move forward and pass this amendment. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The chairman of the subcommittee, Mr. Joyce, is recognized to respond to the gentleman's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The president has used his authority granted to him under the Civil Service Reform Act to end collective bargaining at agencies with missions related to national security. In doing so, the president is acknowledging the important work that these agencies do and seeks to ensure that these agencies do that work efficiently. For too long, Americans have dealt with government agencies in the national security space that have had lackluster performance. Instead of focusing on their mission, these agencies instead focus on collective bargaining. This action will ensure Americans can trust the vital government services will not be impacted by labor interests.
A gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Well, I'm in favor of the amendment.
I'm in favor of the amendment, and adversely impacting labor is not adversely impacting our national security. I would ask a rhetorical question of the chairman. Can he tell me what agency is not involved in national security? And I say that rhetorically because I believe the president would opine that every agency has an impact on the national security. We had that debate when this was initially discussed, and previously this president had talked about the national security and exempting people from the right to organize. The right to organize and bargain collectively is a common fact in almost every democracy in the world, not in non-democracies, but in democracies. It gives working men and women, many of whom voted for your side of the aisle, the right to have the ability to ensure a wage and working conditions that are sustainable to a quality of life. Using agencies which are clearly not DOD, clearly not CIA or other national security agencies to justify undermining labor rights and the right to organize and the right to bargain collectively is a ruse. Pursued by those who do not believe in collective bargaining. And for that reason, I strongly support the gentleman's amendment and urge that it be adopted.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of this amendment to protect the collective bargaining rights of more than 500,000 American civil servants. When the United States government signs a contract, it ought to respect the terms. It's really simple. Anything less is a clear affront to the rule of law that undercuts our national credibility. And there's nothing more critical to workers' rights than the ability to unite in solidarity and negotiate collectively with their employer, especially under this administration, which has been eager to break promises to our federal workforce and flagrantly violate the law. Binding contracts ratified by the workforce are essential. And it's clear to me that this administration won't be satisfied with just ripping away the hard-earned rights of federal employees. They're just the first in line. Trump and Republicans want to gut unions and silence the voices of working people so their billionaire corporate friends always get the final say. We're just coming out of the Labor Day weekend. And while my Republican colleagues may think that's just an occasion for grilling hamburgers or online shopping, it's actually a day to commemorate the role of organized labor in improving conditions for all American workers. If we allow this administration to arbitrarily vacate their obligations to civil servants who dedicated their lives to our country, undermining their retirement, health care, child care, and more, it will harm all workers, union or non-union. Most importantly, it will mean higher costs and declining quality of government services for all Americans. You think people will line up to work at Social Security and the VA once Trump takes away all the benefits for employees, now that they've canceled union contracts that were negotiated and signed? Americans can't afford the consequences of the Republican purge of public servants, which is why I proudly support this amendment and thank the gentleman for offering it, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Monday was Labor Day, and Labor Day means that workers can organize to do a couple of things. Make sure that they have safe working conditions. Make sure that they're paid a fair wage and that everybody is paid a fair wage, regardless of gender or race or creed. All those things used to happen in this country. And to have the ability to negotiate for benefits. When we have a labor union at a federal level, a state level, or a local level, it allows the public and us to see how employees are being treated. It gives them an opportunity to vent their grievances, especially with us as members of Congress. This thing about a national emergency, we write waivers into laws, and there's waivers sometimes in contracts, so that in case of a national emergency or a national disaster or something that's going on that's really going to impact our nation, that there's a way in which things can happen. Just think of every time that there's a chance that something could happen with the railroad workers. President can intervene. Usually it gets settled before that, but the president can intervene. I served on a city council. I served on a state legislature. We never once, through our unions and our police and our fire department, ever worried that a crime victim wouldn't have help or that a fire wouldn't get put out. Let's vote for this amendment, and let's protect an open democracy in which workers can organize and we can know what's going on at a federal level. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentleman from Indiana is recognized, Mr. Mervan, is recognized to address the amendment.
The Trump administration has repeatedly attacked collective bargaining rights for our dedicated federal workers. In my district, I have heard countless stories from federal workers who have lost their jobs, are afraid of being fired, and face intimidation daily at work. For example, I heard from Lisa, who, along with her entire division at the CDC Disease Intervention and Response Branch in the Division of the STD Prevention, received a RIF notice that leaves her unemployed. Instead of being able to work at a job she loves to promote public health, Lisa, who was fired only a year before her retirement age, is now struggling to make ends meet. Unions have historically given federal employees the tools to fight for fair wages, safe working environments, access to affordable health care plans, and sound retirements. I'm strongly opposed to the president's executive order that strips away these collective bargaining rights for federal workers. The anti-worker action does not stop here, but poses further threats to workers across the country. I've spent my entire career as an elected official believing that every worker should have the ability to form and join a union. I will continue fighting every day to protect collective bargaining for all workers in Indiana's 1st Congressional District. I support this amendment to prevent the implementation of this harmful executive order and urge the committee to work together to ensure that every worker has the right to collectively bargain. And with that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Escobar, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to support this pretty simple amendment, in my view. We, as my colleague from Minnesota just mentioned, we literally just celebrated Labor Day. And I hope that all of us have had the opportunity to visit with many of the unions that we all have in our districts. I visit with the unions in my district on a regular basis. And this is such an easy amendment to support. When you look at what unions have accomplished, the 5-day work week, that's because of unions. The 40-hour work week, that's because of unions. Hardworking Americans getting time off, that's because of unions. So unions are as American as you can get. And I will tell you, in speaking with a lot of my own union members, when they bring up issues, the only thing that really gives them hope that they will have a fighting chance at working in a harassment-free workplace or a safe workplace is the representation that they get from their union leaders and the ability for their union leaders to sit down with an employer and raise issues. They generally feel like they are fighting the big fight just to get some pretty fundamental things. But there's power in numbers, and that's what's so wonderful about unions. If we care about hardworking Americans, if we care about the working class, we should want to empower them so that they can fight for safe workplaces, for fair wages, for harassment-free environments. It's really, really easy. This is an opportunity for us in a bipartisan way to tell American workers, we stand with you. We know you feel like a little guy, but we are with you. Congress is with you. I enthusiastically support this amendment because I enthusiastically support our unions.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivey, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I join in what my colleagues have said previously, especially with respect to the positive impact that unions have brought. This executive order strips 445,000 U.S. workers of their union rights in one fell swoop. And it's, yeah, I know there was a comment about national security a little earlier, but you know, we've got people in unions that are doing janitorial service work who've been stripped of their union rights. Clearly, they're not doing any kind of national security work. And there are thousands of people across the board who are doing the work that obviously has nothing to do with national security. Now, I'll say to my colleagues, this is another one of those where Congress walks away from the obligation it would have to. If you want to empower the president to do something like this, that's one thing. But we haven't done that. So with respect to contracts, because it is a contract, and as my colleague from Florida pointed out, that ought to be respected. Where we do regular procurement contracts at the federal government level, we wrote in there the opportunity for the government to terminate for convenience. That's a term that's used as a state of art. We can terminate the agreement if we want to do it, if we decide it's in the best interest of the United States to terminate that contract. You might have to pay damages for having done it if it's done unfairly, but there's still the power to do that. We did not require that kind of language to be written into these collective bargaining agreements, and it's not there. And that's the obvious reason that the president's using this fake workaround by calling everything a national security issue to try and get around that. Last point I'll make is this. One of the things that this sort of union protection provides is it allows people like, say, for example, USDA investigators the ability to know that if they come forward and raise the issue that something's not being done correctly, the messenger doesn't get shot. That sort of information can get used to correct the problem, whether it's VA office, for example, and perhaps there are ongoing cases with respect to caregiving, issues where that's not being addressed in the right way. We don't want to discourage the ability of people to come forward and do that. But that's exactly what we're doing by stripping them of the union rights. And when you look at that in the context of what's being done to, for example, Department of Justice prosecutors who've been forced out, and FBI, for example, who've been forced out of their positions because of cases they worked on previously. Well, if it's going to happen to them, it's going to happen to folks like this too. And it won't be lost on other federal workers who are looking around and seeing that everything's being put at risk. They're being stripped of any kind of protections to do the job that they might want to try and do, to continue in public service. Why would we take that away? Why don't we want to have that continue, provide those protections so we know we're getting the best services and the best information? Because sometimes we need to hear the bad information. Sometimes we need to hear the bad news, because if you don't know there's a problem, you can't fix the problem. So I hope you'll support this amendment. I think it makes sense. Certainly all the things that unions have done to protect people's rights, absolutely. But just because this makes sense for protecting the American people and making sure that we get the benefit of the work that they do from the position and the skills that they have, which is all that we really want from these sorts of services. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? If not, then the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Mr. Ivey said a lot what I was just going to say, which is, look, this is not national security positions. I want to ask the subcommittee chair to be put in an awkward spot and answer what national security position at Interior or the EPA or the FDA or Treasury or USDA or the FCC or many of these agencies that clearly this would apply to, because he was a very decent person today with a decent vote, and I appreciate that. Thank you. But I do think this is against everything that collective bargaining rights are about. They're bargained between management and labor. One person, any one person, a president, a king, a demagogue, anyone cannot singularly get rid of these. This isn't Russia or China. This isn't Turkmenistan. And yet, luckily, we're not Trumpistan yet. But for now, we should respect the workers who work for the federal government, and you do so by supporting this amendment, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and questions now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient support has been shown. So a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Fleischman. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Dr. Harris. Mrs. Henson. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivey. Mr. Ivey, aye. Mr. Joyce.
No.
Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota, aye. Ms. Lee. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Does any member wish to record or change their vote? Gentleman from Maryland,
Dr. Harris, no.
gentleman from California,
Mr. Harder, aye.
gentleman from Arizona,
Mr. Siskamani, no.
gentleman from Alabama.
Mr. Adderholt, no.
Are there any other members wishing to record or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 26, the noes are 31, and the amendment is not adopted. Gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Pocan, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I'd ask unanimous consent to be considered read.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Thank you. So this amendment, speaking of Trumpistan, for that matter, any president-istan, we should not allow someone to be able to enrich themselves or do things that are bluntly un-American while in office. And this amendment directly looks at a number of issues. We're so concerned about tackling waste, fraud, and abuse, and yet we're seeing a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse when it comes to this White House right now, specifically in a number of areas. One, this amendment would make sure that there can be no financial benefit by any organization owned by the president or any commercial entity in which the president or the president's family has an immediate financial interest. Not exactly controversial, kind of stretching the law perhaps in how it's currently done, but we should stand up for that for any president. This would also make sure that no money is expended at any properties owned by the president or their immediate family. We've seen that, unfortunately, abused during this current administration, but there's no reason for our tax dollars to go to someone who's going to have a self-interest as a president in this. This would also not allow renaming of federal properties after a president or their immediate family while they're in office. They're clearly not. It's something we don't do. We usually wait until someone's out of office or sometimes not even on this planet. But certainly doing it right now is something that you see in third world countries in some cases. This also makes sure that we're not doing the construction of a ballroom because there is a process that has to happen to do that. But to have a waste of taxpayer dollars going to some gold-gilded ballroom would make no sense. And finally, this would say that you can't produce, fly, or display any banners with the likelihood over a federal government facility that has a likelihood of the president's portrait or likeness. I know Chairman Mao and others in history have used this. Currently, the president is using this. This is something, again, that goes beyond what the United States of America as a democracy has been about. So none of these are outrageous. These are all what we've always considered the normalcy of the United States presidency. And we shouldn't allow those things to happen. Look, we have given up so much power already just in this last year for Congress. It's time that we take some of those powers back, and just having any normalcy would be nice. But normalcy when it comes to not spending taxpayer dollars or not allowing a president or their family to financially benefit from being in office should be a complete no-brainer. It should be easy to do, and I would hope that we could pass this amendment and try to show that Congress at least cares enough about the American taxpayer that we don't want to waste money and we don't want to slip down a slippery slope to some of these countries that certainly have never looked like America before, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Ohio, the chairman of subcommittee, is recognized to respond to the gentleman from Wisconsin's amendment.
I oppose this amendment.
Succinct and to the point. A gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, is recognized to address the amendment.
We could quibble with some of this, of course, parse words, but the very fact is that if this were a Biden presidency, an Obama presidency, or a Clinton presidency, and they were doing the same things that this president is doing, every one of you on the other side of the aisle would vote aye. Perhaps you might consider, is this simply a transactional issue or an issue of values and probity? I suggest it's the latter, and I urge you to vote for it.
Thank the gentleman. The ranking member of the full committee, Mr. DeLore, is recognized to address the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of this amendment, which requires the president to uphold the trust placed in him by the American people and cease using the power of his office to enrich himself and his family. Holding the highest elected office in the United States of America is a tremendous responsibility. Unfortunately, President Trump has never taken that responsibility seriously. The sheer scale and brazenness of the corruption in this administration is staggering, even by the standards he set during his first term, during which foreign government officials spent over $750,000 at the Trump International Hotel in Washington, D.C., alone, according to a 2022 report from the House Oversight and Reform Committee. As he did in his first administration, President Trump has made no secret of the fact that U.S. and foreign government officials who stay at properties owned by his family often receive special treatment. The Committee for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington, a citizen group, has cataloged 28 instances of cabinet officials visiting Trump properties and 30 instances of foreign government officials visiting Trump properties. Just this July, President Trump opened a new golf course in Scotland during a 5-day European trip designed to promote his family's business interest, and he hosted the Prime Minister of the UK at the new property. And it is not just physical properties that he is promoting. President Trump is eagerly cheerleading his family's new cryptocurrency venture at every opportunity. Trump launched his own cryptocurrency just days before entering office, hosted a dinner at his Virginia property for the 220 holders of the so-called meme coin, with the top 25 holders receiving a private tour of the White House, an even more exclusive meeting with the president. I wonder how many more stories we will hear, like the story of Justin Sun, a crypto trader who was charged in 2023 with market manipulation, but received a pause in legal proceedings against him after he purchased $30 million in crypto from the Trump family company, becoming the largest holder of the president's cryptocurrency. At every turn, he is using the power of the presidency to either promote or actively patronize his family's businesses, to auction off access to the Oval Office, or to boost his own image and ego with the White House ballrooms and giant portraits hung on the side of buildings. This should not be a partisan issue. Everyone who works in the federal government goes through ethics training. Our interns here on Capitol Hill cannot accept so much as a hamburger and fries. Yet the president continues to act like he can mix business and government with no consequences. Make no mistake, the world and the American people are watching, and they see a, quote, "for sale" sign on the White House lawn. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Gentlelady from Illinois.
Chairman, I just really wanted to stand and associate my comments with Ranking Member DeLauro and Mr. Pocan, who offered the amendment. This is a really sad and extraordinary time when we have a president who requires such constant affirmation and attention that this type of amendment would even be necessary. And I thank my colleagues for offering it. I yield back.
Thank you, lady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I just want to reiterate, this isn't just about this president. It's about any president. I know we haven't had to have this conversation perhaps with other presidents, but there could be a future president, who is equally wealthy on the Democratic side, who owns things that can profit from it. Look, we are kind of sliding down, if you've ever seen the movie Idiocracy. I mean, we're clearly on that slide right now. That could be a future president, and we need to protect the institution, not from any individual, but from any potential individual as well. So I would hope that you would consider voting yes for this amendment because it is the right thing to do. And I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Gentleman has requested recorded votes. Sufficient number of hands having risen, the recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade. Oh, you're out. Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Mr. Loro. Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Ms. Escobar. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Dr. Harris. Mrs. Henson. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Mr. Lolota. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Ms. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there any members wishing to record their vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Texas?
Mr. Elzey, no.
Gentleman from Arizona?
Mr. Siscomani, no.
Gentleman from California?
Mr. Harder, aye.
Gentleman from Maryland?
Dr. Harris, no.
Gentlelady from Texas?
Ms. Escobar, aye.
Gentleman from Missouri?
Mr. Alford, no.
Are there any other members wishing to change or record their vote? Gentleman from Arkansas?
Mr. Womack, no.
Are there any others wishing to change or record their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. In this vote, the ayes are 25, the noes are 30, and the amendment is not adopted. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Pocan, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk. I'd ask it unanimous consent it be considered read.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Thank you. So this is an amendment on Doge, and I'm going to do this on the honor system, but I'm going to ask you a question, and if you can't answer it, you have to vote for this. Who is the current Doge administrator? Do you know? Raise your hand. Don't look it up on your phone. No. Amy Gleason. I didn't know it either until today. So I'm not going to act like it's something I knew. I'm going to give you credit that you got some language in here that says the committee directs the administrator of Doge, apparently Amy Gleason, to submit quarterly reports to the House and Senate committees on appropriations on the number of hires for Doge, including the use of detailees and transfers to and from an agency for personnel. But that tells us basically nothing about Doge. And our job is to have oversight, fiscal oversight over those committees. And Doge has been, well, dodgy in getting information that we need. We had a situation where the Dairy Business Innovation Initiative was being affected by something Doge was doing. We wanted to get some answers. We called the USDA and they told us they didn't have the information. So we went to the Doge website to get a hold of someone because we had no contacts. And there's no contact information on the Doge website, just, believe it or not, an X account. I know you're probably surprised, but you remember Elon was around at the time? That's what you had. So we had no way of contacting anyone at Doge. So we called the White House liaison, and they had no response. And then we tried calling the general White House line directly, and a staffer asked if we could call back in 10 minutes, and they'd hopefully get us some contact info after calling back. They said they didn't even have a name or number for a Doge contact, and they didn't have any idea how we could get a hold of them. Look, we're members of Congress, and this is an agency, Doge, that's doing a lot of things that are affecting our constituents right now. And at minimum, we should have some additional information that I'm requesting in this amendment about who works there, what savings they're saying they have, how do we get a hold of people, and like the most basic 101 that we have with every other federal agency that we have oversight over. Even our subcommittee chairman, who I respect, I know wanted to get Doge in front of us, and we couldn't get Doge to come in front of the subcommittee that has the jurisdiction oversight over Doge. Look, take Elon Musk out, because I think he's out right now with you guys. We should have some real responsibilities with Doge. We should know who's there. We should be able to contact people there. And we should have the most basic of information when we're spending millions of dollars of taxpayer dollars and affecting people through cuts in things that Doge is doing. And, you know, all I really know is there's a bunch of very young folks who work there. One person who recently, unfortunately, was beat up here in DC. But that's about what we know about Doge. And none of us knew who the Doge administrator was when I asked the question. So I would hope that this is an amendment that we might be able to move forward with. There's absolutely nothing partisan. When you read it, you can tell it's just getting the most basic information that we have on every other agency
that we have oversight over. And we shouldn't be afraid to do that. And if we are, man, we got to have a whole different conversation. So, Mr. Chair, I would hope that this is something that maybe we could accept. It really is the bare minimum of what we should have as information to members of Congress. And I hope this is something we can do together, and I yield my time back.
Thank the gentleman. The chairman of the subcommittee, Mr. Joyce, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The chair is opposed.
Excuse me. Gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, is recognized to address the amendment.
Though I was compelled by the intellectual argument that the subcommittee chairman made, I nevertheless will ask, ladies and gentlemen of the Appropriations Committee, if we don't pass this amendment, there's not an executive in the federal government that ought to listen to us at all. I thank the chairman for trying to get DOGE to come, i.e., specifically Elon Musk. Not forget about Musk. Musk probably, more than any American other Donald Trump, has had, in my view, an adverse impact on this country over the last 8 months. He hasn't testified before a single committee of the Congress of the United States. We asked him, I think the chairman, I talked to the chairman, he said he was trying to get him, and I take him at his word. We got no response. Have we lost any self-respect for ourselves, for the Appropriations Committee, for the House of Representatives, for the Congress of the United States? You're all, I know I sound like a scold, and I apologize for that. But I believe in this institution. I believe the founders were correct that they didn't want a King George. And we are their instrument not to have a King George. I hope you're finding the answer to this on your iPhones.
Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman is recognized from Wisconsin, is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to debate this long. I'm just going to say, if you didn't know who Amy Gleason was before 15 minutes ago, vote yes. We should have the most basic information about a committee or a commission that we should have oversight over. That's all this is doing. There's no gotchas. Read it. Take the extra 40 seconds here and read it. There's nothing in here but saying we should have the contact information, know who's there, and know what savings are happening. And if we don't do that, Article 1 of the Constitution, I guess, is pretty meaningless. So, again, Amy Gleason, if you didn't know her 15 minutes ago, please vote yes. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Any chair of the noes have it. And the amendment is not agreed to. The gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar, is recognized for an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk and would ask that the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and appreciate the work that Mr. Joyce and Mr. Hoyer have put into this bill. Today, I'm offering an amendment that would allow recipients of Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals, the DACA program as we know it, to be eligible for employment within the United States federal government. The positive impact of DACA recipients on our economy cannot be overstated. Throughout the country, there are more than 500,000 DACA recipients in the United States who contribute nearly $16 billion to our economy. At one point, DACA recipients numbered over 800,000. This population is declining, but the need to solve this issue is not. There are doctors, law enforcement officers, teachers, and business owners in our communities. Most importantly, they love our country just as much as we do. These young men and women are living in the only country that they have ever called home. Many dreamers want to give back to the nation that they call home and dedicate their lives and careers to making this country a better place. They deserve the same opportunities as other young people, including the chance to pursue a career in public service in our federal government. Denying DACA recipients the opportunity to serve their nation through public service stands in stark contrast to our nation's core values. These individuals should be eligible for employment in positions like disaster assistance specialists at FEMA, nurses at Indian Health Services, food safety workers at USDA, park rangers within our national park system. By extending eligibility to DACA recipients for positions like these, our federal government, from Congress to the judiciary to the executive branch, will benefit from allowing the truly best and brightest individuals and applicants to serve our country. This amendment is not an immigration bill, Mr. Chairman, but it is a common sense change to give dreamers the opportunities they deserve and our nation the workforce that it needs. They deserve the opportunity to be eligible for federal employment to help shape this country that they call home. I urge support of this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you. The chair of the, acting chair of the full committee will recognize the chair of the subcommittee. And I don't mean to make light of your argument. I appreciate what you have to say, but unfortunately, I'm going to oppose your amendment. Mr. Hoyer is now recognized. Amendment dexterous, Stenny.
I don't really think there's much purpose in talking about the merits of a bill or an amendment at this point in time.
If there's no further debate, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank Ranking Member Hoyer for his support, and I want to thank our colleagues. Mr. Chairman, we voted on a similar amendment within the legislative branch bill before our August work period. And in a bipartisan way, members of this committee voted to extend the ability to hire individuals with DACA status within the legislative branch. So our congressional offices can hear from and learn from and benefit from individuals with DACA status. What I would ask is that the same arguments apply on why we should do this. If we want to be able to benefit from individuals serving in our own personal offices, shouldn't the federal government also be allowed to benefit from the opportunity for them to apply? This amendment, Mr. Chairman, I've seen it all. We have, I've lost this amendment with a voice vote. I have won this amendment on a voice vote. It was embedded in the bill, in the base text when we were in the majority. This is something that I've carried for 7 years because it's the right thing to do. My hope is that members within this committee understand that this is still the right thing to do, and in a bipartisan way that we extend our support for this, and that we send a clear message, even when there is chaos and dysfunction under this dome, we can get something done that provides opportunity to people. That's what this is about, the opportunity for individuals to serve this federal government that we are all privileged to be a part of. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I urge an aye vote from all of our colleagues.
Questions now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient support is shown. Roll call is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, aye. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Mr. Loro. Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Mr. LaLota. Mr. LaLota, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, aye. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. I didn't.
Are there members wishing to record their vote? I'm sorry?
No, okay. Mr. Zinke, no.
There are members wishing to record their vote or change their vote. Gentlelady from Texas.
Ms. Escobar, aye.
Gentleman from California.
Mr.
Gentleman-
Levin, aye.
Gentleman from Indiana.
Mr.
Gentleman-
Mervan, aye.
A gentleman from Georgia.
Mr. Clyde, no.
Gentleman from Mississippi.
Mr. Guest, no.
A gentleman from Arizona. I thought the gentleman voted. I wasn't sure. Gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Diaz-Balart, no.
Are there others wishing to record or change their vote? We had a lot of movement, so it'd be easy to miss somebody here. If not, the clerk will tally. The gentleman from Texas recorded?
Mr. Cloud, no.
He didn't want, you ready? Mr. Zinke, how are you recorded? Thank you. They, I believe the gentleman is recorded as yes, but let me check. Gentleman is recorded as yes. Chairman, how am I recorded? Gentleman from South Carolina?
Mr. Clyburn, aye.
Are there any other members wishing to vote or change their vote? And the clerks will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 30 and the noes are, is this 29 or 29? So the amendment is adopted. Gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Frankel, is
Yes.
recognized for an amendment.
Well, thank you. That was good. Because Mr. Chair, this room has become very, very quiet, and I'm not really sure whether we all need, what do you call that, smelling salts or some kind of energy drink? All right, but that was a good vote. All right. Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask that the reading be dispensed with. Thank you.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment dispensed with, and the gentlelady's recognized for remarks on her amendment.
My amendment strikes the provisions in this bill that prohibit the use of funds for abortion care by the District of Columbia and for federal employees nationwide. Now, first I'm going to start and say, as both as a mother and a grandmother, I can tell you, I'm sure most of you here who have children or grandchildren can tell you, it's one of life's greatest joys. There's nothing more powerful than holding your baby for the first time or watching his or her first step or get their little sticky, gooey hug and kiss, right? Kisses, and seeing that they, as they grow and discover who they really are. Parenthood brings love, it brings pride and purpose, and being a grandparent is much more awesome. It's also an enormous responsibility to be a parent. It means a diaper change, food on the table, roof overhead, health care, safe schools, and parents that give the time and attention that children deserve. So I want you to imagine this to the young women in this room. As you leave today, I'm going to stand out there, I'm going to have a basket, and I'm going to give each one of you a newborn baby. Each one of you is going to do that. Now, you might say, well, that's a little shocking. It is shocking, but I want to tell you something. In Trump's America, every woman, of childbearing age must be ready to be a mother at a moment's notice. I still, some of you are shaking your heads because you know that adding a child to someone's life changes everything. The family budget, the ability to work, the dreams you can pursue. These are life-shaping consequences that ripple outward, not just for parents and children, but for entire communities. And that's why no one should be forced into that responsibility without preparation, without choice, without the ability to decide what is right for them and their family. Yet that's exactly what these restrictions do, these anti-abortion restrictions do. They force people into parenthood whether they are ready or not. And that's why the decision of whether and when to have a child must remain with the individual, not with politicians. And keep in mind that these abortion restrictions are not standing alone. Republicans are also slashing family planning services. So not only does this bill restrict or obstruct people from accessing abortion care, Republicans are reducing funding for contraceptives, for preventive care, the very tools that families plan and help families plan and thrive. And what is the result going to be? It's going to mean more unplanned pregnancies, more financial hardship, and more children born into circumstances where parents are not ready to provide the stability that every child deserves. It's not just an attack on individual freedom. It's bad policy for families, bad policy for children, and bad policy for our communities. Hey, listen, wealthy families are going to have the options. It's the working people, the teachers, the nurses' aides, the legislative aides sitting in this room who are going to pay the price. Every child deserves to be wanted, loved, and raised in a family prepared for the responsibility. Every parent deserves the dignity to make their own personal decisions, and every community is stronger when families are supported, not coerced. And so, colleagues, I'm just going to respectfully suggest this, that we should be building a future where children are born into homes ready to welcome them, not writing laws that force families into crises. And so I urge you, join me in striking down these harmful restrictions and let's have the trust and put the trust where it belongs, in the American people. And I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Ohio, the chairman of the subcommittee, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Well, my dear friend Lois Frankel, I unfortunately have to oppose this gentlewoman's amendment.
Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, gentlelady from Illinois is recognized to address the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, while the president toys with deploying the National Guard into Chicago and barrels toward a government shutdown, Republicans in Congress are marching forward with dangerous and radical legislation that will further limit our access to life-saving reproductive health care. This bill is packed with extreme policy riders that ban abortion access, deny coverage to federal employees, and force the government to track and collect data on doctors, nurses, and other healthcare providers. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle try to justify these regressive policies by saying they're decades old and pass every year. But as a nurse, I can tell you that our healthcare policies shouldn't be stuck in the past. With every year they hang on, these riders put more lives in America at risk. It's no secret that this administration has an extreme anti-choice, anti-freedom agenda that aims to ban abortion nationwide. We know the playbook because it's laid out right there in Project 2025. Attack science, cut healthcare, deny our right to control our own bodies and our future. Then they say they're doing it to, quote, protect women. But in reality, we know that restricting access to reproductive health care doesn't protect women. It holds us back. It impoverishes us. It dehumanizes us, and especially for Black and brown women, but really at this point, every single American woman, it kills us. America already has the worst maternal mortality rate of any developed nation, and post-Dobbs, it's getting even worse. The data is devastating and shows that limiting healthcare makes outcomes worse, not better for women. So I strongly support this amendment. I thank my colleague, Ms. Frankel, for offering it, and I urge my colleagues, if they really want to protect women, to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Are there others wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I said it before, I'll say it again. Women, not politicians, not the politicians in this room, should be the ones who decide when or whether to start or grow a family. And with that, I say, please vote for this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Florida. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And the amendment is not agreed to. A gentlelady from California, Ms. Torres, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to offer an amendment and ask for the reading to be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. My amendment would prohibit the federal government from hiring or employing anyone who was included in President Trump's pardon for January 6 insurrectionists who violently attacked the U.S. Capitol. On January 6th was not a protest. It was a violent, desperate attempt to destroy our democracy and an attack on the rule of law and our law enforcement. 5 Capitol Police officers lost their lives as a result of the January 6th insurrection, with over 150 officers sustaining injuries while defending the Capitol. And yet, on the very first day in office, the president pardoned more than 1,500 individuals charged or convicted for being a part of the January 6th insurrection. These are not law-abiding citizens. These are people who killed our officers, who injured our officers. They included those who were convicted of violently assaulting police officers. For those pardoned, dozens of defendants had prior convictions, pending charges for crimes including rape, sexual abuse of a minor, domestic violence, manslaughter, production of child sexual abuse materials, and drug trafficking. These individuals do not deserve leniency. They deserve accountability. And they absolutely have no place in working in our federal government. Our taxpayers' dollars should not be funding the salaries of criminals who try to overthrow our democracy. But that is what's happening in this administration, where a former January 6th rioter, Jared Wise, was hired and is now working as a senior advisor for Trump's Department of Justice. The guy who tried to kill our officers is now working for DOJ. Look at this. August 7th, 2025, this is an NPR article. This video shows Department of Justice official urging January 6 rioters to kill cops. This guy right here, he told those rioters to kill cops. He also, as our Capitol Police officers were being attacked, he referred to them as Nazis, called them the Gestapo. Not only was this caught on police body cams, he also admitted to saying that in his trial, which conveniently ended when Trump pardoned him. The federal government should not be racing to the bottom, hiring people who attempted to kill our law enforcement officers and attempted to kill our Republican vice president by hanging him. The federal government should not be employing people who try to overthrow our democracy and attack our institutions. And I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Joyce, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose this amendment.
The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, is recognized to address the amendment.
To say, if the shoe were on the other foot, surely, no one in this committee would justify the pardoning of people who committed treason, who led to the injury of over 100, perhaps 200 people, who led to the deaths of the officers to which the sponsor referred. Surely, we have not gotten so low that we rationalize insurrection. I will tell you, as somebody who was not on the floor, but was with both Republican leaders from the Senate and the House and Democratic leaders from the House and the Senate, that there was universal outrage and condemnation of all of the leaders that had been taken out of the Capitol. I have heard so little from people and their outrage at the actions of this president in pardoning criminal elements in our society, who committed a crime seen by all, who were tried. Many pled, yes, I did that, as the gentlelady said. And yet this Congress has remained silent. I don't mean each one of us individually, but the Congress collectively has done nothing to respond to this outrage. Why should anybody in this country who disagrees with the policies of this country and comes to the Capitol and is violent, breaks into the Capitol, and puts at risk the lives of all within? Police, members, staff, visitors. Now, this amendment could have been more precise. I understand that. And an individual was cited. But I will vote for this amendment with conviction to say this was not acceptable in our society, in our country, in our community. I thank the gentlelady for offering the amendment so that we have an opportunity to say to America, this is not our country. This is not acceptable. This will not be sanctioned. We will speak out and say that we are a nation of laws. And when the President of the United States invites people to the Capitol of the United States, speaks to them and urges them to go down and stop the steal, which did not occur, and fight like hell. That is incitement to violence. That is in and of itself a crime. Let us not whimper in our seats and fail to condemn this outrageous action taken by so many in contravention of our democracy. Vote yes.
Gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the Torres Amendment, and I thank the gentlelady for bringing it forward. We must never be complicit. We must never forget what happened on January the 6th. I have a feeling there are still many of us in this room who were there on that day, who heard the strange announcements from the floor telling us to sit down, prepare to lie down, get your gas masks out from under your seat, put your gas masks on, and wait for instructions to get the heck out of here. I bet many of you were in that scared crowd, not knowing what was going to happen, fleeing for our lives. Among the people fleeing, the very Vice President of the United States. And what did the president do, the sitting president do? Unlike what he's done recently with DC, 187 minutes, calls no one, doesn't even call his vice president, say, are you all right? Do you need help? Should I send the National Guard? What can I do to help you all? Said nothing. Come on. The pardons issued day one by this president, he had every right to do. He has the pardon power. But we should not be complicit. We should not use the power of appropriations to say it's okay. What the president did in pardoning these criminals who were insurrectionists attacking the Capitol, ultimately maiming and killing and forever harming police officers, not to mention the horror to the staff, the terror to all of us. The president pardoned them all in order to whitewash history. The president pardoned them all to pardon himself for the record. Let us not be complicit. The hypocrisy is so staggering. We're all in favor, or some are all in favor of the National Guard here in DC. And yet this same man couldn't lift a finger to help any one of us. Vote yes.
Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Chair, I wish this amendment had been written differently, and I discussed it with the offer of the amendment. But you know, normally when a pardon's granted, even at a federal level, there's a 5-year waiting period, there's a review, and the consequences of the action are totally reviewed. So the spirit in which this is being offered, for us to have an affirmative vote to say that the pardons, in our opinion, never should have taken place. And with that spirit, I will vote for the amendment.
Are other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
This is the notice that we received to evacuate. We were going to be locked down. Some of you in this room were very lucky. You were at the bottom, and you had the luxury to be walked out. Some of us in this room didn't have a choice, and we had to crawl from one side of the balcony to the other. I had to figure out how to put on a face mask, a gas mask, that an African-American officer put on me before he put his on. I had to tell him to put his on because he was the only one with a gun upstairs to protect us. But he was thinking about everyone else but himself. Yet, we can't even put a plaque on the wall. But we are giving these people that tried to take over our government, to kill the vice president, to kidnap and kill members of Congress and the US Senate. We're giving them jobs in law enforcement. We know their background. We can't call ourselves above this trash that is being directed to direct and advise our Department of Justice. They do not belong in the FBI. They do not belong at DOJ. They do not belong at US Marshals. They certainly do not belong working for ICE, and they do not belong receiving a taxpayer-funded paycheck. They belong in prison. Our officers deserve to be decorated for the work that they did, for their bravery. I urge you to think above what the White House says and think about the future of this country and what you want to leave behind for your children and grandchildren. I urge you to vote yes.
Thank you, gentlelady. Question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from California. Those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And the amendment is not accepted. Oh, hands have been raised. Sufficient number of hands have been raised to have a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Klein. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Ms. DeLauro. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Fleischman. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson. Mr. Hoyer.
Aye.
Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Mr. LaLota. Ms. Lee. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there members wishing to record their vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Arizona?
Mr. Siskamani, no.
Gentleman from Missouri?
Mr. Alford, no.
Gentleman from Virginia?
Mr. Klein, no.
Gentlelady from Connecticut?
Ms. DeLauro, aye.
Gentleman from New York?
Mr. Lalota, no.
Are there others wishing to change or record their vote? Seeing none, the clerks will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 24, the noes are 30. The amendment is not adopted. Gentleman from gentlelady, excuse me, from California, Ms. Torres, is recognized for an amendment.
I want a recorded vote.
Oh, we've just had that.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. I rise to offer an amendment and ask that the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. I was dreaming of a better day when we can come together on some, basic things. I promise you this amendment will not be that hard. This amendment will only prohibit federal agencies from withholding information and delaying investigations by the Government Accountability Office, or the GAO. The GAO is our nonpartisan independent watchdog. It does crucial work for Congress, for Republicans and Democrats. This committee has the power of the purse, and the GAO follows Congress' direction to conduct audits on waste, fraud, and abuse. 95% of their audit work is mandated or requested by us. GAO's fundamental goal is to make sure that taxpayers' dollars are spent properly and not being abused or misused. This has been the case or the norm, whether it was President Trump, President Biden, President Obama, or the Bush administration. Since 2002, GAO's investigations have resulted in more than $1.5 trillion in savings. And for every $1 that we invest in GAO results in $123 of savings. Its work is especially important now when we have an administration that does not care about Congress' statutory or constitutional authorities. Through OMB and other agencies, the Trump administration has illegally withheld funds, including for things like cutting funding for food banks in our communities, for school-based mental health services in my district, the lunch programs, and life-saving cancer research. It is no wonder that the GAO is investigating at least 39 instances of the Trump administration violating the law by freezing or canceling funds this committee has appropriated. It is no surprise that as a result, committee Republicans voted to pass a bill that would cut the GAO's budget by half. It is easier to hide corruption when you stop the people who investigate waste, fraud, and abuse from doing their jobs. A White House official has even said that they will cooperate with GAO only when it does not unburden them. That is illegal and unacceptable. That is why I urge support of this amendment. And if we want to tackle waste, fraud, and abuse, then we must make sure that the GAO can do its job independently. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The chairman of the full committee, gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Joyce, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
I appreciate my colleague's amendment, but I move to oppose it.
The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, is recognized to address the amendment.
If we oppose this amendment, we wash our hands of responsibility for anything that happens. Mr. Chairman, I would urge you, this amendment is not a partisan amendment. It simply says that people have to do what they're supposed to do, and that is ferret out fraud, waste, and abuse, ferret out wrongdoing, ferret out perhaps criminal behavior. And it applies to, I would think, every administration. This is not directed at any one person, this president, or at any one wrongdoer that may be known that hasn't been investigated. This is simply saying, we want to do what you have said, I don't mean you personally, but has been said, including all of us, that we need to ferret out wrongdoing. We need to make sure things are done right for the taxpayer, not only fiscally, but ethically and legally. So I would urge the chair to reconsider on this, because I think it is, and maybe my perception is wrong, that somehow this is deemed to be partisan, asking an agency to do its job. So I would respectfully suggest that this is a bipartisan amendment that ought to be approved by all of us. Certainly any of you who are chairs of committee, you want things ferreted out when you make a request and get to the bottom of alleged wrongdoing. So I rise in strong support of the lady's amendment. I think it's good for this committee. I think it's good for the Congress. I think it's good for the American people.
Thank you, gentlemen. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Chairman. I know many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle truly care about ensuring our taxpayers' dollars are spent effectively. As a matter of fact, every 2 years, we go to our voters and recommit to ensuring that we are addressing waste, fraud, and abuse. If that is the case, then I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment to ensure that the federal government cooperates with the GAO so that the GAO can continue to do its work and root out waste, fraud, and abuse. And with that, I urge your support once again and yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from California. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And the amendment is not agreed to. Well, That's why I was looking over there, so that's all right. It's sufficient number of hands have been raised and a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll. But I would just ask you, let us know. Okay.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no. Mrs. Bice. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Mr. Loro. Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Fleischman. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there those wishing to vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Alabama?
Mr. Adderholt, no.
Gentleman from Arizona?
Mr. Siscomani, no.
Gentleman from Texas?
Mr. Elzey, no.
Gentlelady from Oklahoma?
Mrs. Bice, no.
Gentleman from Maryland?
Mr. Ivy, aye.
Are there others wishing to record their vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerks will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 25, the noes are 32, and the amendment is not adopted. Gentleman from Hawaii, Mr. Case, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk and ask unanimous consent that the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman's recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Thank you again, and I would note that my current intention, if there's any general understanding of the situation we're facing, is to withdraw this amendment after some discussion. Mr. Chair, my amendment focuses on one of the most effective and efficient tools in our federal arsenal to jumpstart economic sustainability in our low-income and marginalized communities. And I refer to the Community Development Financial Institutions, or CDFIs. CDFIs emerged in 1994 on a bipartisan basis to provide financial services in urban and rural areas underserved by traditional financial institutions. They included loans and financial education and other tools that were unavailable as a practical matter to these communities. The CDFI model, a public-private partnership implemented through appropriations to the CDFI fund, is not a permanent dependency or subsidy, but instead initial repayable funding utilized to start and grow businesses, create jobs, build and improve housing, and provide tax revenues, and much more. In my Hawaii alone, there are 11 certified CDFIs. In FY2022, they made 935 loan originations, totaling $132 million, all repayable to communities that were not able to access traditional financing. In fact, many of us, and the gentle lady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean, this morning spoke to her CDFIs, actually carried us through the depths of COVID when institutions and communities could not access this funding. This committee has consistently supported the CDFI funds, most recently in the current fiscal year with $324 million into the CDFI fund in the continuing resolution. Yet to date, although the end of the current fiscal year approaches in just a few days, the executive branch has not allotted 90% of our appropriation to the fund. The only allotment is $35 million for administrative expenses. As a result, Treasury and the CDFI fund cannot act on many applications for several CDFI programs. In February, for example, applications for the Block Guarantee Program closed. In March and April, applications for the Financial Assistance and Technical Assistance and Housing Assistance closed. The fund has not solicited applications for the Bank Enterprise Assistance, Capital Magnet, and Small Dollar Loan Funds. These are all legitimate programs that we have used for decades now to assist these communities. Now, we can and should debate CDFI funding going forward in FY2026 and beyond. And in fact, in this bill, one of the faults of this bill, which causes me to vote against it at the end of the day, is a substantial reduction in CDFI funding, where the majority has reduced CDFI funding by $47 million from what we have today. But we should expect already appropriated funding in 2025 to be properly allotted to the CDFI fund to assist these communities. This is not, nor should it be, a partisan issue. In fact, on July 29th of this year, 26 senators, 13 Republicans and 13 Democrats, wrote to the Office of Management and Budget emphasizing the importance of the CDFI fund and requesting, quote, a spending plan outlining timetables for the obligation of all discretionary funds. My amendment would require OMB to make available to Treasury the full allotment of FY 2025 already appropriated, already enacted CDFI funding so that we can continue this important work in the current fiscal year. I am hopeful that my majority colleagues will express similar support for the full funding of community development financial institution funding. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Ohio, the chairman of the subcommittee, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Well, I appreciate my colleague's amendment. I agree that we should always look to improve our processes and procedure. However, I believe this amendment is better suited for consideration by the Budget Committee, which has jurisdiction over the budget. And if in fact he's going to continue and not withdraw this, then I would have to oppose it.
Gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, is recognized to address the amendment.
About the power or lack of power of the Appropriations Committee and the Congress as it relates to spending. I am told that there are somewhere in the neighborhood of $290 million that are being sequestered. Now, of course, or impounded, if you would prefer that word. Here we are, 28 days before the end of the fiscal year, and the money is still not spent, which we appropriated to help people, particularly economically disadvantaged people and enterprises. It seems to me, therefore, that the gentleman's amendment says spend it. Now, they could come back to us and say there's nobody to spend it on, or the applications we've gotten are not appropriate, not worthy of our support, but they haven't done that. They have exercised what Mr. Vogt believes very sincerely, that the appropriations product are suggestions to the President of the United States. And it is his contention under Article 2, he does not have to spend any of that money if, in his judgment, it is inappropriate. Very frankly, this president went through a traumatic experience, and we went through a traumatic experience for doing exactly that with Mr. Zelensky. Ladies and gentlemen of the Appropriations Committee, if we want to be respected, if we want to be listened to, if we want, all of this is a waste of time. If, in fact, they don't have to do what we vote on, that we spend hours here. We're going to be here probably, I don't know, another 4 hours or so. And if we're going to have it no, I hope it's 2 hours. But if we're at the end of the day going to be in a position where Mr. Vogt or the President of the United States or both say, well, that's very nice, but we're not going to do it, then if you don't think you're wasting your time, I think I'm wasting my time if that's the case. If that's the position we take, that they do not have to do things we pass, House, Senate, conference, on the floor in same language, and send it to the President of the United States, and he signs it, or if he vetoes it, we override his veto, and then somebody tells us, I don't have to do it. Then this process is grossly, sadly, maybe irreparably damaged. I urge support of the amendment.
Thank the gentleman. Gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized to address the amendment.
And thank you for yielding me the time. I rise in support of Mr. Case's amendment for unlocking the funding for the CDFI fund, which is currently, has been pointed out, being held by the Office of Budget Management. Now, I represent Minnesota's 4th District, and it was home to the Minnesota State Fair, 3 of the largest in the country, along with Ohio and Texas, and it wrapped up on Monday. Our fair showcased our nation's and our state's strength in mining, agriculture, environmental science, and innovation. And it's a great get-together. It's a get-together where our small businesses showcase their products, and yes, they learn from one another. The fair celebrates the unique, innovative small businesses, and I wish we were doing that here today. Instead, this bill includes a partisan rider that blocks the SBA from collecting data on lending women to women and minority-owned businesses. That's not streamlining government. For centuries, women and people of color were locked out of property ownership, credit, and business opportunities. Congress had to pass a law like the Women's Business Ownership Act of 1988 just to level the playing field for women, to be able to get support, to be able to get loans. Those barriers, they haven't vanished. They still shape who has access to capital today. So by refusing to collect this data, Republicans are turning a blind eye to inequity and denying the tools for all of us to help fix that. Not only is this a disservice for inspiring entrepreneurs, it's a disservice to our main streets all across this country. We should be closing gaps and growing an economy that reflects America's diversity, not dragging progress backwards. In my neighborhood, we celebrate small businesses along Selby Avenue, like Nina's Coffee Cafe, Epstein, and Golden Time. Now, I didn't list them all because I'm planning on yielding back some time, Mr. Chair. But without specialized help, these many women and minority-owned businesses, like the ones I trade at, as my grandmother would say, just would not exist. Undermining those opportunities weren't enough. The bill also threatens another critical source of capital, the Community Development Financial Institution Fund. This bill delivers $47 million to the CDF fund. It's an essential program that creates economic opportunities in distressed urban and rural, and yes, tribal communities. For 30 years, the CDFI has proven to be a model of a public-private partnership. For every $1 awarded, the CDF fund spurs $8 in private investment, levering capital, growing small businesses to develop housing, expand financial services, yes, and create jobs. This program is a powerful return on the federal government investment. If the CDFI is cut, businesses will not open, fewer housing units will be built, and fewer jobs will be created. But compounding, the Office of Management and Budget is holding FY2026 funds signed into law, $290 million. It's stalling progress and creating more uncertainty for all of our communities. Every day that OMB withholds these dollars is another day that a storefront doesn't open, a housing unit isn't built, and a job is not created. The president and OMB may call the CDIF fund unnecessary, but our communities call it essential. We must be supportive of the CDFI, and I want to thank Congressman Case for having allowed this discussion to happen. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman from Hawaii is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the respected subcommittee chair's comment, I don't think this is a budget matter whatsoever. I think this is a matter for the Appropriations Committee. We appropriated the money. We ought to be able to expect that the money. Huh?
I was wrong.
You were wrong. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Is that okay? What were you wrong about, Mr. Sub? Okay. All right. Then I accept your argument that, in fact, this is a matter for the Appropriations Committee, not for the Budget Committee. And this is where we are today in the Appropriations Committee. And I think we have a right to expect that our money is spent once we appropriate it. Obviously, this is part of a much larger debate that we have had repeatedly over the course of this appropriation season, when and how we are going to provide for our appropriations and to enforce them. Despite the relatively underwhelming support for the amendment, I'm going to withdraw it, as I promised, because I'm going to take a little bit of a chance that enough of you believe, as I do, that CDFI monies are good for our communities, including yours, and that you will find a way to join your Republican majority colleagues in the Senate in expressing some concern to the OMB that monies already appropriated that will help these communities should actually be spent. With that, I withdraw my amendment.
Don't take me there. I thank the gentleman very much. And the gentleman's recognized for another amendment, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk and ask unanimous consent that the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman's recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Mr. Chair, this amendment addresses a big picture question that has been on full display, both generally and in this committee, for several years now, and I would note through various presidencies and various Congresses. And it is a question with which I hope and believe all of us as members of Congress are asking. And the question is this: is our budget and appropriations process working optimally and as our constitutional founders intended? And I hope you also agree that this is a rhetorical question, because of course it is not, and we obviously need help in sorting it out. This amendment offers an explicit instruction to Congress's own oversight body, the Government Accountability Office, or GAO, to do just that. And I'd like to read from the specific proposed committee report language that I am offering today. The committee reaffirms that Congress's control over spending is one of its most fundamental and consequential constitutional responsibilities. While existing statutes governing budget execution, such as the Anti-Deficiency Act and related provisions, were designed to protect Congress's power of the purse by promoting fiscal discipline and orderly execution of appropriations, these frameworks were created more than a century ago and may not fully reflect the needs and structures of today's government. The committee therefore needs to examine modern budget execution processes and consider whether current structures require modernization and adequately protect Congress's prerogatives under Article 1. Accordingly, the committee directs the GAO to conduct a comprehensive review of budget execution laws and practices to assess how well current frameworks safeguard Congress's constitutional role and to identify potential improvements or reforms that could strengthen accountability, transparency, and compliance with appropriations law, or any other appropriate modernization reforms that will improve the ability of agencies to execute appropriations in a timely and predictable manner, unquote. And by the way, the cited statutes, century-old or more, governing budget execution are indeed ancient. The Anti-Deficiency Act, 1870. The Miscellaneous Receipts Act, whatever that is, 1849. The Budget and Accounting Act, 1921. Even the Congressional Budget Impoundment Control Act of 1974, oft cited, oft debated in this Congress, 51 years old now. Clearly, a step-back study and report is highly relevant, and the GAO is the proper agency to do so. Of course, again, it is our oversight agency. But beyond that, the GAO, as we all know, identifies high-risk areas in the federal government that it believes need to be addressed to improve our federal government. And the GAO, in fact, has already identified budget execution as one of its high-risk areas in dire need of reform. My amendment doesn't mandate any policy or legislative outcome. It just focuses on equipping our committee, whoever runs our committee, with the facts and recommendations so that we can make informed decisions and have reasonable expectations of the executive branch, whoever runs the executive branch, about how to best uphold our Article 1 funding responsibilities. This is an appropriate study. This is an appropriate effort. It should be bipartisan. It should stand the test of time. I urge adoption of my amendment. Yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Ohio, the chairman of the subcommittee, is recognized to address the amendment.
My comments that I had made on your previous amendment would apply better to this amendment. Apologize for that, but unfortunately, I still oppose this amendment. The gruel has been procured and is taking up residence in our normal spot if anybody's hungry.
Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, is recognized to address the amendment.
By the fact that I am strongly for this amendment because I think it again raises the question that we have repeatedly addressed and sadly repeatedly defeated. And that is the expectation that I think this committee ought to have that the laws that we pass will have effect and are not suggestions, but are laws that we are responsible for passing under Article 1 of the Constitution. for the proposition to continue to exist that no, Article 2 confers upon the president and those who work for him, like OMB, to substitute their judgment for the representatives of the people, the Congress of the United States, is, I think, entirely improper, and as I said earlier, suggests that we are, if we don't adopt that proposition, that our laws mean something, then we're spending a lot of time not accomplishing much. I think the gentleman's amendment is a fair and nonpartisan amendment speaking to our responsibilities. And I'm sorry that the chairman thought that it was not worthy of acceptance, because I think he believes that we are the law. And that's what the Constitution says we are, the law, not a suggestion. So I urge us to adopt this, not in a partisan fashion, but in a united fashion that the Appropriations Committee believes that when we act, we mean it. It's not a suggestion, as I said.
Thank the gentleman. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Gentlelady from Connecticut, ranking member of the full committee, is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of this amendment. It gets at the heart of what it is that we are doing here. What do we spend hours and hours? We deliberate, we go through this bill. You know, the appropriations process is a very special process. It's a special committee. It is the only piece of legislation that exists where there needs to be the bipartisan, bicameral acceptance of the directives, the priorities that members bring that reflect what their constituents have asked them to bring forward and the services that we provide to the American people. It's the only piece of legislation that needs that kind of cooperation in order to get a signature by the president, because we all know what happens if that doesn't occur. That the government shuts down. There isn't another piece of legislation. There isn't another effort in the entire lexicon of bills, laws, and everything that we produce here. This is a very special effort that goes into an appropriations process. And what has happened here, as I said in my opening statement, is the Office of Management and Budget, the director has orchestrated a lawless upheaval of the entire federal government. And it is based on his own debunked views of government and where the power should lie. And remove the Congress, remove the appropriations process as established in the Constitution from making the decisions of the power of the purse in this institution. My God, why do we all want to gravitate to this committee, to be on it as one of the most important committees that is here? And I would tell Ways and Means, appropriations is a hell of a lot more important than Ways and Means. I know Richie Neal would not be happy about that, or others. But it is about the Appropriations Committee. And what Vogt has done, he's decided that his views, his priorities are superior. They're superior to the priorities that we come up with, that are directives, the lawful decisions of the Democratic and Republican representatives in the United States Congress. It says us. He is slapping us in the face. He is turning his back on this process. And even, my God, in the midst of everything that we're trying to do is to get bills across a finish line and to try to do something by September 30th. What does he do? He comes forward with a pocket rescission. Not only did we vote on the piece the last time, which won by only one vote, but Congress had a vote. This time he says, the hell with you. We don't even need your vote. And we're going to take the money away. My God, why do we want to allow someone to do that? He doesn't care about the laws. And as I just said, he has upended and he wants to upend what has historically been a bipartisan appropriations process, where Republicans win some, Democrats win some, we each lose some, but we reflect the priorities directed to us by the American people. And it's been said here over again, it's governing by illegal impoundment, by reconciliation, and by rescission. And again, it is eliminating the Appropriations Committee as it is set out in the Constitution of the United States. And, you know, my God, I will just say, I want to say thank you to the gentleman and really getting to the heart of what we should be doing and raising this issue. We should all be standing up and fighting for the power, the existence, if you will. It's existence at the moment, my friends. And we need to think very, very carefully about that. And with that, I yield back my time and I say thank you to the gentleman from Hawaii for introducing the amendment.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Before we close, the chair will recognize himself so I can address the amendment shortly. First, I want to thank my friend for bringing the amendment. It's a thoughtful amendment. It's a well-considered amendment. I support my chairman, so I will be opposing the amendment, but it's a fine amendment. It's worth the debate and worth the discussion. I would argue we don't need a study. I would argue we just need to do our job. And that's what we're trying to do. First thing for us as a committee, and this should have happened earlier, but we talked about schedule, is get our bills out. We're not going to agree on the bills at this stage. This is not the time, not the way the House works. Senate's a different body, has a filibuster, operates in a different manner. There will come a time when we can agree. We'll do a real negotiation. I don't think that's likely to happen between now and September 30th. It can begin, and it should begin, but I don't think we can finish it that fast. So as I've said, and some of you have commented on this, I mean, you know, if we can get a few things going and moving, and the ranking member and I have talked about this, I've talked about it in the Senate, and get a little more time and get the process going, then I think we have a reasonable chance at arriving at what I think we all want, which is a negotiated bipartisan appropriations deal. I will tell you this, that will involve the President of the United States, because he has to sign it. You know, this committee does not exist in isolation. Other parts of Congress have to work and do their jobs. We can't do our job by ourselves. The Senate has to do their job. And quite frankly, you know, the reality is, you know, we have to do our job in the House, and we don't have a top line right now because Budget Committee didn't produce a top line, and Congress didn't pass a top line. So we've operated by a top line that we've had to impose here, but is certainly not going to be the final top line. So I would just tell you, you know, we can wait for studies, and they would be valuable and useful. But I'd rather the study be about why we didn't get it done last year and why we did get it done this year. We, you know, I think we were very close to getting it done, closer than most people realized last year. But we stumbled into a CR. And that's what we need as a committee to get out of. And I will just tell you, the commitment I will make to my friend, who I know is a very, very serious member and a good friend, you know, we're going to get our work done here in committee. That's the first thing. We are in discussions now with the administration, with the Senate, about how to proceed. We don't have any final goal or deadline, but I would prefer to get this done sooner rather than later, and I don't want another CR. So study's probably a good idea after we're successful. But the way to be successful is get a deal done, and that's what we need to do. And that will call for, you know, considerable compromise on all sides. It's just the reality. But our friends should also remember we are the majority in the House, we are the majority in the Senate, and we do have a Republican president. So I think those things will all weigh heavy in the final decision, but it also takes Democrats to finish in both bodies. You know, we can't win in the Senate. It's got to filibuster. It's got to be bipartisan. It's bipartisan there, inevitably has to become bipartisan here at some point. So anyway, I want to thank my friend for his thoughtful amendment and his thoughtful comments and for his focus on what's a very real issue that we need to get these things done. And I want to thank my friend, the ranking member, and other friends on this committee, because I know they're very serious about doing the same thing. But please don't have any illusions that we cavalierly are surrendering the power. But the best way to keep the power in the Congress, Article 1 power, is to do our job. And the first thing in that is to get these bills out of committee. I don't expect our friends at this point to help us do that, but then to sit down and negotiate a deal that can pass both bodies and be acceptable to the President of the United States. Because if it's not acceptable to him, it won't happen any more than if it's not acceptable to the Senate, it won't happen. If it's not acceptable to the House, it won't happen. You know, this takes everybody sitting around the table and coming to agreement. I know we can do that because I've done it with my friend before, both in the majority and the minority on one of the most difficult bills there is, and that's Labor H. And we managed to do it over and over and over again. So I don't give up hope on that at all, and I know my friend doesn't either. And let's just keep working the process. And the commitment I'll make to him is we will work it as hard as we can. We'll find as much common ground as we can. You know, we'll just keep going. But last thing I want is what I know my friend doesn't want, is another CR. That's a bad outcome for Congress. That's a bad outcome for this committee, and we're going to try and avoid that. So with that, I yield back to my friend for 1 minute to close.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize my friend from Illinois had gotten up. Mr. Quigley's recognized to address the amendment. I would have held my remarks had I known that, because I was not trying to, I preferred to speak last on that matter.
No, and I apologize. It's just what you said struck me because I think everyone in this room has respect for you and believes you and trusts you. And I often say, if it was just the people in this room, we'd never have a shutdown. But I think with respect, you're missing the main point, and that is, why should we trust this president with a spending bill? Because it takes 60 votes in the Senate to pass it and 50 to rescind it. So the belief in this last weeks that we were in our district was, don't trust them. Why would you trust them? Fool me once is the mentality out there. So how are you going to come to a deal, which is complicated enough, and then have some language in it that says, but we really, really mean it this time? I think that's the fundamental problem is, absolutely, this is the bottom line would be a compromise, painful as we've done in the past to all of us. That's the nature of it. But as I've said, when I got sworn in on a special election, first person to talk to me was Mark Kirk, my colleague at the time from Illinois, who said everything that gets done here that's any good gets done in the middle. Absolutely accurate. But even if we do that, none of us believe that the president won't try to change it a week later, a month later, 6 months later. So we're at a point when we're trying to do something that our constituents believe in. We're willing to take heat to pass it in a compromise, and then we get nailed because the president changes his mind and again goes after more rescissions. So we can figure some magic way to pass something where the president can't do that. Maybe all that you're talking about, which is tough enough in and of itself to do, is possible. But unless we get to that point where we can really, really mean it this time, I think all of this work will be to no avail. But I respect what you're trying to do and would love to work with you if we can get past that point. Thank you.
Well, I thank the gentleman, and I look forward to working with the gentleman. We've done it before. We're certainly going to have the opportunity to do it again. With that, I'd recognize the author of the amendment for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And now I do understand the subcommittee chair's comments about being mistaken in the prior one, and I also understand your side comment there, Mr. Chair, don't get him started again, so we won't go down that road again. That particular amendment is POW, as we say in Hawaii. And I appreciate your comments, Mr. Chair. I don't think any of us fundamentally disagree with you on wanting this process to work and wanting not to get into a CR situation. We don't doubt your your good faith on trying to achieve that. But I would say to the subcommittee chair's comment that this is really a budget matter. No, it's not. This particular amendment goes to the execution of our appropriations laws. How are they executed by the executive branch? How does the executive branch carry them out? And do we care about that at all? I think we should care. And I think we need some help in order to figure out exactly how to care over time. So I regret the opposition, but perhaps there's going to be another day when we can revisit and work together to actually improve the actual execution of our appropriations laws once enacted. I yield back.
Questions now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Hawaii. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And the amendment is not agreed to, but the debate was appreciated. Gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Underwood, is recognized for an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, Underwood 1, and I ask unanimous consent that the reading of the amendment be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is simple. It says the Office of Management and Budget does not get a penny of tax dollars until the federal government releases the full records on Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein's crimes were horrific. The American people have a right to know who enabled him, who covered for him, who may still be shielded by government files. OMB, the Office of Management and Budget, is charged with implementing the president's policy vision. If they can come to Congress asking for taxpayer dollars to execute that vision, then the American people can demand transparency in return. Just this morning, Epstein survivors gathered in front of the Capitol to call on Congress to do the right thing. Lisa Phillips said, quote, "We are here demanding accountability and justice. Congress must choose. Will you continue to protect predators, or will you finally protect survivors?" Right now, today, in this moment, we can answer that call for justice. We can choose to protect survivors because justice should not depend on wealth or connections. This is not about politics. This is about accountability and restoring public trust. President Trump and Attorney General Pam Bondi have the power to release all the files now. But what are they trying to hide? Survivors and the American public deserve the truth. Until the Epstein files are made public, confidence in the system will remain shaken and victims will continue to wonder what truths are being buried. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. No more secrecy, no more delays. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The chairman of the full committee, Mr. Joyce of Ohio, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I oppose this amendment because I believe it's premature at this time. The Department of Justice just released documents and records in August to Congress. Committee on Oversight and Government Reform released 33,000 documents publicly yesterday and will continue to issue subpoenas for records and depositions. As for allowing the Metropolitan Police Department and the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia to review and investigate, that should be done in conjunction with the Department of Justice. Congress should not be dictating the course of an investigation. For these reasons, I oppose these amendments.
Thank you, gentlemen. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of this amendment, and respectfully to the chairman of the subcommittee, those 33,000 documents, nearly all had previously been released and been public. So, I mean, this amendment is important because As we saw just this week, some of Jeffrey Epstein's survivors have finally been able to be heard in this body. Decades after their abuse, they still are seeking justice and transparency. And they're doing it amid a government-wide cover-up of the Epstein files and feeble fact-finding hearings taking place in the basement of Congress. I mean, so far, none of us should have any confidence, I know I don't, in the ongoing investigation, so-called investigation, being conducted by the Oversight Committee. This is just obfuscation and delay, kicking the can down the road, doing as much as possible to prevent transparency and to actually get to the bottom of this. And that's why I'm proud to work alongside one of these courageous women, Courtney Wild, a Florida native whose bravery and determination should inspire us all. Courtney went to court against the U.S. government to fight for all the victims who were left in the dark about Epstein's lenient plea deal. She fought for decades, only to be left without true justice. Yet she is still here this week on Capitol Hill, fighting for the truth alongside numerous other brave and courageous survivors. The immense strength of survivors like Courtney is the type of courage I hope my colleagues across the aisle can soon find on this issue, because these survivors deserve transparency. They deserve justice, and they deserve a government who fights for them, not one who panders to the powerful abusers who've been shielded from accountability. Despite bold promises of transparency from this administration, all these survivors have received is more cover-up. In the end, it's all so incredibly triggering and disheartening for them. I just attended a roundtable discussion with numerous of the survivors, and just the conversation about what happened to them and the struggle that they are continuing to deal with brought them and all of us to tears. And that's why we must take action now. And this amendment does that. Speaker Johnson already stalled a vote on these files in July, and right as we speak, he's trying to kill a bipartisan push for true transparency. But the public doesn't want more Epstein files cover-ups and misdirection. They want answers. And since Trump has made it clear that he will not release these files on his own, even though he has the power to do so, it is up to Congress to act. We must stand for what is right and use every tool we have to force the Justice Department to release any and all files related to Jeffrey Epstein and his associates. And this amendment does just that. It creates an accountability measure to ensure the Trump administration can't just ignore the multiple bipartisan calls for the Epstein files release. Do we really want to have the environment that existed that allowed this horrific incidents over many years of human and sex trafficking of teenage girls to be allowed to occur again? I know I don't. I know as a mom of girls in their 20s, I want to make sure that no one's child is ever put through what Epstein put them through. And this amendment also makes sure to protect the survivors by explicitly stating that any documents that are released should protect the identity of those victims. The truth can and must come out, and we can do it without re-victimizing these survivors who deserve the space to heal on their own terms. There's no reason to vote against this amendment unless you want to be complicit in the Trump administration's government-wide cover-up of Epstein's horrific crimes. I know I won't be. So please stand with survivors by supporting this amendment. I urge all of my colleagues to have the heart and the courage to vote yes. I yield back.
Gentlelady, are there other members wishing to address the amendment? A gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I'll be brief, but I do want to rise in support of the gentlelady's amendment, and I don't see how anybody could vote against it. After all, let's think about this. There are, the number is apparently more than 1,000 victims of this horrific sex trafficking, rape, molestation, moving young girls around. If you have children, if you have grandchildren, wouldn't you want everything out in the light of day? It is on Congress. We should stand up to this responsibility and demand the full release of the Epstein files. It is not premature, Mr. Chairman. In fact, I think we're a little behind. 20 years this has gone on. 20 years these girls and now women are seeking justice. Sadly, This administration doesn't want transparency. We know that. They don't want the names revealed of who was involved. I don't know why that is. I don't know who would be on the list. But the only way that these victims, survivors get justice is full transparency and prosecution. Because after all, it's not just Mr. Epstein, who is now deceased, and Ms. Maxwell, who were the only people guilty of trafficking 1,000 girls and women. There are others. There are others who participated. Why would we want them to remain in the shadows, in the dark, without justice? I support this amendment, and I don't see how everyone couldn't. And I do have some hope because this has become bipartisan. We saw the movement these past few weeks. We saw the scurry to get out of here by the speaker because he didn't want to deal with it. But we saw the movement. Republicans and Democrats want justice for these victims and want perpetrators prosecuted. I urge a yes vote. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Why not? Why not? We all know that this language will not survive the process and go to the president as a bill. But what this language is a very strong message. Now, we've had 3 extraordinary women speak on this amendment. I rise as the father of 3 daughters, the grandfather of 2 granddaughters, and the great-grandfather of 3 young great-grandchildren. Americans are aghast at the unwillingness of the Congress and the government to say this is who did what. We urge women to report, as difficult as it is, sexual offenses committed against them. And we urge them to do so. But it's very tough for them to do that. But we urge them to do it for one reason, a lot of reasons, but for one reason. The next victim will be the victim of the perpetrator you're not exposing. So we grieve for those who were abused, but let us act to protect those who may be abused in the future. This is timely. And our votes are going to mean we either want the perpetrators exposed, whoever they are, or we don't. So don't hide behind the we can't cut OMB, because that will never survive. We all know that. Nor, in my opinion, very frankly, should it. But this ought to pass to send a very strong, united, bipartisan message. We are not going to hide or rationalize the behavior either of Epstein or any of the participants. And I would hope we will all say amen.
Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? There's no further debate. The gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I heard Mr. Joyce's comments about the documents that were released. The Department of Justice did release a limited amount of files, but unfortunately that release continues the White House cover-up, which it appears this committee would be part of today. The Department of Justice released 33,000 pages of documents, 97% which were already public. The new documents included less than 1,000 pages of flight locations of the Epstein plane from 2000 to 2014 and is currently being reviewed. That is not enough. We have the power today to do something. In casting our vote, we have the power to provide clarity, transparency, to offer these brave survivors who testified in front of our gorgeous United States Capitol earlier today, to let them know. Listen, it really appears that the White House cover-up is intended to, include the interview between Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche and the sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell, who is desperately seeking a pardon from the Trump administration and cannot be trusted. We have the power today to take action, to clear our names and our consciences and make sure that transparency is offered to the American people. And yes, we can take that action today by withholding funds from OMB and letting this White House know which side of justice we stand on. I yield back.
Questions now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Illinois. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Well, I'll issue my opinion, and then you can ask for the recorded vote. The opinion of the chair of the noes have it. Recorded vote's been requested. Sufficient show of hands has been demonstrated, and the recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. No. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade. Mrs. Bice. Mr. Bishop.
Aye.
Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Carter. No. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. No. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyburn. Oh, Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn. Aye. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Fleischman. Ms. Frankel. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson. Mr. Hoyer.
Aye.
Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. No. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Mr. Lalota. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there any members wishing to record their vote or change their vote? The gentleman from California.
Mr. Calvert, no.
Gentleman from Nevada.
Mr. Amade, no.
Gentlelady from Oklahoma.
Mrs. Bice, no.
Gentleman from Michigan.
Mr. Molinar, no.
A gentleman from Alabama.
Mr. Adderholt, no.
Gentleman from Arizona. I do
Recorded
not
as a
believe
no.
the gentleman is recorded as a no. Gentleman from New York.
Mr. Lalota, no.
Are there other members wishing to record or change their vote? Gentlelady from Florida.
Ms. Frankel votes aye.
Are there others? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 26, the noes are 33. The amendment is not adopted. Gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Underwood's recognized for an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, Underwood 2. I ask unanimous consent that the reading of the amendment be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Well, Mr. Chairman, it appears the committee was not interested in withholding funds from OMB, but perhaps the committee might be interested in taking action to disclose the flight logs, because this amendment's really straightforward. No funds from this act or any other act can be used to prevent the release of the flight logs, the visitor logs, the flight manifests, or any other guest records tied to Jeffrey Epstein's residences or private plane. These records are not trivial. They are central to understanding the scope of Epstein's critical network. Flight logs in particular show where Epstein and his associates traveled, who accompanied him, and who may have participated in or facilitated his crimes. They can reveal patterns of abuse, connections to powerful individuals, and attempts to evade law enforcement. Without access to these records, investigations are incomplete and justice is obstructed. For too long, secrecy and influence have shielded those implicated from accountability. The American people deserve transparency. Victims deserve to know that those who enabled Epstein are being investigated. Courtney Wild, a survivor of Epstein's abuse, said it best this morning, quote, "This is about justice against the rich and powerful who have stolen something from these women. Let's be clear, this is not a political issue. This is not about left or right. This is about humanity." She's absolutely right. We have a chance to set politics aside and choose humanity today. This amendment ensures that taxpayer funds are not used to hide the truth. Federal dollars should never be used to protect the rich and powerful from scrutiny. This is about accountability, transparency, and the integrity of our justice system. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Let's let the records be released. I yield back.
The chairman of the subcommittee, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Joyce, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
I oppose the amendment. I oppose the amendment.
Sorry, I blinked and I missed it. Gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, is recognized to address the amendment.
I don't see how a vote against this amendment can be seen by the American public as anything but a cover-up, and therefore I support it strongly.
Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Mr. Chair, I just want to remind my colleagues that they have another chance to do the right thing, and they have another chance to vote yes, to release these flight logs, the flight manifests, the information, to share the information with the American people. See, the thing about what we do here in Congress, and particularly on the Appropriations Committee, is sometimes things are real complicated. Sometimes things are very nuanced, and it takes a whole hour at our town hall to explain what it is that we're working on. But guess what, colleagues? Our constituents understand this, so much so that your constituents, more than mine, your constituents have been demanding the flight logs. They have been on the internet, their favorite little website, X, asking for the flight logs. And we have an opportunity to be responsive to them today. I think that that would just be a really wonderful bipartisan breakthrough for the American people. And I urge a yes vote. I yield back.
Questions now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Illinois. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient number of hands have been raised. Recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Fleischman. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Mrs. Hinson. Mr. Hoyer. Aye. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. No. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there members wishing to record their vote or change their vote? Gentlelady from Nevada.
Ms. Lee, aye.
Gentleman from Maryland.
Dr. Harris, no.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Cloud, no.
Gentleman from West Virginia. Gentleman from Mississippi.
Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Guest, no.
Gentlelady from Florida.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye.
Gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Fleischman, no.
Are there other members? Gentleman from Nevada.
Mr. Amade, no.
Gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Klein, no.
Are there other members wishing to record or change their vote? I don't want to miss anybody. Okay, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 26, the noes are 34, and the amendment is not adopted. The gentleman from California, Mr. Levin, is recognized for an amendment.
Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk. It's
Gentleman-
only one sentence, so
Would the gentleman want it read or want it dispensed with?
I want this read
The gentleman
because it's
wants
only
it
one
read.
sentence.
The clerk will read the amendment.
And if she reads it, maybe you'll listen to her.
All our members would be wise to.
An amendment offered by Mr. Levin. At the appropriate place in the bill, insert the following. Section blank, none of the funds appropriated by this act shall be used in contravention to the Impoundment Control Act as amended and the Anti-Deficiency Act as amended.
The gentleman is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Thank you. I wanted her to read that and not me because when I read it, nobody seems to care. But what I want to say is I know it's been a long day. I appreciate the chairman. I appreciate everybody for their patience through this. But this, I feel, is a very serious matter. And I just ask for you to indulge me for just a few minutes. And I hope you care as I do because I think that this really impacts us all. Again, it's the simplest amendment you'll see today. It just reinforces what's on that plaque right there. And, Mr. Chairman, I'm really happy that plaque is still there. Nobody's tried to take it down. No money shall be drawn from the Treasury but in consequence of appropriations made by law. Article 1, Section 9, Clause 7. Single most important sentence in the Constitution for this committee. If you look at the logo of this committee, which, Mr. Chairman, I think that House Creative Services or whoever designed that logo, they did a great job. Article 1, Section 9, Clause 7 is in the logo of this committee. So what's it mean? Well, it means, among other things, that we, as the Congress, as the appropriators, we're the ones who decide where the funds will go or not go. That's it. And in 1974, the Impoundment Control Act built on that, and it's the law of the land. The Anti-Deficiency Act, which says the president can't spend money without consent of Congress, is the law of the land. So this should be as easy as it gets. I think we all would agree that these laws and the words on that plaque are essential to protecting the separation of powers and Congress's power of the purse. We all worked really hard to become members of Congress, right? Every single one of you worked really hard to get here. And to join this committee, we all worked really hard to join this committee because we wanted to have a say in how taxpayer dollars are spent or not spent. And we can disagree, and we do disagree all the time about which programs deserve funding. But I think we all can agree that it's up to us in Congress, to make that choice. This isn't a partisan thing. My friends on the other side of the aisle, I just ask you to think about this for a second. It doesn't matter the subject of today's debate around the pocket rescissions. It matters that tomorrow's debate is going to be about something else. And then the day after that or the year after that will be about something else. But one thing won't change, that we as the Congress have the power of the purse, not the president. So I'll give you one example. And my friend, Mr. Cuellar, gave me a hard time earlier this morning when I gave this example. I don't love the billions of dollars in fossil fuel subsidies that the United States appropriates every year. You might think that that's great, but we as a Congress debate, we vote, and we decide. And in the case of the 7 years I've been here, we've decided to provide a lot of subsidies for the oil and gas industry. What's to stop a future president from deciding, you know what, I don't agree from a policy perspective with those subsidies, and to unilaterally make that decision that they are going to freeze those funds? The precedent that we are creating right now with what Russ Vogt wants to do creates those circumstances so that down the road, a president will freeze or cut something that you don't like. And you right now are implicitly saying that that's okay. So I ask you to consider the day when the shoe is on the other foot, when a future Democratic president decides to zero out funding for something you fought for and you won in this chamber, something that you feel is important to your district and your constituents. This is not a partisan question. It's a constitutional question. And our responsibility is to defend the institution of the Congress, not to weaken it. My friends, I fear that if we give this power to this degree, to this administration, this is unprecedented. It really is. Every executive wants more power. There's no question about that. But giving the president the unilateral ability to pick and choose without the proper impoundment process or rescissions process that we just went through recently, the 45-day clock, giving them carte blanche. My friends, don't do this. Please consider the good of this institution and vote yes on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman for his remarks. The gentleman from Ohio, the chairman of the subcommittee, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
I appreciate my colleagues wanting to limit the power of the president. The president's interest in testing impoundment authority is not new, and that authority is reflected in the Congressional Budget and Impeachment Control Act of 1974, which sets out the expedited procedures for both deferring and rescinding budget authority. The administration has followed that process, sending rescission packages to the Congress. So while I understand that sometimes there's disagreements between the executive and the legislative branch, those are best decided in judiciary, and I will oppose this amendment.
Gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, is recognized to address the amendment.
Said what I've said a few times today, and I'm still there. This is an institutional issue, not a political issue, and we let down our institution if we don't tell the executive that we expect them to follow the law. Is that too much to ask? I support this amendment.
Thank the gentleman. Gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of the amendment offered by my friend, Mr. Levin, and I saved my very strong feelings about the abuse of our prerogative here as appropriators for this amendment's debate. When the heck are we going to stand up for ourselves? When the heck are we going to come together and stand up for the co-equal branch of government and our express constitutional authoritative responsibility for the power of the purse? Why? Why are we all not pushing back together? Once upon a time, there was a saying. I served in this body, on this committee, when the culture of this committee was that there were Democrats, Republicans, and appropriators. And there are still fumes that exist in that regard, and they play out regularly. But if there's anything that we should be demonstrating that we are neither Republicans nor Democrats, but appropriators, it is on this issue, the impoundment of funds, the rescission of funds unilaterally without consultation and without authority. And I mean, that saying originated. Our culture originated because appropriators understood that this process of funding our government could only work if members on both sides worked together and honored Article 1, Section 9, Clause 1. You can read it right up there yourself. No money shall be drawn from the Treasury, but in consequence of appropriations made by law, and a regular statement and account of the receipts and expenditures of all public money shall be published from time to time. That clause is the root of why appropriators are unique in the Congress, because our job is essential, not just to the functioning of our government, but also to our democracy. Congress is the check on the executive's ability to spend money. For decades, that process has been a bipartisan one, so that no one administration at one time, no matter what party leads it, can abuse their temporary position for their own gain. In 1974, Congress reasserted our role in controlling the purse, both in terms of the money that could be spent, but also ensuring that the money we appropriate is used how Congress intended. So Mr. Levin's amendment makes total sense. In fact, I would have probably gone farther and taken another step and said that no money can be spent on any presidential or vice presidential travel until the Trump administration comes into compliance with the Impoundment Control Act of 1974. Because why should Americans foot the bill for J.D. Vance's birthday kayaking trip when the American people are struggling to make ends meet, and this White House continues to hold up funding and freeze programs appropriated by Congress that serve and protect American families? I mean, why did each of us want to be on this committee? The most powerful, at least once, the most powerful committee of any, because we wanted to make sure that we had the ability to improve and impact people's lives through the resources that we spend here. Because at the end of the day, this bill, these bills, these 12 appropriations bills, these are the only bills that have to pass. That's what I tell colleagues when they inquire about what happens here in this room on the Appropriations Committee. We have the power of the purse, and we have the only power that exists because our bills have to pass or the government shuts down. Mr. Levin's amendment is spot on. Congress should not fund law-breaking, especially when those very actions are chipping away at Congress's constitutional role. I know many of my Republican colleagues agree, but so far you have not spoken up. Let me be clear. The Trump administration's contempt for the congressional appropriations process is wrong, and it is illegal. It has nothing but contempt for good government ethics and bipartisan work in Congress. So why should we foot the bill for their unlawful acts? We should not. And I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes for common sense and good governance, and to stand up for our constitutional authority that you all know is being trampled upon by this administration. I yield back the balance of my time.
A gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. McCollum, is recognized to address the amendment.
Reprogramming, which I can only speak for the Department of Defense and some of the services, saying, well, we want agile funding, you don't need to do the reprogramming. So there's a slippage that's starting to happen there. I can only speak to my committee. There is the reconciliation process that we went through. And then there is the impoundment process, which we are living through, which is illegal. With that, I'd like to yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Levin.
I thank my friend and colleague from Minnesota, and I thank my friend and colleague from Ohio as well. I appreciate what he said about letting the courts decide. I worry that this is so fundamentally different that if we punt right now, if we just kind of turn a blind eye to this, that we so erode the power of this institution, we're not ever really going to be able to get it back. And I think it's different what's happening now than what happened under Nixon. And I just thought I would very briefly touch upon this. So past presidents of both parties have tested the boundaries of executive power. In the early 1970s, President Nixon tried to withhold funds that Congress had explicitly appropriated. Congress responded, unlike now, Congress responded then in 1974 by passing the Impoundment Control Act. This was a broadly bipartisan measure that set out a clear process, that if a president wants to cancel or delay spending, he has to send a rescission request to Congress. Congress has to approve it. If Congress says no, the president just doesn't get his way because he wants to. It's up to Congress to make that final determination. And that has been the precedent for 50 years. Every administration since, Republican and Democrat alike, has followed that law. It was upheld by the Supreme Court on a 7-2 decision in 1975. Presidents may have not liked every line item that we have sent them, but they respected the system. They respected you. They respected all of us in this committee because they understood that the power of the purse rests here, not at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. The power of the purse rests here. And what Russ Vought is attempting now is very different. And let me explain. A pocket rescission is not a request to Congress at all. It's an attempt to simply run out the clock, to withhold money until the fiscal year ends, and then claim that the authority to spend those dollars has expired. And the GAO has already said clearly that this maneuver is illegal under the Impoundment Control Act. Again, that's not me saying that, that's the GAO saying that. It's not even a gray area. It's a direct violation of the law and Congress's constitutional role. If we allow this to stand and we just say, well, the courts will figure it out, then I would offer to you no appropriation is safe. Today, the target, again, might be something where you agree with what the president is doing. Tomorrow, it inevitably will not be. It will be something that you want to advocate to protect. But you have allowed the precedent that the president unilaterally in the OMB can act however they choose. And you've allowed it to happen. It could be subsidies that you fought for, that I might disagree with, but you strongly advocate for. Again, we fight it out. We debate. We have discussion, and then a vote is taken, and then it becomes the law when it's signed by the president. So again, what I can't respect, what none of us should tolerate, is a president unilaterally shredding Article 1 of the Constitution. And again, the amendment before us, it does not create new law. It simply reaffirms existing law that the executive branch must follow the Empowerment Control Act and that Congress controls the power of the purse. A no on this is saying very plainly that you support the executive branch breaking the law. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. That cannot be the message that we send as this body. Our duty here is not partisan, it's constitutional. So let's stand together, defend the institution of Congress, and uphold the rule of law. And I yield the balance of my time.
Comments, and I couldn't agree with them more. The decision needs to be made. When we have laws signed into law as appropriation laws, are they respected or not? In the previous Trump administration during the government shutdown, I've got examples of what took place in the Department of Interior that the inspectors, GAO, and the rest said were all illegal. Are we going to give that a rubber stamp today? I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Clyburn, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I stand in strong support of this amendment and yield the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman. Thank the gentleman for yielding. The subcommittee chairman said that we ought to leave this to the judiciary, to the courts, to resolve. The courts have resolved it. Supreme Court's treatment of the claim that there is presidential empowerment power is well summarized by Justice Scalia, that famous left-wing justice. He said this, and I quote, President Nixon, the Mahatma Gandhi of all impounders, asserted at a press conference in 1973 that his, quote, constitutional right, close quote, to impound appropriated funds was absolutely clear. Our decision 2 years later in Train versus City of New York in 1975 proved him wrong. So there is no doubt what the constitutional law in this case is. Justice Scalia, a very, very respected on, frankly, both sides of the aisle for his extraordinary intellect and courage in speaking his mind and what he thought the law was. So I urge the adoption of Mr. Levin's amendment.
Thank the gentleman. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman's recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank my colleagues again for listening. I just want to close by reminding us why the framers gave Congress the power of the purse in the first place. James Madison wrote in Federalist 58 that this power is, and I quote, the most complete and effectual weapon, end quote, the people have against overreach by the executive. If we surrender that, we surrender the very foundation of representative government. It's not about today's policy fight. It's about whether we in this body will defend the Constitution we swore an oath to uphold. A no vote is not just a policy disagreement. It is a green light for the executive to break the law and dismantle the separation of powers, not just now, but in future years and future decades. My friends, we're appropriators. That's why we fought so hard to be here. Let's guard this institution's authority for the next generation. Let's not fail in that duty. One last time, I urge an aye vote.
I thank the gentleman. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient show of support is there, so A roll, recorded votes ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. No. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade. Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice. Mr. Bishop. Aye. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Mr. Loro. Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Fleischman. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson. Mr. Hoyer.
Aye.
Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce.
No.
Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Captor. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota, no. Miss Lee. Miss Lee, aye. Miss Letlow. Miss Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Miss Malloy. Miss Malloy, no. Miss McCullum. Miss McCullum, aye. Miss Ming. Miss Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Miss Underwood. Miss Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Miss Wasserman Schultz. Miss Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there other members wishing to record their vote or change their vote? The gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Fleischman, no.
Gentlelady from Ohio. I would just add,
Captor,
don't
aye.
leave, Chuck. I would just ask you to applaud our two members, the chairman, the ranking member, who are doing double duty and managed to get back here to vote while they're on the floor. And I regret that you're having to do this, but I'm going to do what every member does. I'm going to blame it all on leadership. If they would have just let us do our work earlier, we would not have this problem. But thank both of you for what you're doing. Okay. You bet. Thank you. Gentlelady from Oklahoma.
Mrs. Bice, no.
The gentleman from Florida who's absent constantly.
Mr. Diaz-Balart, no.
We have other members wishing to record the vote or change the vote. Seeing none, the clerks will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 27, the noes are 34. The amendment is not adopted. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean's recognized for an amendment.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I too ask for a reading of my amendment since it is a single sentence.
Gentlelady is entitled. The clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment offered by Ms. Dean. At the appropriate place in the bill, insert the following, section blank. None of the funds made available by this act may be used by the Department of Treasury to withhold, redact, or delay the release of records, including suspicious activity reports relating to the Epstein-Maxwell case, to Congress.
Gentlelady is recognized to explain her amendment.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairman Cole. I rise in support of my amendment, which states that none of the funds made available to the Treasury Department by this bill can be used to prevent the release of financial records. After all, here we are marking up the Financial Services and General Government Appropriations Bill, including suspicious activity reports, SARS, relating to the Epstein-Maxwell case, to Congress. Colleagues, enough is enough. It is past time that we have the full transparency into the financing of the Epstein horrific sex trafficking network. We quite simply need to follow the money. This is something that has already been bipartisan in its support. And I invite through this amendment further bipartisan support. Senator Wyden, for example, for years has been investigating the financing of Epstein's sex trafficking network. And over this past weekend, as part of his committee's investigation, Oversight Chairman James Comer sent a letter to Treasury Secretary Bessent requesting that the department produce certain SARs relevant to his investigation. This information is critical for effective congressional oversight. We need to understand the scope of the operation to secure justice for the victims and to hold those involved accountable. It is our duty, after all, to seek justice and to prevent further harm, as Mr. Hoyer said. You don't traffic 1,000 children over the course of many years and just arrest 2 people. That just simply doesn't happen. There are perpetrators out there who probably have gone on to injure other children and women. We know Mr. Epstein and Ms. Maxwell were not the only criminals in this case. Numerous prominent businessmen were financially connected to Epstein in ways one can only describe as abnormal. We need to know if these transactions raised alarms, and if not, what went wrong, so that we can prevent something like this from ever happening again or happening right now. Additionally, the girls and women, they were criminally assaulted, they were raped, they were trafficked, they were molested, they were groomed. They deserve full honesty, transparency about what happened to them. And they deserve a chance to heal, if possible, and where possible. I commend the victims and the survivors families for their strength in coming forward and coming here. May they lead us out of this dark period. I'm sad to say that I fear my amendment will not gather the positive support from my Republican colleagues. I sincerely hope you will join me on this amendment. Let's get the SARs. Let's not allow for the SARs to be blocked by our own Congress, our own government, by our own acts as appropriators. I want to read a little more of what one of my colleagues here was reading. Today, victims of Jeffrey Epstein gave emotional accounts of sexual abuse on Wednesday here at the Capitol. They spoke at the steps of the U.S. Capitol and called for lawmakers to release more files about the convicted sex offender. One woman, Lisa Phillips, said the group had begun compiling a confidential list of Epstein associates who they say were involved in abuse. Quote, "We will confidentially compile the names we all know were regularly in the Epstein world," end quote. She said it will be done by survivors and for survivors. Let's stand with survivors as members of Congress. Let's stand with them and make sure everyone is treated to justice. And I ask for support for my amendment.
Gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Joyce, Chairman of the subcommittee, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
I appreciate the gentlewoman's amendment. I certainly don't think anyone here supports money laundering or using financial system to facilitate illegal activity. The Oversight and Government Reform Committee has released documents yesterday. They're in the process, as you just pointed out, of continuing to pursue those documents And one thing, I just want to sort of set the record straight. Having been a prosecutor for 25 years and having, as a co-chair of this caucus against sexual violence, this first started in 2006. He was convicted in 2008. He went to prison. He was out in 2009. He's arrested again in 2019 and committed suicide allegedly, or did. I'm not sure. That's part of what you all would imagine was a conspiracy. But where the hell was the outrage then? These kids have always been the same, and they don't deserve what's happened to them. They don't deserve any of the treatment that they got, and they don't deserve to be played like they're some type of a game here. These kids should be taken care of, and the work should be done. No, it's inappropriate to say that somehow by people here are not doing their job or don't care about victims. That's the wrong part. This has gone on for decades, and nobody's done a goddamn thing about it, and it's not fair to blame either side.
Would the gentleman yield? Would the gentleman yield?
The gentleman did not yield, so the gentlelady will please sit down. The gentleman from,
Believe me, I've been there.
I'm sorry, the gentlelady's out of order. Please sit down. The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, is recognized to address the amendment.
It is appropriate that we get emotional. It would be appropriate for a lot of us to get angry. We ought to recognize that the prosecutor who gave the sweetheart deal to Epstein is now in the Trump administration. Talking about outrage. This amendment is another amendment that will send a message that we want full disclosure. Why? The victims will feel better, there's no doubt about that. But the why, as I have said, is to protect those who may be victims in the future of the people that are being hidden. My friend, Mr. Joyce, was a former prosecutor. I am sure that he talked to victims and said to them, if you don't testify, the next victim is going to be somebody who the perpetrator left free assaults. I practiced a lot of criminal law in my life, not for a long time. If you're not desiring to hide something, then what is the harm with having this information in the public sphere? It's always the right time to do the right thing. You may be correct. I think, and as I've said, some people swept this under the rug. And as a result of it being swept under the rug and a short-term sentence being applied, more victims, I'm convinced, became victims. So this is the right time because it's always the right time to do the right thing. That may be a trite saying, but it is absolutely true. And these amendments, are they embarrassing, politically hot? Yes, they are. Frankly, as has been said, more because of the activity on the MAGA side of the ledger than our side of the ledger. But whoever is concerned about this, whoever is asking us for this information, it's the right thing to do. And right now is the right time for us to say it. I yield back.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Been recognized.
Thank you. I thank the gentleman for recognizing me because I think it needs to be made very clear that there are some of us who have spent years trying to make sure that justice was served, that the survivors were able to make sure that they got information released. I would ask unanimous consent to enter into the record this article from PolitiFact, which is a fact-checking, a reputable fact-checking media outlet. The headline reads, "Have Democrats always been interested in Epstein case transparency?" We looked back. Well, I will scroll down to the relevant section that says, Democrats began to seek records about Epstein after the Miami Herald's late 2018 investigation into the case. And that is the point at which the Miami Herald did a massive Pulitzer Prize winning expose where most of the facts that we know today came out, including the sweetheart deal that the U.S. Attorney in Miami, Alex Acosta, negotiated that let this sex trafficker who raped teenagers get off with a slap on the effing wrist. They cut a deal with him to plead to state misdemeanors. State misdemeanors. They let him leave the jail cell after spending the night in the evenings and go to his cushy office to work on work release every day. Meanwhile, we just heard from the young women who experienced and were his victims and the victims of his accomplices that some of them, even once he was in jail, where he ended up committing suicide, were still being victimized by him. At one point, one woman described that she was in a jail cell with him, and he was still abusing these girls and these women. So I'm going to try to remain calm, although I am certainly not calm right now. No one should dare suggest that there weren't Democrats actively and consistently fully engaged. This article mentions Lois Frankel, myself, and others who never stopped trying to get these survivors justice. And we owe them that justice right now. These files should be released because the accomplices, by the way, much of the deal that was cut, the sweetheart deal that got him the slap on the wrist, much of that deal also shielded his accomplices. This is and has always been and continues to be a massive cover-up that Donald Trump and his cronies never want to see the light of day. Don't play into it. There are Republican members that I know believe that these survivors deserve the justice and their day in court that they never got because Alex Acosta and a whole bunch of other people who were part of the crony rich guy situation that existed in South Florida protected a whole lot of rich people who were allowed to rape and sexually abuse and traffic teenage girls. It's an outrage. And yes, I'll close by adding that, and what did Donald Trump do? He rewarded the former U.S. attorney that led the deal cutting on this with a cabinet position, made him the Secretary of Labor. This is revolting. Spare me the accusations or the suggestions that Democrats haven't stayed fully engaged in this. We have. There's documentation. I filed legislation that I would urge, find me a Republican colleague who will join me in the Courtney Wild Crime Victims Reinstatement Act to make sure that we can ensure that this never happens again, that a sweetheart deal can never be cut like this again, that no one ever gets off like Jeffrey Epstein and his accomplices did with the slap on the wrist. I've had bipartisan Republican support for this bill for years, and now deafening silence. I know there's got to be someone with a spine to step up and allow the victims to make sure that the Crime Victims' Rights Act, that is federal law, that they never were allowed to have exercised because of the sweetheart deal that was cut, that we make sure that that injustice never occurs again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady from Florida is
I hope my
recognized to address the issue.
unanimous consent request was agreed.
Thank you, and a little less emotional recital of some of the facts. A lot of what happened in my hometown in Palm Beach County, and actually it was the police chief in Palm Beach County that actually brought the whole Epstein matter to light. So I can assure you that I was very involved from day one when we found out about this. But just to reinforce what my colleague Debbie Wasserman-Schultz has said, in 2019, the Democratic Women's Caucus called for an oversight hearing to be held in Palm Beach County. Carol Maloney was the chair of the committee, and she agreed to do that. And we were about to do that when we were contacted by the Justice Department, who I guess were in the beginning or the middle of their prosecution of Maxwell, and they told us that we would not be allowed to bring any victims to testify because of the potential of a later cross-examination, and they asked us not to have a hearing. That's what happened when the Democrats were in charge. And so we respected that. There was really nothing we could do about it because obviously we wanted Maxwell to be prosecuted. Jackie Spear and Debbie Wasserman-Schultz, with myself, we proposed legislation because the victims were never notified of the plea deal. And let me say, it wasn't just Acosta in Miami. Our prosecutor in Palm Beach County, Barry Krischer, if you would read I suggest everyone read the transcript of the grand jury proceedings that Mr. Krischer had his attorneys undertake. That transcript was made available by a lawsuit by the Palm Beach Post. It is the most disgraceful, embarrassing statement or a grand jury of facts you will ever read. The prosecutors called two of the girls, and treated them like they were prostitutes. It's shocking. And that's why Mr. Epstein got charged just with soliciting a prostitute. That was what he was charged with, and procuring prostitution. And that wasn't even, and then to make it worse, they sentenced him in we call the light jail in Palm Beach County, and he got not one cell, he got 2 cells, which I actually at some point got to visit after he had gone. But he had 1 cell where he could sleep and 1 cell where he could work, and then every day he was allowed out to go to his office where we're fairly certain he continued his activity. So a lot of bad stuff has happened. I don't know, how and why, but I do feel this, and I think all of us should agree with this. It is survivors who deserve the justice. And it is the survivors who deserve to know the facts. And, what do they say? Let the chips fall where they fall. And that's how I feel. And just to correct the record, and thank you so much for giving us that opportunity.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Escobar, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank the gentlewomen from Florida for correcting the record and for offering a little truth-telling during this discussion. And I'm gonna ask my colleague, the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, if she wants some time, because it was so unsettling to hear the accusation that Democrats have not cared. There was no outrage. I hope you saw the outrage. Sorry, I don't read lips. But I will say, it was one person who made it a campaign promise, and it's the President of the United States, to release all this information. And today he called it a hoax. He called it a hoax. On the same day that these courageous women, some who were previously unnamed, some who had never come forward before, came forward to share their stories. We owe it to them. But I will say, being a relatively new member to this body, a relatively new member of Congress, given the lifespan of the typical member of Congress, I think many of us are still considered relatively new. What is most frustrating to me about this governing body is that people love to talk about what hasn't happened in the past when we have the power to do something right now. So regardless of whatever happened in the past, the bottom line is each one of us in one of the most powerful governing bodies in the country and the world, we have power today, right now. The decision is whether we choose to use it or not. I'd like to yield to my colleague, Madeline Dean.
I thank the gentlewoman for yielding. I thank you for your comments. I associate myself with your comments. And to the gentlewomen from Florida, thank you for your work on this for years. And thank you for just correcting a piece of the record. There's so much more to it than that. Mr. Chairman, I understand that you are upset that this lays upon our table. I wish it didn't. I wish people long ago. I would ask you to allow me to complete my statement. I think the gentlewoman a moment ago spoke to that nonsense. This lays at our table now. The victims were here today. I wish they didn't have to be here. But for you to suggest that we were somehow using them, these women came forward. Some have come forward in the past, some with the courage and the pain on their faces. It's so disrespectful that someone would say, well, doggone it, you didn't deal with it. People have tried to deal with it for a long time. I wish the Department of Justice had dealt with it. I wish Florida had dealt with it. I wish he had not been given that sweetheart deal. And I wish that the names had not been covered up of who participated. Remember, the Attorney General, she had the list on her desk, and then it evaporated. It is known who is in that list. This Department of Justice knows who's in that list. Mr. Trump knows a lot about what happened in this. Somebody's trying to cover it up. 33,000 pages that were released, we all know are a drop in the bucket compared to what actually is known and has been investigated when there's 1,000 victims. It's not just 2 people who were culpable. We show no other predators. There's no other names being revealed. There's a lot of people who know an awful lot. There was tremendous depth of investigation. But I want to end with this. This is entirely about the victims. And you re-victimize them when you say, well, you didn't do enough and you didn't do enough. And why didn't you do something that year? It's on us. It is on us to do something about it. We are Congress. And I suggested to you, she said, survivors will do it for survivors. Let's stand with the survivors. Let's not leave it on them. Let's not say, okay, DOJ failed, this administration failed, Congress failed. Why would we want to be in these jobs if we don't seek justice for victims so grievously harmed? Think if this was your daughter. I have 4 granddaughters. Think if it was one of yours. Would you be content saying, you know what? They didn't do enough 4 years ago, so I don't really care about this. This is entirely about the victims, and they have been lost here. I don't know why you sit contentedly allowing them to be lost. I ask for support for my amendment. I yield back to the gentlelady with great thanks.
Gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivey, is recognized to address the amendment.
I've tried pretty hard to stay out of the Epstein stuff. I really have. And I had no intention of speaking today. But the subcommittee chair, I got to tell you, the statement that you made was shocking and disappointing, not just because it really steps on the feelings and the sensitivities of the survivors who brought them, they came forth on their own. I didn't ask them to come here today. I didn't even know they were coming until I read about it in the paper. But you know, the fact that you would like say that after having been a prosecutor, like I was, having walked women through this, gone through this with them, seen awful results in some instances, and it doesn't get any worse than this, right? And here they're still being attacked. They've gone through all of these things where some of them came forward. Nobody believed them, apparently. And then you're going to sit there and say, well, you know, where were the Democrats? Look, if you want to do something about this, as a former prosecutor, as someone who at least said that you care about what happened, you've got a chance to do it now. Where are you going to go from here, Mr. Subcommittee Chairman? I see you talking to the full committee chairman. You can ignore me if you want. I don't think you really can, though. If you really believe what you said, if you really stand for what you did as a prosecutor for 2.5 decades, now is the time to demonstrate it. Show something that demonstrates how awful this was and that we have the ability and the capability and really beyond responsibility. This is like the ultimate duty, I think. If you were ever a prosecutor and if you ever prosecuted cases like this, it doesn't get any harder or more demanding than this, and it shouldn't. So if you still feel that way, if you still believe what you said you believed, now is the chance to show it. And with that, I yield back.
Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Gentleman from Nevada.
Chairman, for the time, like Mr. Ivy, you probably have to have your head examined to want to stand up and say anything at this point. But wouldn't be the first time for me, so let's just go ahead and take a whack at it, huh? I want to put a thought forward, because we've talked about duty all day long and stand up for Congress and all that other sort of stuff. And many of you served in state legislators and other deliberative bodies, city councils or whatever. And I want to say, I just want to say a word. Lobbying. Now, I speak only for myself, so nobody leave the room and say, Amade said, you should have done this, or you didn't do that, or whatever. But I will tell you, as just a consumer of information on this committee, when something like this comes up, and the first time somebody's talked to me about it, as a guy who's got a vote on the committee, is in this room with all this running. Fine, it's America, it's your absolute right to do it. But I can tell you this, in my experience on this committee, whether it's old or young or just, whatever, I've worked with people on that side of the room. I can look around on many things where we were able to come to some agreement because we went to them before the committee meeting or the markup and said, hey, here's what I'm trying to do. What do you think? Tell me your thoughts. About all this stuff, there's Democrats, there's Republicans, and there's appropriators. Well, guess what? If you talk to me, you might find that you're having a discussion between appropriators. But when it's on this, with the cameras running and everybody's on their talking points, and we've all got them, so don't take that as a, but it's when you talk to me in here for the first time and you say, come on, let's go. We're swinging for the fences and we want you to, it's like, I'll just say, speaking only for myself, it's much more effective with me when you say, hey, here's an amendment I'm planning on bringing in financial services. You like it, you don't like it? And listen, sometimes say, hey, ma'am, sir, I don't like that amendment very much. Well, what would you do to change it? Well, here it is. That's the way it worked, at least in the old school, backward places where I've got experience. It's like, I got a problem with so-and-so. Well, you either need to go talk to her or him and work it out or see what you can agree on. You can still offer the amendment to swing for the fences, but can you find something that you agree on to put in the manager's amendment? Or that maybe the subcommittee chair, when I was in the minority, would say, you know what, I'm not going to say much. That isn't happening in my experience this time. So you can talk about Democrats, Republicans, but when we come into this room, there's a heck of a lot of talking points with the cameras running,
And guess what? Everybody has a ball making their points, but if we really want to be back to appropriators and we really want to exercise our will as a committee, we need to start talking to each other before the full committee markup, and God forbid, before the subcommittee markup. Thank you, good evening, and God bless America.
Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. Watson
I
Coleman.
love it when you say young lady from New Jersey. I love it. When you say the young lady.
Well, gentlelady's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you didn't know, because maybe you were someplace that you had no idea what was happening in the news. So if you didn't know, you know now. So now's the time where you have to make a decision about where were you going to stand as men, as fathers, as mothers, as husbands and wives, as human freaking beings. Where are you going to be now? This devastation that has been revealed on a level unlike ever before is one of the worst, most disgusting things we've experienced in this country. How are you going to hide from it? You cannot hide from it. You cannot hide behind not knowing beforehand, because that's a crap. You cannot hide behind any kind of policy procedure or what should have been done yesterday instead of today. Accept responsibility and the blessings you have this day to do something about it so that it doesn't happen to my 14-year-old granddaughter and it doesn't happen to yours, because nobody is immune from this stuff. And if you were white and you were cute and you were having some problems at home, which you all may have experienced right now in your families, your kids were the targets. They were the targets. So when you think about this moment and what you should do in this moment, whenever you get to right or wrong, whenever you get to stand up for righteousness, whenever you get to execute your duties that you say you have in this third juncture of government that's supposed to have some power and some spine and some purpose, well, you got that chance right now. So stand up like men and women who believe in humanity and stopping the ugly, the evil, and the mean, and the demonic that's taking place in this Epstein mess. Because you can, if you want to be an appropriator, appropriate appropriately. I yield back.
Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
I thank the chairman, and I thank everyone for the give and take on this incredibly painful issue. And as painful as it might have been for us in this brief conversation, we have no idea the pain that these victims endure day after day, year after year. So let's elevate them and their courage, elevate their stories so that they may heal, so that they may own their stories, and let's partner with them for justice. As Steny offered us, and I was jotting it down just as you said it, Mr. Hoyer, the time is always right to do what is right. Doesn't matter if I did it wrong yesterday. Today I have a chance to get it right. I ask for a yes vote, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Pennsylvania. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, noes have it. A roll call has been requested. Sufficient show of support has been noted. The recorded vote is ordered, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford? Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade? Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice? Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert? Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case? Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siskamani? Mr. Siskamani, no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud? Mr. Cloud? Mr. Clyburn? Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole?
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar? Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Steen? Ms. Steen, aye. Mr. Loro? Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey? Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat? Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest? Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson? Mr. Hoyer?
Aye.
Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy? Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce?
No.
Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Lalota? Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy? Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCollum? Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez? Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson?
Mr. Simpson?
Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong? Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke? No. Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there any members wishing? Sorry, are there any members wishing to record their vote or change their vote? Just. Okay. Well, seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 33, and the amendment is not adopted. Gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Marvan, is recognized for an amendment.
Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Established through the bipartisan infrastructure law, the Affordable Connectivity Program helped provide discounted internet access to over 23 million households that made modest incomes across the country. This included over 425,000 households in the state of Indiana, over 45,000 in Indiana's 1st Congressional District. Before funding ran out in June of 2024, the program was abruptly canceled. This successful bipartisan program lowered costs and provided vital access to affordable broadband for seniors, families, veterans, and students. This provided connectivity for the students to access educational resources, for rural communities to receive needed internet services, and for seniors and veterans for telehealth services, and for working Americans to access job training tools. I have heard countless stories from my constituents about the positive impact this program had on their lives by lowering costs and expanding necessary internet access. Canceling this program simply left working families, seniors, veterans, and rural communities stranded with higher costs and no reliable broadband access. Instead of letting this valuable program permanently disappear, we should work together to find a solution to restore the ACP and continue expanding access to affordable, high-speed internet. My amendment would direct the Federal Communication Commission, the FCC, to find funding solutions to restore the ACP and provide those recommendations to Congress so that we can take action. At a time when so many families are struggling, this program lowers costs and ensures that working families, veterans, and farmers don't get left behind. I urge the committee to support my amendment to help our communities gain access to reliable, affordable broadband. With that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Joyce, the chair of the subcommittee, is recognized to respond to the gentleman's amendment.
Well, I appreciate the amendment from my friend. I must oppose it.
You'll have to take that conversation offline. Gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
I live in St. Mary's County, Maryland. All but one of the officials are Republicans. There are 5 county commissioners. I had not a town meeting, but a meeting with people about this program. 3 of the 5 Republicans were there, and they urged me to make sure that this program was funded. St. Mary's County is relatively rural. We've got a large base in there, some 22,000 people. So, but it's a rural county, and they're conservative Republicans. I'm sure they all supported the president, but they urged me to make sure this program was funded because so many people in this rural county had been connected to the internet through this program. And so I rise in strong support of this because I know it has overwhelming bipartisan support, perhaps not in this House, but in the country. And this is report language, urging them to find ways and means to do a program that has made a big difference in a lot of rural, particularly, but there's some metropolitan deserts as well that have been served. So I would urge support of this. And if they can find a way, and maybe they can't, it would be good for the country. Now, you remember I said at the outset that I find my Republican colleagues to be in many ways what I call the yo-yo party. You're on your own. You're on your own. And we have a lot of people in this country who can't afford to be on their own. They're working. These Republican county commissioners, the 3 out of the 5, the majority of them, the two others weren't there, told me family after family after family that they knew personally who were advantaged by this program and that it made a difference to them, to their children, and to please, Mr. Hoyer, work to get this program funded. All Mr. Mervan is saying is, look at it, see if we can do it. It's a good program. Support this amendment.
Thank the gentleman. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 1 minute to close.
So prior to coming to Congress, I was a township trustee, and I took care of the most vulnerable populations, 180,000 of them. And so when I read from the paper and I talk about some people don't have access to job opportunities, some veterans don't have access to health care, some seniors in rural areas don't have access to health care, those are real people's lives that are impacted. And so I don't want to interrupt people eating popcorn, but this is pretty simple. And so respectfully, we're all sitting here, we're all a little chippy on what's going on, but this is a simple thing asking for report language to tell us a program that proved successful for vulnerable populations, seniors and veterans. And so I'm just asking respectfully, if this can't be done, then we find a way in the future to take this seriously, because you cannot ignore those populations and think we're going to have a United States of America. I thank you for your time.
Thanks, gentlemen. The questions now the questions now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Indiana. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Gentleman's requested a roll call. Sufficient number of hands have been raised. Roll call vote, a recorded vote is ordered. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Ms. Dean. Ms. DeLauro. Aye. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. No. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. No. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Captor. Ms. Captor, aye. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, aye. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Miss Underwood. Miss Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Miss Wasserman Schultz. Miss Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there any members wishing to record their vote or change their vote? The gentleman's recorded as an aye.
Off aye on no, Mr. Simpson.
Gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Adderholt.
Mr. Adderholt, no.
Gentleman from Arizona.
Mr. Siscomani, no.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Cuellar, aye.
Gentlelady from Nevada.
Miss Lee, aye.
Are there other members wishing to change or record their vote? Clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 27, the noes are 32. The amendment is not adopted. Gentlelady from the state of Washington, Ms. Perez, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was promised gruel for dinner, so I'm pretty disappointed with the lasagna that was provided.
Before the gentlelady gets to her concerns about the menu, would you like your amendment read, or would
I
you?
asked that the reading of the amendment be.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you. I represent one of the states that did have the IRS direct file available to us, and people freaking love it. I think it's hard for a lot of folks to understand the sort of stress of worrying about complying with tax code. But for working families, it's a real stressor. And when you look at the data, you will see that 77% of people who pay to have their taxes, 77% of Americans in the lowest tax bracket pay to have their taxes prepared. Folks are held captive by a Byzantine tax code and then made a serfdom of those same companies that lobby to keep the tax code Byzantine. You should not need to hire a Ivy League accountant to prepare your taxes in this country. It's a civic duty, right, to help build your roads, to help support your schools. I work to pay my taxes. And, the idea that folks in the lowest tax bracket are paying exploitative fees when there's a system in place that people like, that is working well. 90% of respondents who used direct file said it increased their confidence in the IRS. Friends, we are reaching a crisis point of confidence in our government, and when we find a program that increases confidence, we should support that. We should move forward with it. We've already invested to make this software, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment to ensure that direct file is still available to Americans who choose to use it. And with that, I'll yield back.
Apologize. The gentleman, chairman of the subcommittee, Mr. Joyce from Ohio, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Well, I appreciate the amendment. I must oppose it.
The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, is recognized to address the amendment.
Because I appreciate it, still, I'm going to support it. I need to turn my mic on all the time. And for those of you who missed that, Pearl, I said, because I appreciate it, I'm going to support it. I had the same experience in my district. I'm sure if you ask anybody who participated in direct file, they're going to say, wow, thank heavens. I didn't worry about it. It got it done. Probably didn't owe a lot of money. Maybe I probably got some back, but it was a service. I hate to repeat it. Yo-yo, you're on your own. You're on your own. That is a policy that we're pursuing. This serves average working Americans. And Maria, I've had the same experience in my district. I went by and met the people who were the advisors, trained to be the advisors. They're almost all simple, relatively simple returns. But people are concerned, want to make sure they get it right. Our system is an 85% plus voluntary system. Now, I say that, and every time I say that, I make it clear that most Americans have their taxes taken out every week or every biweekly or every month. But this is a service. We flat funded services in this bill. But the fact of the matter is that taking direct file away from people undermines their confidence and ability to do what they think is right in making sure they pay properly their taxes. Now, I hope it's not, you talk about, my friend Mr. Amadei talked about lobbying. I hope it's not because there are some people who provide a service for which they expect compensation. That's reasonable. But that doesn't mean people who are really scraping by, and I've heard this working people talk a lot in the last year in this campaign. You got a lot of working people voted for you. This is about people who are not wealthy people. Why don't we give them some help? We gave them some help. It was a pilot program. It grew, and it's now a broader program. It's available in Maryland, as it is in Washington State and many of your other states. It doesn't cost a lot, relatively speaking, to the trillions of dollars in tax cuts we gave to the wealthiest Americans. Now, yeah, something fell off the table from time to time, and other people got it. But mostly, 2/3 of the people who got it were pretty wealthy. So here, the average working person, matter of fact, as Marie said, the average working person pays to get their taxes done. Why don't we give them a little help? Don't let's leave them on their own. Let's say, you got to do this, but we're going to help you do it. You got to pay your taxes. It's a crime not to pay your taxes, and we're going to help you do it. We're going to facilitate it. We're going to make it easier for you, and we're going to give you more confidence. Vote for this amendment. It's a good amendment.
Thank gentlemen. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Bocan's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I appreciate the brevity from our subcommittee chair to keep this moving, but this one deserves an explanation. Like, I really can't think of a valid reason to not want this. We've already paid for the program largely to have this out there. It's got, as Ms. Perez said, a 90% favorability rate by the people using it. Why would we want to, when people are paying their taxes so that we can fund the government, would we want to make it more difficult and they have to go and either buy software or subscribe to software or go to see someone do their taxes when we're requiring it? We're requiring them to pay their taxes. So I appreciate that I oppose it. I need a reason. And if you don't want to, anyone who wants to give a strong reason, I just need to know why. I wanted this in Wisconsin. We desperately tried. We said, expand to my state, please, because people wanted this. And I cannot think, well, I can think of one reason, and I don't want to say it, but Intuit and H&R Block, I'm sure some of you have some nice evening beverages and maybe meals with, but that is the only reason that I can possibly imagine. So if that's not the reason, please, someone explain why we wouldn't want to help taxpayers just simply be able to file their taxes, to fund the government, to do their civic duty. Like this one, I don't want to think that's the only reason, but I've thought about this. I wanted to expand it in my state. What could be any other reason why we wouldn't want to do this? So if someone wants to, I'll be glad to yield time. If someone would like to answer that, I will gladly yield time. Anyone? Anyone? Bueller? Is there? Really, just, if you're going to vote no, I would be curious what the reason is to vote no. just so I could try to explain it, because people back home want this, and we don't even have it expanded. So really, anyone, I will yield time to absolutely anyone who wants to answer this. Like, if you can't raise your arm all the way, just wink or something, or give me a little head tilt. Just anything. It might be good to stand. My watch told me it was time, even if you just need to get that on your watch.
We never gave him authority to do it. They did it.
I don't think he's watching you right now. I mean, if that's what you're worried about.
Oh, he is.
Really, is that anyone?
We're gonna subject it to another minute.
Anyone on this side of the room know who's going to vote yes on the amendment?
It works. People love it.
It works and people love it.
Love it.
That's what when 90% is pretty high, right? I mean, people win with like a little over 50% in office, and we consider it a mandate. 90% is like a mandate squared. So I got 1 minute and 27 seconds left. If anyone
Takes away the profit motive.
wants to try to take this up, takes away the profit motive, I'm hearing.
Folks who are making
I know, but I don't want to believe that,
You're on your own.
ranking member.
You're on your own as a policy.
You're on your own as a policy. Yeah, but I don't want to believe that either. I want to believe there's a good, solid, valid reason. And I know we've had a whole day of amendments, but this one I'm just completely puzzled by. So I've got 57 seconds left if anyone has a 56-second answer. I'd be curious. And if the problem is the time is not enough, you could go ahead and stand and get 5 minutes, because then you could have a more full answer. I would understand that if that's the issue. And I apologize if I'm not giving you enough time, but it does feel good to stand, I gotta say. So, all right, well, I'm gonna let it go. But that's all right. I want to yield back time because I think that's a courtesy I'm going to try to offer. So I hope we support this amendment because it is the right thing to do. And I yield back. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman for the 10 seconds he yielded back. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment?
There's no good reason to oppose it.
Seeing none, if there's no further debate, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Chair, this program costs about $24 million to operate, to develop. It costs about $10 million to operate. This is one of the biggest bangs you can get for your buck in terms of a progressive tax strategy, people who are paying in. It's one thing I think about the people that I talk to, running daycares and stuff, and they tell me about the cottage industry of compliance businesses they have to pay to run their business. We've created that with a Byzantine tax code. This is a really powerful tool for us to help people keep their money. That this. If you're worried about the deficit, if you believe in people's agency, if you believe that we ought to do a better job of running a federal government, please support this. And I yield back. Thank you. 10 seconds.
Thank you, gentlelady. Question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Washington. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
Oh, come on, Mr.
The noes,
Come on.
the enthusiastic noes appear to have it. Gentlelady has asked for a recorded vote. Sufficient number of hands having shown support. Recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Mr. Loro. Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson. Mr. Hoyer.
Aye.
Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce.
No.
Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Ms. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no. Mr. Clyde.
Mr. Clyde.
Mr.
Okay.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Clyde,
Oh,
no.
I'm sorry, excuse me. Question, we had moved on, and I was in deep discussion with my friend, the subcommittee chair. So does any member wish to vote or change their vote? Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Clyde votes no.
Are there other members wishing to vote or change their vote? Seeing none, clerks will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 32. The amendment is not adopted. Gentlelady from the state of Washington is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I live in Washington State, and I have never voted any.
Would the gentlelady like to dispense with
Let's
the
dispense
reading?
with that. Yeah, thank you.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you. I'm going to need a shot caller to remember to ask for that. So I live in Washington State. I have never voted any way except for vote by mail. And I don't think it's a coincidence that many states in the West rely on this and have for a long time. Gas is expensive. We work for a living. The idea that you can just like knock off work. If you're trying to pour concrete, you're not going to knock off work to stand all day in line to cast a ballot. We're also, we're a big paper producing state. And if you support logging, if you support the woods, we know that ballots are the gold standard. Paper ballots are the gold standard in election security. And I've been privileged to have a lot of great conversations with Republican colleagues in the West who have used this or who use it and recognize that it's got a real place. It's got a fully auditable paper trail for election records, and it aligns with the Election Assistance Commission's guidance for secure elections. So this amendment is very simple. All it does is say that a state cannot be penalized from receiving the election security because of their use of vote by mail. And places where it's working well, don't penalize us for that choice. Upholding the state's authority to execute an election securely with paper products. And you know, I would love to work with the chair on this. You know, if you support states, if you recognize that people who work for a living deserve to have their ballot counted also, if you support logging in the paper industry, if you have concerns about people in rural communities or people with physical disabilities that prevent them from standing in line all day, please support this amendment. And I urge a yes.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentleman from Ohio, chairman of the subcommittee, Mr. Joyce, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
I appreciate my colleagues' amendment and recognize Washington State is one of 8 states that conducts elections entirely by mail. But this is an issue in which I disagree. We have an election day, and states accommodate voters through absentee ballots and early voting. The Constitution gives Congress the authority to set its own parameters for federal election, and this amendment would inhibit that authority.
Okay.
Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? The gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Capters, recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I rise in support of the gentlelady's amendment very strongly. I'm a big supporter of mail-in ballots. And not everything has to be electronic these days. If I look at the state of Ohio, in the 2024 election, nearly 1 million Ohioans actually voted with absentee ballots by mail. We had a recent special election. We had 84,000 people vote by mail. But I'll tell you, you know, not everything in Ohio is fair and square. So what they do is if you want to vote by mail or if you want to drop your absentee ballot in a box, here's what Ohio does. If you have a county of 500,000 people, there's one drop-off box. If you have a county in Ohio with 10,000 people, there's one drop box. That's about as off-kilter. It gives you a sense of what it's like to be in politics in Ohio. And the other thing they do in Ohio is gerrymandering. They love, if they could do it every year. I am living testimony to what gerrymandering is all about. And so they not only change where your precinct is, right? So my house, what they did, the latest one now for this next gerrymander, they divided my street in half, right down the middle. You know, it's like a joke. So my church is out of my church is still in my precinct. The graveyards are not in the precinct. I mean, it's really, we need a comedy. We need a comedy about Ohio gerrymandering. The one thing we can be sure of is the post office. That when that letter goes in there and it's postmarked and you can mail it, you have a greater confidence. If you think I trust the Ohio Board of Elections, you are crazy. And so at least the mail, we can track the mail and we can be sure. The other thing I want to say is we have a lot of senior citizens in Ohio. Now I know Shelley Pingree says she has more per capita than we do, but I remember when my brother got sick and he couldn't leave the house anymore. And the mail-in ballot was his salvation, and he voted to the day he died. And there are millions of people like my brother. And they have a right to vote, and they have a right to place it in the mail. And as far as I can recall, the U.S. mail, when you become a letter carrier, and I was one, you take an oath. You take an oath for that job. We have to take an oath for this job. There's a whole lot of people that don't have to take an oath for their jobs. But there's a special importance that goes with that and with carrying those letters to the boards of election around the state of Ohio. So you can say, well, Ohio, you know, maybe they want to go to electronic. Well, Ohio's a little bit old-fashioned in some ways. We still have people that ride horses there. And I think that for mail-in voting, it goes to every post office, no matter how small the town, a little town like AI or Ney, Ohio. They have a postmaster, they have mailboxes. In the small towns, their vote counts. In the big towns, I wish the state of Ohio were more fair to us and they would put more drop boxes if people want to drop their ballot in one of those outside boxes that they arrange. But I think the gentlelady's amendment is it's fair to every American. And no matter where they live, no matter what their physical condition is, and I totally support what she's proposing. And I would ask my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli, is recognized for comments on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the gentlelady for advancing the amendment. Just briefly, because I made some comments in opening remarks about the situation we find ourselves in. You know, 65% of age eligible Americans voted in the presidential election. That means a third of every person in the United States who could have voted chose not to. I would think that the Congress should be more concerned about the third of all Americans who didn't vote, rather than continuing to try without any evidence to scare people into believing that elections are not safe and secure. And of that 154 roughly million Americans who voted in the last presidential election in 2024, 45 million voted by mail. 45 million people. And I have not, in the years that I've been engaged in government, have not heard anyone broadly claim that there's widespread fraud among people who vote by mail. I've never heard that before. It's brand new. Well, I was going to get to that. Thank you. You want the microphones, or you can carry on again? So I found it startling that the president, who as I indicated earlier, has no role in the Constitution in voting. That's done by the states, time, manner, place, set by the states, and Congress, us, may intervene, but it doesn't give a role to the president, who's continued to say without evidence that there's fraud in all manner of elections. So this is really distressing. I would think that we would focus all of our energies in making certain that every single American citizen exercise the franchise. That is what makes this democracy so extraordinary, so exceptional. And we will lose it if we spend all our time trying to exclude people from exercising the franchise instead of embracing it. That's truly how we will maximize the amazing power of this democracy, is have everyone participate. And as my friend Mr. Pocan nudges me, I said a few weeks ago publicly, when the president was opining that there's widespread fraud, without, of course, any evidence, because we live in an evidence-free zone around the White House these days. So just say things with no evidence, nothing to point to, which suggests that you're possibly even close to being right, or that there's any reason for you to be concerned about this. But when the president takes advice from Vladimir Putin on elections, this is a very, very dark day in America. I don't care if you're a Republican, a Democrat, a progressive, a conservative. It doesn't matter to me. I will say this: we all benefit, and our communities all benefit when every single American votes and participates in this democracy, and we don't take advice from dictators about how to run democracy in America. So I strongly urge support of the amendment, and with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? A gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, is recognized to speak to the amendment.
Hold on a second. I've got a quote I want to give to all of you. I'm sure you'll be very impressed with the quote. And I'm sure it will compel you to vote yes. I'm lobbying you, Mr. Amadei.
Dream on.
Yeah, well. Former President Trump announced a major change in a long-held position, and it's one that could boost his numbers at the ballot box this fall. With little fanfare, in a post on Truth Social last Friday evening, this is 24, Trump urged supporters to use early and absentee voting methods. Quote, absentee voting, early voting, and election day voting are all good options, said your leader. Stick with him. Republicans must make a plan, register, and vote. Now, that was, of course, yesterday, and who knows what today is or what tomorrow will be. We've found a great deal of flexibility in our esteemed president. Ladies and gentlemen, you're on your own, and if you're disabled. You know, it's a recurring theme. I know I'm trying to get that to be a theme, too. Because I find so often the option is not to help people. Unless they're rich, you can give them a big tax cut. And we can give them smaller government. Those are the two themes. Donald Trump, just over a year ago, said this was not a bad option. It's a good option. A lot of people use it. And it facilitates, rather than makes more difficult, exercising the franchise. But you're going to vote no. Mail it in. I don't have anything to say.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize gentlemen had yielded back.
You want me to speak more?
No, I'm on my feet. No, I always enjoy listening to my friend, and I mean that quite sincerely. Are there any other members who wish to address the amendment? The gentleman from Nevada is recognized.
Chairman, thanks to my colleague from Washington State, who actually did really lobby me earlier in the day, other than the instant gratification from Maryland. But what the heck? And I remember when the president said that, that's all great. What I think is missing here is, and I don't know, this doesn't apply to every state, but it does in mine, that bit where every registered voter got mailed a ballot, whether they asked for one or not. And I'm just speaking for myself. All the other folks on this side are much smarter. But it's like, let me tell you what. Not that I'm afraid to do something stupid, as you well know, but I'm not voting for something that doesn't say, quit mailing them out to everybody with no whatever. You take the time in Maryland or any place else to say, I want to vote absentee. I'm an early voter. Register, comply with those pre-COVID rules so there's some way to go, that's legit stuff, instead of just mail it to the whole registered voter list, is something that I think has to be covered in this. So while I agree, all of that stuff, it's like, yeah. And so you got to have something about cleaning up the rolls, or let me put it this way. You don't have to do anything. For my yes vote on my return volley on the lobbying thing is, I want a protection in there so it's not like everybody got mailed a ballot in yeehaw, Wild West, East, South, North, whatever. So with Mr. Pocan's thing, it's like, can you tell me why? That's why. Thank you and good evening.
Will my friend yield?
I yielded back, but if I can get it back, Mr. Chairman, sure.
Well, I can get somebody to yield to me.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I want you on my clock.
Fair enough.
What the President of the United States is saying, as I understand it, is if you have vote by mail, we're going to penalize you. If you have that alternative, state legislature votes on it, the people speak, that we're going to penalize them because it's not done the way the president now wants it done. My friend, there are a lot of countries that do that. It ought not to be one of them. We are going down some ugly, dangerous paths in this country. We're investing in other companies now. We're going to be an entrepreneur. Conflict of interest doesn't count, probably. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States threatens people, either do it or I'm going to withhold money, I'm going to penalize you, I'm going to do something that hurts you. It's your time, sir. That was cruel.
I thank the two gentlemen. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you. I had no intention of speaking on this, but I just had a very recent example. Before I left Connecticut to come here, there is a primary in my community. The election is on Tuesday the 9th. I'm going to be here. We're going to do Labor HHS on Tuesday the 9th. So I voted. My husband is gone to Greece for work there. And so we both put the ballots in the box here. So now what you were saying is that if I don't show up to vote as the elected leader in that area, you think about all of us here, because there are states that you got Nevada, Utah, California, Washington, Vermont. They have universal mail-in voting. That if you don't show up that day, and I'm speaking for all of us, some newspaper is going to write, well, Congresswoman DeLauro didn't find the time to vote in the local election in New Haven, Connecticut. I mean, what the hell are we talking about here? I understand that the president just moved the Space Center from Colorado because mail-in voting. What in God's name is going on? You know, I understand that there's been problem with absentee ballots. If there are, people should clean that up and do whatever they need to do. But you're going to deny people, millions of people all over the country, from exercising their right to vote because they do it through what is a legal process that the state has made a determination on, and casting that vote. I mean, think about it. Let's not, we can have disagreements, but let's not put in ourselves in jeopardy. I could see the headline in the New Haven Register. DeLauro doesn't vote in local election. Hell, because I have to be there in person. Otherwise, Mr. Chairman, I wouldn't be here for the Labor HHS meeting on Tuesday. So thank you. I yield back.
I want to thank the gentlelady. I want to assure her if she wants to go home to vote, I'll defend you to the last bullet in the clip. I'll be there for
In
you.
the meantime,
But
Labor HHS.
I would rather have you here, kind of.
Thank you.
But I will defend you if you're ever under attack for not voting.
Oh.
And look, this has been an interesting debate. I will just add, I'll recognize myself for a minute, and I'm going to go to my friend, Ms. Dean from Pennsylvania, who wants to speak to the amendment. But this is all very interesting, but at the end of the day, the states decide how they're going to order their own affairs. Yes. And that's pretty traditional in the United States, and I don't see anything's going to change it. We can all have a lot of opinions. That's fair enough. I personally was attacked in my last election for voting by absentee because I never vote on election day since I've been in office, because guess what? I'm campaigning someplace. So we all go through this, but again, in the end, I trust states to know what works for them and to make their own decision. With that, gentlelady from Pennsylvania wanted to address the amendment, and I'll recognize her to make what other comments she cares to.
And I'll be brief, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your comments. I rise in support of this amendment, and I thank the gentlelady for bringing it forward. We all know that voting by mail is secure, it is convenient, and it is inclusive. And that's what really is the basis of the question here. Do we want more people included in our electoral process, or do we want fewer people? This is something that helps all people access their right to vote. We should be doing anything we can to support it and never get in the way of what state and local governments are doing. I'll just offer a strange perspective. I came back from a CODEL, it was both bipartisan and bicameral CODEL, that included Australia. Australia has compulsory voting. So you know what their participation rate? More than 90% of Australians vote. They don't find it a burden. They think it's inclusive. They've been doing it for more than 100 years. And I'm not an expert on it. Apparently, the data shows that it winds up making the electorate more centrist. So you avoid these hard edges of left and right. So I offer that as a consideration. Do we want more people voting or fewer? I vote for more. That's why I'm voting for this amendment, to make sure that we make voting by mail as easy as possible, because we know it's secure And to everybody else's point, this is up to the states and local governments. I thank the lady.
A gentleman from Florida is recognized to address the
Thank you,
amendment.
Mr. Chairman. I'll try to be brief. Look, this has been a very interesting debate, but I just also think that sometimes reflecting on some reality points is important. Let me reflect my inner Judge Carter and tell you a story. I'm not going to do him justice, but look, in the city of Miami, which is not a small place, a number of years ago, there was a race for the mayor of Miami. The person won the election. He was certified, swore in as mayor, and then a court determined that the fraud in absentee ballots, it was demonstrated that there was so much fraud that the court actually took out the mayor who had been sworn in, and the person who came in second was actually then sworn in as mayor. Now, let me tell you why I tell you that factual statement. The concept that absentee ballots, I think it's a great thing, if done right, to avoid fraud. But the concept that there is never any fraud in elections and absentee ballots are absolutely never going to be fraudulent is just not factually correct. I think that the sponsor of the amendment has, is doing it in good faith, and her and I talked also, and I explained to her, I said, this is the problem. If you have safeguards, fine, but if you don't, anybody who thinks that absentee ballots, voting by mail, for some magical reason is never going to be fraudulent, really has no idea of some basic lessons of history.
Well,
So again, reflect, yes, Mr. Chairman, of course.
Just to reinforce the gentleman's points, and I say this, look, as somebody that totally believes states should make their own decision, and
As do I.
they want to be all male, that's fine by me, that's none of my decision. But there was a commission chaired by, of all people, former President, late President Carter, and James Baker on this issue, and it made the point that actually fraud was most common in absentee ballots. And I can just tell you from in my state, that is true. We had a former Speaker of the House that ended up having to go to jail because he committed fraud trying to elect his own father in absentee thing. I'm not saying that happens widely or happens, and again, I would not presume to tell people in the state of Washington what to do, or Oregon, or, they have their systems, those are great states. So, but to my friend's point, that's actually the easiest place for fraud to happen. Doesn't mean it happens on a vast scale or tips elections. I just make the point. And yield back to my friend. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, I'm not saying that absentee ballots, I think they can be really useful and they can be a great, if done correctly, like anything else. But again, it's just this kind of la-la land feel that for some, that absentee, or everything that can be done in an election will be done without fraud. It's just not based on history. And absentee ballots, unfortunately, and again, in Florida, we now have, you can vote by mail. And it's done correctly, and it's done securely. It can be done, but I think we just have to be aware of that there have been circumstances, if not done right, and again, that's just what history shows us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady from Florida is recognized to address the amendment.
Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do want to point out a couple of facts that are important to illustrate my friend from Miami's story. The election that he's talking about was 27 years ago. And it was also long before Florida eventually migrated to no excuse vote by mail. That, in 1998, was absentee balloting, where that fraud was quite a bit more likely, although still very rare, because you had to have an excuse to be able to vote by mail, and because there was the ability to really kind of have someone else collect many absentee ballots and turn them in. So there is nothing like that that is comparable today. We have had no excuse vote by mail balloting in Florida for more than 20 years. And I'll just point out that the independent studies that have been done that show that the percentage of mail-in ballots that are fraudulent is something on the order of 0.00004% to 0.0025%. So it is the rarest of the rare instance now in 2025 for us to have fraudulent, never mind rampant, but any fraud whatsoever that is detectable, certainly nothing that would warrant the tossing out of an election result. So I just thought that maybe an update in terms of the information was important. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Idaho, Mr. Simpson, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And now for a further update. This is just something from 5 years ago. I had a staff person here who graduated from high school in Connecticut, was registered to vote. She was 18. Went to school in Utah. Then she came to work for us. She worked in Virginia, or she lived in Virginia. The election in 2020, she got a ballot mailed to her from Connecticut, a ballot mailed to her from Utah, and a ballot mailed to her from Virginia. She could have voted 3 times. Unfortunately, fortunately, she was an honest person. Not lately. All I'm saying is Mr. Amadei is right. Clean up the mess. And then let's talk about it. I yield back.
Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, and I sincerely appreciate the depth of engagement on this. This, I think, is one of the most important issues that comes to us. And, you know, in cases where there are, 27 years ago, when you have, if it's a narrow thing, might be more vulnerable. Let's not penalize states for moving towards a more secure system. Let's not say that we are going to hold the keys to those citizens having their voice heard. This is one of the, and I would point out, had your staffer voted, it would have been a felony and she would have been caught. That is one of the beautiful things about vote by mail, is that it is auditable. It has got a secure chain. And, I think saying that states, they do have a responsibility to have the most secure system they can, to have those checks, to build the most secure system. And we should not withhold support from them in their pursuit of those more secure reformed systems. And so I sincerely appreciate the engagement on this. And with that, I urge support and yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Washington. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. A roll call has been requested. Sufficient show of hands is visible. Recorded votes ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. DeLauro. Aye. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson. Mr. Hoyer.
Aye.
Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Mr. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, aye. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Miss Underwood. Miss Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Miss Wasserman Schultz. Miss Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there any members wishing to record their vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Pennsylvania?
Mr. Reschenthaler, no.
Certainly. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania?
No.
I do not believe the gentlelady is recorded.
Ms. Dean, aye.
Are there any other members wishing to record or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerks will tally.
Doing amendments like. Princess Bride. You wanna? You're married.
Getting down there last two. Well, three. You gotta put on yours. Your motion.
On this vote, the ayes are 29, the noes are 32. The amendment is not adopted. Gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivy, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm aware of the lateness of the hour. In fact, my staff's urging me on to move quickly. Also, it's my 37th wedding anniversary, so. Okay, I'm giddy. I had a college classmate I ran into a little while ago, and he said, "You're still married? I never imagined you'd be married longer than me." So.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. We've talked a little bit about the impact on government employees tonight. Certainly, we mentioned earlier 444,000 that are losing their collective bargaining rights. I've got 6,800 plus that have already been laid off. 25,000 on probation and are vulnerable. In fact, I think the court's already ruled that the administration can lay them off. 7,000 plus that are in limbo. Nearly 6,000 veterans have been fired. This amendment is aimed at stopping the bleeding with respect to the RIFs. And, I have a lot of government employees in my district for sure, although 20% are in the Washington, D.C. area, 80% are across the country. But we talked a little bit about two things already, so I won't go into it too much length. But one is the role of Congress. The massive reorganization of this government that's being undertaken right now is virtually unprecedented. And when we've had reorganizations in the government previously, Congress always played a role in making sure that it happened. In fact, usually they made votes, and the president worked with the Congress to make that move forward. But as one of the justices said, presidents have worked with Congress rather than around it when seeking to significantly reorganize agencies that comprise the executive branch. We don't have that going on right now. The current executive administration, President Trump, is working around Congress to get this reorganization done. I think it's important to make sure that Congress continues to play a role, not just because of the institutional competence piece, not just because of the checks and balance and separation of powers, but also there's a vital function that these government employees play, that the federal executive branch plays in making sure that the government moves smoothly and that we have a great country that runs in the right way. And we've had that for decades now. We've had outstanding work from public employees. Some of them have gotten laid off. I ran into one in my district. He had a PhD in neurobiology. His job was to do inspections, work, and clinical trials with respect to Parkinson's disease. He got laid off in the middle of the clinical trial. I ran into another guy who was a mechanical engineer. He had a PhD as well. His job was to inspect new medical devices to make sure that they work correctly. I don't know if we don't have people that are doing that now. Hopefully there's somebody there. And we do know that some of the layoffs have resulted in recalls later. They did them so quickly, they didn't realize they were sending people out that they were actually still going to need to keep doing the work. But it's clear that it hasn't been done in an organized way. It hasn't been done in a coordinated way. And it's been done in an overly expensive way, too. The Senate Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations released a report just in July that's called the $21.7 billion blunder, analyzing the waste generated by DOGE. And the point that they're making is, because they did these layoffs so quickly and so recklessly, it led to a giant increase in the cost that was going to come out of that. I guess the DOGE concept was to actually save funding, but they squandered the money in the way that they did this. This amendment is aimed at stopping that, making sure that we continue to have Congress play a role in what's going on, making sure that we deal with issues like whether it's Schedule F and Schedule G issues, whether it's the union busting piece that's going on as well. I guess that's in the courts too. But let's get our role back in this to make sure we're controlling what's happening, that it's going in the right way, and that we're absolutely sure that it's being done in the way that's best for the American people. So I urge you to vote yes on this amendment, and with that, I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. And without speaking to the merits of the amendment, I'll just make the observation, like everybody on this committee who happens to be married or everybody in this business, you have an extraordinarily patient spouse. With that, I'd recognize the chairman of the subcommittee, Mr. Joyce from Ohio, for his remarks on the amendment.
Thank you very much, sir. And I oppose this amendment. The president is the head of the executive branch and as such has broad authority over it. The president's February executive order instructed OPM to begin a government-wide reduction in force or RIF process, of which Supreme Court upheld in July. Notably, the Supreme Court's decision did not eliminate employee rights, including requiring criteria for conducting RIFs, written notification windows, and the rights of employees to appeal such decisions. This administration has stated it would take steps to make the federal government and workforce more efficient, a goal we should all support. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Are there other members wishing to speak to this amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, again, lateness of the hour. By the way, my wife is understanding about me being in politics because she's an elected official too. So, misery loves company, I think. But, I appreciate the fact that, it's a late hour, but this is an important piece. What's happening with our federal government, with the executive branch, is, I think, very damaging, especially on the science and tech front. We're pushing people out of those positions in almost a random fashion. And it's going to undermine our ability to compete moving forward with respect. Talked about the China competition earlier today with respect to AI, quantum computing, and the like. We need to make sure that we have that kind of talent staying in the executive branch and that we can attract it in the future. And riffing them as a way to really strongly and quickly discourage people from coming and believing they can start and have careers here in the federal government and continue to serve the public and their country in that way. And with that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Maryland. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Gentleman has requested a roll call vote, sufficient show of hands to support it. A recorded vote's order. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade. Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop.
Aye.
Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyburn.
Aye.
Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Ms. DeLauro.
Aye.
Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson. Mr. Hoyer.
Aye.
Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter.
Aye.
Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Lalota. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there any members wishing to record their vote or change their vote? Gentleman from New York?
Mr. Lalota, no.
Are there any other members wishing to record their vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 33. The amendment is not adopted. Gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivy, is recognized for an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the amendment.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was a prosecutor for 12 years, 4 federal and 8 elected in the state. So it might be a little ironic that I'm offering this amendment to increase salaries and funding that goes to pay federal public defenders and CJA panel attorneys. But I think it's critical to do that because of the right to counsel issue and because of the critical role that public defenders play in the criminal justice system at the federal level. I think it's pretty clear right now that the funding is run short. I think there's a $77 million shortfall, if I understand correctly. And what that's meant is that some of these lawyers who have worked and done the representation and submitted their vouchers to the court have not been paid. And so the amendment would address that and put in enough money so that those payments could be made to cover those attorneys who've done that work. The concern that if we don't do this, and this is raised by several federal judges, I picked Republican appointees to make sure that it's clear this is a bipartisan point. These are lawyers who are making a sacrifice by doing this work at all, and then they're not getting paid on top of that. It's difficult. That was U.S. District Judge Kathy Seibel. Judges Robert Conrad and Amy St. Eve, who I think were both Trump appointees, said that these are payments for constitutionally required legal work that has already been performed, but that will be left unpaid for months simply because we cannot afford to make the payments. Faced with such a long delay in receiving payment, these attorneys and their experts could decline to accept future CJA appointments by the court, potentially creating unlawful delays in the constitutional right of defendants to speedy and fair trial. So what they're saying there is basically everybody's got a Sixth Amendment right to be represented by counsel in a criminal case, and the case will not go forward in absence of that attorney being assigned. These lawyers aren't getting paid. They weren't getting paid that much to start with. And as they see that they're not going to get paid, fewer and fewer are going to accept the positions either as federal public defenders or the CJA appointment panel. And what that will mean going forward is, one, cases are going to go slower. You know, you can't rush one through. If they don't have an attorney there, you have to wait. That means it takes longer for justice to get done. And in criminal cases, we don't want it to take longer for justice to get done. You want whatever the justice is going to be done quickly. And if they're convicted, it needs to be sufficiently punitive to make sure that the point gets across that this conduct is not going to be tolerated. And some of the cases where you have CJA appointee lawyers are very serious cases because you can get conflicts and you have to go to the CJA panel. So this isn't just, minor cases or the ones that get the federal public defenders or CJA. They get the most serious cases that are in the court system right now, depending on the situation. So it's a very serious thing, and I'm hoping that we can address this to make sure we don't create problems going down the road and slow down the court system, which is already pretty slow. But if we make it even slower, you run into speedy trial issues and other things that could lead to very serious problems. And we can't just, push it through without paying attention to it, because as Justice Scalia really was outstanding at pointing out, there's a Sixth Amendment right to counsel that has to be respected. It's a fundamental cornerstone of the rule of law in our criminal court system. So with that, I ask my colleagues to support this amendment so these people can get paid who've done the work, and we can make sure that the court system runs smoothly. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Ohio, the chairman of the subcommittee, Mr. Joyce, recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It may surprise you, Mr. Ivey, but I started in the Federal Defender's Office, worked in Cuyahoga County or Cleveland in major felonies, and then became the public defender in a small county and thought I could do more for people by becoming prosecutor, and ran as prosecutor and got elected and was there for a long period of time. I like to refer to ourselves when we were in the public defender's office as the best lawyers money couldn't buy. It was painful, though, to listen to folks come in and say that they don't want no public defender, they want a real lawyer. And, because I realize and appreciate how hard they work on the absolute worst cases the system can dredge up. But I have to oppose this, and I share your concerns. But I'm sure you're aware, every member of this committee is, that federal funding situation that we currently face. Ensuring that the judiciary can continue to fill its full Fifth Amendment obligations is of critical importance. This is why, while having to make tough funding decisions across all our accounts, Defenders Services saw an 8.2% increase over FY25 levels in this bill. I look forward to working with my colleagues to continue to find and fund the judiciary's needs.
Thank you, gentlemen. The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you very much. I rise in support of this amendment. It obviously exceeds the 302B. But as you heard the chairman say, the big chairman, say a little earlier, we have no budget. So there is no budget number that is legally our target because we have not adopted a budget. There was a skinny budget because that was necessary for you to get the reconciliation bill done, because you have to have a budget of whatever type. We did that, you did that, but there is no budget. So there is money for this. Mr. Womack was chairman of this committee, and I had the great honor not only my great honor is to be his friend, but the second great honor was serving under him as chairman of the committee. Last year, we did it right. The Senate did not do it right. And as a result, the Senate was underfunded the public defender system. So what I would say, Mr. Chairman, both chairmans, we're going to spend.
Praise Womack.
We're going to, well, yeah.
He's pretty upset over here.
No, he was chairman at that time, last year.
I'll refer to Womack.
My point is, we're going to spend this money. Why? Because the Constitution requires us to spend this money. And as all of you know, particularly those of you who are lawyers, criminal cases come before civil cases, so not only do you back up the criminal cases, but you also back up civil cases because the criminal cases have priority because the Constitution requires a speedy trial. As a result, we're going to spend this money, whether we spend it today or I say spend it, make appropriation for it today or we do it in the days to come. But it's going to have to be done. I think the question is just when do we do it? And now's as good a time as any because you have to do this because you have to have counsel provided, as Scalia said, and as the Supreme Court has ruled a long time ago. And as a result, Mr. Chairman, I think we're going to spend this money just when we're going to do it. And I thank the gentleman for his, because we have to do this. There's not an option.
I thank the gentleman, as I'm sure my friend from Maryland, Mr. Ivey, knows I have a plethora of prosecutors up here. So the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Carter, is recognized.
I'm not a prosecutor, but county commissioners all the way up to Congress seem to decide we don't need lawyers. But without a defense lawyer, you don't get a trial. Right. That's just as simple as you can make it. For anybody, you don't have to be a lawyer to listen to what I'm saying. We have no choice. We have to fund the lawyers. And if they haven't been paid, they dang sure ought to be paid. They've done the job. They need to get paid. If you can't do it here, we got to do it when we have our conference. But otherwise, we are neglecting our judiciary and neglecting justice at the federal level. So I'm going to vote for this.
Gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Quigley, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, after days like this, I look around at the portraits in this room and I notice none of these appropriators are smiling. And I'm thinking that the exceptions are that no, I just recognize that there's a few, but it's probably because when the portraits are taken, they were no longer appropriators. But I was a criminal defense attorney, not a public defender. Highest conviction rate in the county. Thank you. You know, I told that joke when I was FSGG to the Supreme Court justices, and they didn't get it, which tells me a few of them will actually practice law in courts, but that's beside the point. When I became a Cook County commissioner, the first thing we had to do was to settle something called the Ford Heights 4 case, which is an example of what happens when you don't have really good quality defense teams. They managed to convict the wrong 4 people, put them on death row, several times close to being put to death by the state, and they realized they got the wrong 4. And besides the trauma to them in the justice system, it cost Cook County $36 million. It happens all the time. So you want really good people defending, because both sides of this antagonistic fight that takes place in courtrooms is for a reason. It's to evoke justice. But something else I want to point out that Mr. Ivey was getting to is prosecutors know if there's no defense attorneys or you have to wait for them, their cases aren't getting better with age, right? Witnesses' memories aren't getting better.
The case isn't solidifying with age. When they're ready, they're ready. So it's not just justice delayed is justice denied. If you really think these folks are guilty, the quality of both sides falls apart if you go longer than you should. And I think it's instructive for us to remember that this is a balance, and we have to make sure it's funded in a balanced way as well. And I appreciate Mr. Ivy's amendment.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Escobar, is recognized for comments on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I was in Congress, I served in county government. I served as a county commissioner in El Paso, and then I served as the El Paso County Judge, which is the essentially the head of county government, the county executive. And we had to fund indigent defense. And I had early on in my public service career in county government, we had members of the Commissioners Court who would say, well, we can't afford to pay this, so let's not pay this. We have no choice. If we are going to administer justice, if we're going to adequately fund the administration of justice, we have to pay these lawyers. We have to fund this line item. What we learned was the more that you delay justice, as my colleagues have mentioned, there are consequences. Consequences at the county level, for example, people sat in the county jail for a lot longer, and it meant higher costs. It also meant that people, victims of crime, also did not have access to justice. So there are real costs to not doing this, but there are also costs to the people who want to see justice done and served. This is one of those issues that is pretty fundamental for government. We have to do this. If you all haven't received outreach from lawyers in your districts, I would be surprised. My team and I have certainly heard from the defense bar in my district. We've also heard that the judges will also attest to the fact that Congress needs to do its job and fund this. So I am delighted to know that there is bipartisan support for this amendment. I would really, really encourage other colleagues to join in that bipartisan support. This is not a should have, this is a must have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Gentleman from Florida, Mr. Rutherford, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could ask Chairman Joyce, did I understand you to say that their budget was increased almost 10%?
Yes, it's 8.2.
8.2. Okay, I just want to make sure I heard that correctly. Thank you.
No problem.
Are there any other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, Chair will recognize himself, and I want to thank the gentleman from Florida for making the point. This budget is higher than it was. It is increased, and we do have a conference ahead of us, and if we need to make adjustments, there are opportunities to do that. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you. So this is almost a $200 million increase with no offset. I think that says enough right there. With a $37 trillion debt, we don't need to be adding more money without an offset, and I yield.
Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Thank you, Judge, for your support. I think the bipartisan support here is very helpful. My understanding is that this is, I appreciate the 8.2% increase moving forward. My understanding is this is covering the backlog of what's been expended already, or incurred already. So you had lawyers that did the work, did the trials, did the motions, did all the work in court, but haven't gotten paid. Their investigators and the like haven't gotten paid. My understanding is that this is aimed at covering that. So I encourage all of you all to consider the importance of the right to counsel, the impact that it could have if, we have lawyers that are saying like, I'd love to do this work, but I can't afford it. I can't afford not to get paid. I've got a family to feed. I got to keep a roof over our heads. And the one last point I'll make, and my colleague from Illinois kind of touched on this, but one of the fastest ways to get a criminal conviction reversed is an ineffective assistance of counsel finding. And the more serious the case gets, the higher that standard becomes. Let's pay these guys. Let's pay the people for the work that they've already done. Let's make sure that we're attracting people so that there's a good job that's done. It's got to be an adversarial system. It's got to be a competitive system. That's the way it was designed. And it's not perfect, but it's worked pretty damn well for a couple hundred years now. I encourage you to support the amendment.
I thank gentlemen. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Maryland. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Gentleman has requested a recorded vote. Sufficient number of hands have risen. The recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop.
Aye.
Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyburn.
Aye.
Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Mr. Loro. Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson. Mr. Hoyer.
Aye.
Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter.
Aye.
Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Ms. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, aye. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there any members wishing to record their vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerks will tally. I'm sorry? Mr. Elzey, I'm sorry. Are you recorded?
Mr. Elzey, no.
That's no, you're not recorded, or no on the vote? Okay, that's good. Just want to be clear. Are there any other members wishing to record their vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerks will tally.
So we're going back to vote at 9?
Yes.
No, you won't be going at 9.
On this vote, the ayes are 30, the noes are 31. The amendment is not adopted. Seeing no further amendments, I now recognize the Chairman Emeritus, distinguished Mr. Rogers, for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move to favorably report to the House the fiscal year 2026 Financial Services and General Government Appropriations Bill.
Questions now on the motion to favorably report to the House the fiscal year 2026 Financial Services and General Government Appropriations Bill. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient number of hands have been raised. Roll call is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Aye. Mr. Adderholt, aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, no. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, aye. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, aye. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, aye. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, no. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, aye. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, aye. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, no. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, aye. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, no. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, no. Mr. Loro. Mr. Loro, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, aye. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, aye. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, aye. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, no. Ms. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, aye. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, no. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, aye. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, aye. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, aye. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson, aye. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, no. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, no. Mr. Joyce.
Aye.
Mr. Joyce, aye. Ms. Captor. Ms. Captor, no. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota, aye. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, aye. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, no. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, aye. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, no. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, aye. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, aye. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, no. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, aye. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, no. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, no. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mr. Rogers.
Aye.
Mr. Rogers, aye. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, aye. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, aye. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, no. Miss Underwood. Miss Underwood, no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, aye. Miss Wasserman Schultz. Miss Wasserman Schultz, no. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, no. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, aye. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, aye.
Are there any members who wish to record their vote or change their vote? Mr. Gentleman from Texas?
Mr. Cloud, aye.
Now that almost all the members are gone, I'll tell you how proud I am of you all.
Thank you, sir.
Just a category, just you. Just you. Nice job, as always. Let me do this. And we'll- Okay. On this vote, the ayes are 35, the noes are 28. The motion is agreed to. I ask unanimous consent that staff be permitted to make technical and conforming changes to the bill and report as approved. Seeing no objection, so ordered. 3 days. Without objection, so ordered. There being no further business, the committee stands adjourned.